Hello?
Hi there. I believe someone that's joined by phone is speaking. Can you just identify yourself for me, please?
Oh, I'm really sorry. I think my time hasn't been allotted yet. Um, so I apologize for muting.
Okay, thank you.
Have we started streaming yet?
Yes, the live stream is on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I would like to call this meeting to order and I would like to start by acknowledging that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Sotu, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as the Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. This is our first public hearing, bylaw hearing, and haven't done this for a while, right? So and I haven't had the chance to come early to learn or relearn the process, so I'm going to do it and And probably, Madam Clerk, you're going to guide me through the process, right? Cool. Okay, let's do the roll call first. Councillor Jans,
Good morning.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cardmell,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Here.
Councillor Hamilton, are you online?
Good afternoon.
Good. And I'm here, Councillor Tang,
I'm here.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
I see you, and Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Prince Bay,
Hello.
Councillor Mack,
Good afternoon. I didn't know
And-
if it was a different time on Councillor Jans's side there.
I'm in Pacific time over here.
yeah, and Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Knack.
Sure, I can move the adoption of the agenda with the replacement page for item 3.17.
Okay, so please, who seconded it?
Second.
Councillor Salvador. You should actually sign in for to vote. Please vote.
Apologies, Mr. Mayor, we're just getting the system giving us a little bit of grief here, but if you give us just a moment.
No problem.
You should have a ballot on your devices now.
I don't. Anyways, call affirmed.
Thank you. We have 13 votes, Mr.
13
Mayor.
votes, please display the votes. That is carried. Protocol items? Seeing none. Explanation of the public hearing process. Right, I will explain the process for the public hearing. The clerk will call out the bylaws to be dealt with. I will call out the names of the people registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council members will select the bylaws that they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Those in favor will speak first, followed by those opposed. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in council chambers. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, then yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When you have finished your presentation, please stay at the podium or online, as council may have questions for you. Oh, there's another side. That's a long speech. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all speakers and questions have concluded, I will ask each speaker if they wish to speak to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. This process will require patience to ensure that everyone who does wish to address council has an opportunity. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, when it's your turn to speak, please come down to the podium to present. Please remember that the temporary mandatory face covering bylaw 19408 is in effect. We ask that you keep your mask on all the times, including while making your remarks to City Council. You will notice that members of Council administration may take off their mask while they are behind plexiglass barriers, but will put them back on when moving about the room and talking with each other during the meeting. We appreciate your understanding and participation in keeping everyone safe. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. So, Madam Clerk, can you...
Before you, sorry, Mayor Sohi, I just have a point of order. I think we actually changed council procedures and they haven't updated what you just said, but I believe there is no longer a request for new information to speakers, but that request is now to council what new information they need to ask of the speakers who have already registered to speak. And I just want to clarify that before we commence the public hearing.
Is that the case, Madam Clerk?
It is my understanding that that item was postponed to the December 6th City Council meeting. And it is also my understanding that those would come into effect in January. But
Okay,
trust
well-
that one of my counterparts will correct me if I'm wrong.
Mr.
Yep.
Mayor, that is correct. We do intend, over here, sorry, way over here. Ms. McCabe, we do intend on bringing the changes forward. They were on your agenda yesterday. They got selected for discussion. They'll be discussed at the December 6th
Okay.
City Council. And then we'd like, if upon council approving those changes to the procedure bylaw, we will look to make the changes to public hearing in January. And the intention is so that it's easier for virtual participation to continue being open and transparent in
Got
the way
it.
that we do public hearing.
Got it. But
Thank you.
what I
Excellent,
said is
thank
still
you.
in effect. Okay.
Not today.
Okay. Today is not, those changes are not effective today. Good. No, thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Sorry for the interruption.
No
Thank you.
worries, no worries. Yeah. Okay, now bylaws for debate. Madam Clerk, can you read back to us, or like you're going to read which bylaws to be, that we have speakers to speak with? Speak on? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll call the bylaws,
Yep.
and I'll do it one at a time or in groups if items are being dealt with together.
Okay.
And then you can confirm
The speakers.
which speakers you have registered in favor and in opposition
Okay.
based on the speakers list. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 19888, to preserve the Bartow residence, a designated municipal historic resource, and allow for an expanded list of uses within the existing building, Alberta Avenue?
Yes, we do have speakers. Sarah Melly to answer questions only remotely, and Jack Medong remotely. I don't know if Jack is only here to ask questions, but sorry, Sarah is in favor and Jack is opposed.
That is what I have as well, Mr. Mayor, and I would just suggest that if participants are on the Google Meet or here in the room with us, if they could identify themselves when their name is called, just so we can document that they are present.
Okay, so Sarah, are you there? Sorry, Sarah, Ms. Melly, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And Jack Medong?
Jack Medong, I'm here.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.2, Charter Bylaw 19885, to allow for a range of low-density residential uses, Keswick?
Yes, we do have in favor, Elise Shillington
Hi, good afternoon.
and Chris Nicholson,
Hi, good afternoon.
and no one opposed. And, okay, yeah, got it. Go ahead, to the next one.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.3, Charter Bylaw 19880, to allow for low-density residential uses, Glen Ridding Ravine?
We have in favor, Elise Shillington, already here, and Kevin Bacchus.
Hi, good afternoon.
Thank you. And are you, in this item and the previous item, are you only here to answer questions or make presentations?
I'm
Questions only.
And I might be able to provide a little bit of clarity, Mr. Mayor. So when our speakers register, they choose if they're in favor, in opposition, or to answer questions only. And so we indicate that on the speakers list.
Oh, I
If they've
see.
registered to answer questions only, they don't plan to present.
Okay, got it. So then these bylaws would need to be selected, right? Wouldn't have to be selected?
They would not need to be selected. Apologies, I'm getting a little bit of background echo. If I can just ask participants to stay on mute, please. Thanks very much. So if items only have speakers registered to answer questions only, you may choose to pass that in the omnibus if you don't have any other
So
questions
if somebody
on the
doesn't
item.
indicate that they're only here to answer questions and they say they're here to make a presentation, then we have to select the bylaw.
It would be my recommendation
Okay, got
that you select if someone wishes to make a presentation,
Got it.
yes.
Okay, cool. All right, that's 303. Next one.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, Charter Bylaw 19887, to allow for the development of single detached dwellings, the orchards at Ellerslie?
Yes, we do have Mike Vivian to answer questions only from Stantec, Yolanda Liu to answer questions only from Stantec, and Sunny Gill to answer question only, Gill Built Homes. And no one opposed.
That is what I have as well, Mr. Mayor, and I believe that all three of those speakers are on the line.
Okay, got it.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.5, Charter Bylaw 19886, to allow for a range of low-density residential development, the orchards at Ellerslie?
Yes, we have Peter Sukalis to answer questions
Yes.
only. Peter, you're there?
Good afternoon.
Annalise Shillington to answer questions only. Elise is
Yes,
there.
hello again.
Yep.
Yep.
And no one opposed.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.6, Charter Bylaw 19881, text amendment to zoning bylaw 12800, section 930.6 ECB, Ellerslie Commercial Business Zone, Ellerslie Industrial?
Yes, we have Fabio Capola to answer questions only from Cameron Corporation.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, and no one is opposed.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.7, Charter Bylaw 19846, to add cannabis retail sales as an allowed use to an existing commercial site, Calgary Trail South?
Yes, we do have Dave Onishenko to answer questions only. Dave?
I can see that Mr. Onishenko is on the meet.
Is it? Okay, good. Is he? Good. All right, no one opposed.
Items 3.8, 3.9, and 3.10 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.8, Bylaw 19882, to amend the Pilot Sound Area Structure Plan? Item 3.9, Bylaw 19883, to amend the Gorman Neighborhood Structure Plan? Or item 310, Charter Bylaw 19884, to allow for high-rise multi-unit housing Gorman?
Yes, we do have in favor Yolanda Liu to answer questions only. Yolanda, you're there.
Good afternoon.
And Chet Domansky to answer questions only.
Good afternoon.
And Raz Mami.
Yes, good afternoon. Answer questions only, please.
Answer questions only, okay. And no one opposed.
Thank you. Items 311 and 312 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 311, amendment to the Southeast Industrial Area Outline Plan, or item 312, Charter Bylaw 19894, to allow for a wider range of industrial business uses and limited compatible non-industrial uses where industrial?
We have Stephen Yu in favor to answer questions only. Stephen, you there?
Hi, good afternoon.
And no one is opposed.
Is there anyone to speak to item 313, Charter Bylaw 19889, to allow for medium-density street-oriented multi-unit housing in the form of row housing and stacked row housing and park uses, Blatchford?
We have Elise Shillington to answer questions only. She's there. And Tom Lumsden to answer questions only.
Good afternoon.
And no one is opposed.
Is there anyone to speak to item 314, Charter Bylaw 19895, to allow for the continued use of a low-rise multi-unit housing building, Boyle Street?
No, we don't have anyone in favor or opposed.
Is there anyone to speak to item 315, Charter Bylaw 19892, to allow for the development of ground-oriented multi-unit housing, Spruce Avenue?
We have in favor Daryl Brosinski to answer questions only. Daryl, are you there?
Yep, I'm here, and I'm here to answer questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and no one is opposed.
Is there anyone to speak to item 316, Charter Bylaw 19896, to allow for small-scale infill development, High Park?
We have Sushil Thomas in favor, and we have David Olson opposed. David, are you there? Sushil, are you there? Are they online?
Hi, sorry, David Olson here. I am present.
Thank you, David. And Sushil? No? Okay,
I don't believe that they are on the meet.
okay. Mr. Olson is there. Okay, please note. Okay.
And I will just, before calling the next bylaw.
Hi, sorry, David Olson here. I am present.
Thank you, David. And Sushil?
So I believe there's a chance that Sushil Thomas is participating by phone.
Okay.
Which is what I was going to say. If someone is participating by phone, when it is your turn to respond or to speak, you'll want to *6 to unmute on your keypad so that we can hear you here in council chamber.
Okay. Next one.
Is there anyone to speak to item 317, Charter Bylaw 19893, to allow for small-scale infill development, Terrace Heights?
We have Alco Franken to answer questions only in favor. And we have...
Present.
Thank you. And we have Kathleen L. Houghton Lake as well as Anna Borisova in opposed. Are you there, Catherine and Anna?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm present.
And that was
yes,
Catherine?
Mr. Mayor,
Got
Anna
it.
Borisov is also present.
Good, thank you.
Is there anyone to speak to item 318, Charter Bylaw 19891, to allow for small-scale infill development, Pleasant View?
We have Samuel McDougall to answer questions only in favor, and no one is opposed. Samuel, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Is there anyone to speak to item 319, Charter Bylaw 19890, to allow for small-scale infill development, Glenora?
Yes, we do have Ryan Ediak in favor. And Ryan, you there?
I believe he is here in
Oh,
person.
there you are. It's nice to see someone in person. And we have opposed Margot Bayer. Are you there?
Yes.
And Mike.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And Mike Dayep.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here. Thank you.
And Russell Weir. Russell, are you there?
I don't see Russell on the Google Meet, but we'll keep an eye out.
Okay.
No, he was going to come later,
Okay.
and I will advise him when to come.
Okay.
items 320 and 321 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 320, Bylaw 19897, to amend the Oliver Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 321, Charter Bylaw 19898, to allow for high-rise residential development, Oliver?
Yes, we do. I think someone is not on a mute, so please, can you mute yourself? We have in favor Marcelo Figueira and Richie Lamb and Dinesh Deshpande. Marcelo, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, Richard Lamb is going to come at a later time,
Okay.
but he will be here.
And Dinesh?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm here, and I'm here to just answer questions.
Yes, answer question only, thank you. And opposed is Terry Parada. Terry, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. All right, that's it. Wow. No, meeting is not over yet. One part of the process is over. Okay, now we need to select bylaws for discussion. So who wants to go first? Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will select items 3.16, 3.19, and I do
Just
have
hold on. 3.1, 3.6?
Yeah, 3.16, 3.19, and I do have a quick question on item 3.4 as well, please, just for a minute.
3.4? Okay. Councillor Salvador?
Yes, I'd like to select item 3.1 as well as item 3.17.
3.17. Okay. So we do have speakers. Oh. Who is that?
Sorry, I apologize, I misheard. I will select 3.20 and 3.21.
3.20 and 3.21. Anyone else?
I do like to support, to select 3.18.
Can you sign up, Councillor Rice, if you don't mind? Just click in here. Here you go. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Sorry. I would like to select 3.18 and 3.19.
3.18 and 3.19 is already selected, so good. Councillor Principe?
I would like to select 3.5, please.
3.5. Okay. So the bylaws that are not selected yet, are there speakers to any of those bylaws that are registered to speak other than answer questions only?
Based on my notes, council has selected all of the items with speakers who wish to present.
Got it.
Mayor Sohi, I will move all other items, all unselected items.
So Councillor Cartmel moved that we move to
I will
approve
move that we close the public hearing on those items not selected.
Items not selected. And Councillor Paquette, you're seconding that?
Yes, sir.
Got it.
And that would, just to be clear, Mayor Sohi, that'd be items 3.2, 3.3, 3.6.
Just hold on. Read again, please.
3.2, 3.3, 3.6.
No, 3.6 is selected. Isn't it?
No.
okay, sorry, okay. It's not, okay.
I do not have item 3.6
Okay, I thought
selected.
3.16 that is selected, got it, okay.
Continuing 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315.
Got it. Please vote. My vote doesn't appear for some reason. I'm in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we have 13 votes.
We have 13 votes. Please display the votes. That is carried. And Councillor Cartmel, you want to move the rest?
I will move first reading of the aforementioned items as an omnibus motion.
Okay.
Second.
Apologies, just to flag that there is a recommendation on item 311.
So accept 311, rest is moved, right?
Well, let's do this first then, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the recommendation in 311.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Please vote to accept the recommendations. I'm in favor.
Thank you. And we have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move first reading of item 3.2, 3.3, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Cartmel, seconded by Councillor Paquette. Please vote. I'm in favor.
And we have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the votes. That is carried. And the second reading, right?
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of those aforementioned items as an omnibus motion.
Second.
Councillor Paquette seconded. Please vote. I'm in favor.
And we have 13 votes, Mr.
Please
Mayor.
display the votes. That is carried.
I will move consideration of third reading of the omnibus group.
Second.
Councillor Paquette seconded. Please vote for the consideration of these bylaws for third reading. I'm in favor.
And we have 13 votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. I will move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 19885, Charter Bylaw 19880, Charter Bylaw 19881, Charter Bylaw 19846, Bylaw 19882, Bylaw 19883, Charter Bylaw 19884, Amendment to the Southeast Industrial Area Outline Plan, Charter Bylaw 19894, Charter Bylaw 19889, Charter Bylaw 19895, and Charter Bylaw 19892.
Second.
Okay, so please vote on the third and the final reading of these bylaws. I'm in favor.
Thank you. And we have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Okay. So we have our first item, 3.1. And administration, you would have a presentation, right?
Correct. Thanks, Mayor and Council. Just before we begin, I would like to introduce the team to you that will be answering the majority of questions. I'm Travis Pollock, Director of Planning Coordination. With me here today in real life is Jamie Johnson, City Solicitor, and off to your left, we have Stephanie McCabe, DCM, of Urban Planning and Economy, and Kim Petrin, Branch Manager, Development Services. In the remote world, we have Fazil Saeed, our Transportation Lead, Jatinder Tawana, our Drainage Lead, Tim Ford, our Planning Lead, and we will meet the senior planners as we go through the individual items. The first one will be Claire St. Aubin, and for item 3.1. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone one lot in Alberta Avenue from the RF3 small scale infill development zone to a direct control development provision, or DC1. The DC1 would allow for the continued preservation of the Bartow residence as a municipal historic resource while allowing for additional non-residential uses within the existing building. The proposed uses are compatible with and would enhance the surrounding neighborhood. This proposal is in alignment with the city plan to help Edmonton protect and enhance its image and identity through heritage, while encouraging 15-minute districts. Next slide, please. The site is well situated for a small increase in intensity that comes with allowing additional uses. It is located on a corner site adjacent to a local park and playground. It is 1 block west of 95th Street, which is an arterial road with frequent transit service, and which supports a variety of low-rise residential and small-scale commercial developments. Next slide, please. The 1913 Bartow residence is valued aesthetically as an early example of the four-square design in Edmonton. It was popular due to its simple form and layout and its efficient use of space on smaller parcels of land. As the building is historically designated, additions or expansions to the building are limited, and any business that would operate within the building would be limited in scale by virtue of operating within the existing building. For this reason, the proposed additional uses are considered to be suitable in this location and would add vibrancy to the neighborhood. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning aligns with the goals and policies of the city plan, which recognizes the importance of preserving Edmonton's history. This is encouraged through the identification and preservation of historic resources while enhancing and preserving historic resources through ongoing redevelopment processes. The site is located half a block from 95th Street, which is considered a secondary corridor supported with mass transit. This type of corridor serves as a local destination for surrounding communities and ranges from 1 to 3 blocks wide. The additional uses proposed within the existing building are considered to meet the objectives of the city plan by allowing 15-minute districts and fitting them with the context of the single detached housing area. Next slide, please. Administration is in support of this application because it encourages the ongoing use and viability of the historic Bartow residence, and the additional uses proposed are expected to add vibrancy to the neighborhood. As well, the proposed rezoning aligns with the city plan and the standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places in Canada. Thank you.
So that's it, presentation? Okay, good. And Sarah Melly is only here to answer questions. So we could, if you have questions now, we can go to the person who's in favor, right?
Yes, if council had questions of Ms. Melly, now would be the appropriate time.
Any questions to Ms. Melly? Seeing none, then we go to the opposing side. Okay. Mr. Jack Medong, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you. There's no denying that the Bartow residence is historic. I mean, it's old. I wouldn't go, I mean, maybe there is an argument that it is historic. I mean, it's just kind of like an old building. It's got a couple stories, but I mean, realistically, this thing, it's kind of an eyesore, especially in that neighborhood. It's a beautiful neighborhood. It's one of like my favorites to just like take a random drive down, you know, just go see the suburban side of Edmonton. And it's just, it really sticks out. You're driving down and then it's just this big old eyesore. It's smelly, like the wood's not even, it's clearly weathered. Like, I mean, it's good that it stood this long. I mean, realistically, like it's crazy for a building to be that old, but like, I feel like I'm losing my mind because I don't know why we keep this building up. Like, I can't, it boggles my mind. Like, I was here last time we voted on this, and I can't understand why we didn't just get rid of it when we had the chance, because this building is driving me insane. Like, it's so easy. All we got to do, we just come in there with a bulldozer, gone, and the whole thing will be completely, it's so easy. It's simple. I don't know why we even have to have a meeting about this one little house. Like, if you just had any other house, you wouldn't need a meeting. You would just get rid of the house. You wouldn't need all these people, all this time, and to throw it's rattling my head. I don't even understand why we're doing this, because it's crazy. It's absolutely mind-boggling for me. It's an old thing. We should just get rid of it. What do you do with an old banana? You get rid of it. You just throw it out with the old, in with the new. We can have a beautiful house. Beautiful house. You can accommodate more people. Everybody knows housing is going crazy in Edmonton right now. Like, all you need is just get rid of this house. Get rid of it. Just come in there. I will help. I'll volunteer my services. I will work for free as long as we can get rid of this house, because it's driving me mental. I don't even understand any part of who is opposing this. Like, it's an old house. There's old houses everywhere. If you want to go see an old house, you just drive to a museum. Just go see a dinosaur's house. Go see a cave. Caves are older than these houses. Oh God, I just don't even know why we would not just get rid of it. It's too much. It's too much for that house. It's too much. Should get rid of it. Don't need it. And this is the last time I'm going to oppose it. This thing stands. I guess I'm leaving.
Thank you, Mr. Madong, for your presentation. Are there any questions from council members? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation. Oh, Councillor Salvador, you have questions? Or to the presenter? Yeah. Okay.
I always defer to the ward councillor first. I have questions for admin.
Oh, for admin, yeah. Not okay. Good. Okay. I do have questions. To admin, right? No, okay. To the presenter. Okay, Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes. Thanks for your presentation. I want to double check, because I think one of the pieces, but what we're actually discussing before us is this zoning piece, and we don't have an opportunity as a council to force somebody to demolish a property. So I just want to double check. It sounds like from your presentation, that's what your desire would be, to actually have this property demolished, but that's not actually what we're discussing today. So I just wanted to see if there was anything else, if you had specific concerns about the zoning before us today.
I don't know. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. It's fine. I just wanted to double check. I appreciate you taking the time. I just wanted to confirm that, because we can't compel that, and that's not what's before us today. So I just wanted to see if there were any specific concerns on the zoning before us. So, okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I see Councillor Hamilton's hand up on my system. Councillor Hamilton?
Not me, actually. I believe it's the one of the speakers on this item has her hand up. That's all right.
Okay. Do you see the hand up, Madam Clerk, as well, or just me see it?
I do see it. It's not a feature in Google Meet that we commonly use during these meetings.
Okay. Oh, I see it's from Sarah Melly. Got it. Okay. But she's here only to answer questions, and she had a chance to make a presentation. She did not, so she can only respond to new information now after council members have concluded questions, right?
Exactly. After questions of administration, there will be an opportunity to speak to new information.
Yes. So, Sarah, you would have to wait until we go through questions. If you okay. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah. So just to administration, can you just very briefly speak to the historic value of this property? Just briefly.
Thanks. I'll have David Johnson speak to the historic value of the property.
Yes, thank you, Travis. Members of council, David Johnston, Principal Heritage Planner with the city. This building, as noted in the report, is a fully designated municipal historic resource. It's legally protected from demolition or inappropriate alterations. It is a good example of a four-square building built in 1913, representative of an affordable type of housing that was popular at that time. It was easy to build, easy to occupy for families, things like that. And it was identified as being a good example of that type of building in Alberta Avenue when it was designated in 2017. The owners have done a significant, and I underline the word significant, amount of rehabilitation to this building over the last 2 or 3 years. It's required under the designation bylaw, but the owners have gone through a considerable amount of rehabilitation work to the structure.
Great, thank you so much. And just on the other side of things, where we're talking about opening up some new uses and opportunities on this property, it was mentioned that this is very close to a secondary corridor where there's frequent transit, and it was also mentioned that our goal around 15-minute communities really necessitates this type of mixed-use development. I guess to administration, you're coming out in support of this. It sounds like this seems like a valid use, and it's not like we're overburdening the neighborhood by any means. Is that correct?
That's correct. And as you mentioned in the presentation, with the introduction of these additional uses that wouldn't necessarily be found in the RF3 zone, they're limited in scale to the existing building.
Right, and my understanding is, given the designation, it wouldn't be like we could, totally expand this building and, go beyond the existing footprint or scale. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
There are checks and balances associated with the designation.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Is the speaker Jack?
We're done with speakers now. It's questions to administration at this time.
Oh, I thought we couldn't ask the speaker more questions.
No, earlier you could have, but now we are done with speakers. But they can respond back to new information. Maybe then you can ask questions. But we are now asking questions to admin.
Okay, can I ask admin a question then?
Yes.
How do you record and verify the identity of speakers before they speak to City Council? Because there's a Jack Madong who looks strikingly similar, who also spoke to Surrey City Council and is a comedian on YouTube who does a series of kind of improv-related videos related to their presentations. And I was just wondering if we were getting punked and if the administration has some way of verifying residency or anything related to presentations from the public, or is this a frequent occurrence that happens to City Council? And I'm all for good practical jokes. It's just I'm not used to it.
I think number of these, I would suggest that these is not question is not. I mean, not ruling out the question, but I think we can get these kind of questions answered sometimes offline, right? So
agreed. Thank you.
Yeah. And now you need to respond to this because this question has been raised, right?
I can tell you, Councillor Jans, that we receive information via a request to speak form. We receive first names, last names, contact information, but there isn't a verification process beyond that.
Mr. Mayor, if I can offer, it is an open forum for the public, and so we wouldn't restrict presentations in any event.
Yeah.
We do assume that those coming have a interest in the land use process that is happening.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you, Councillor Jens, for that question. Okay, no more questions to administration. Any new information? Ms. Malley, you have raised your hand earlier on. Is there any new information you want to respond to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I believe I may have raised my hand
by mistake. I'm happy to answer any questions about the rezoning proposal if anybody has any though.
No, I don't see any questions. And any new information, Mr. Madong? No, he's offline now. Good. All right, so no new information. So we're ready to close the bylaw, right? Who would like to move the closure of the bylaw?
So moved.
Councillor
Second.
Salvador and Councillor Knack. Please vote on the closing of the bylaw.
Mayor Sohi.
19888, sorry.
It was me that seconded.
Oh,
that.
sorry.
That's okay.
Councillor Cartmel. You're not getting used to voices yet. At nighttime I do, but not daytime. Okay, got it. Councillor Cartmel seconded. Please vote.
And we have 13 votes, Mr.
Please
Mayor.
display the votes. Okay, Councillor Salvador, you want to move the first reading?
Yes, so I would move the first reading of Charter Bylaw 19888.
Second.
And seconded by Councillor Cartmel. Please vote. Andrew? I just guessed that you haven't voted yet.
We do have 13 votes.
Okay, please display the votes. Is it carried? Yes, carried. Good, got it. And the second reading?
Yep, and I move the second reading of Charter Bylaw 19888.
Second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel. Please vote. Second reading.
And we have 13 votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Consideration?
And I move the consideration of Charter Bylaw 19888. Sorry, consideration of third reading?
Yeah, consideration for third reading. Yeah.
Second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel. Please vote for consideration for third reading. Consideration to consider third reading.
And we have 13 votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Now the final reading.
Yeah, and I move the final reading of Charter Bylaw 19888 to preserve the Bartow residence a designated municipal historic resource and allow for an expanded list of uses within the existing building, Alberta Ave.
Second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel. Please vote.
And we have 13 votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. First bylaw passed unanimously. Oh, yeah, of course. After the debate, we did pass someone. Got it. Okay. What is next, Madam Clerk?
Item 3.4 is up next on your agenda.
3.4, bylaw, Charter Bylaw 19887 to allow for the development of single detached dwellings, orchards at Ellerslie.
Since there are no speakers, Mr. Mayor, I selected it. I just have questions for admin, so I'm comfortable with going right to questions of admin.
Absolutely. So you don't need a presentation? Okay, go ahead.
No, I do not.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a few quick questions. This was a little bit unique. Mr. Johnson, I just want to start with you. Are we allowed to ask about any of the penalties and the process on these homes that were built not according to all the rules? Is that relevant?
You can, but I'd give you a note of caution that we focus on the land use, the penalties and that, and houses not being built where they were supposed to be is relevant in the sense of do they need to come down or be moved or something, which would have a land use impact to them, but I would be mindful of what you're looking at here today.
I guess because I think this is, I've only ever had this one other time in my 8 years where I think we've done this sort of as an as-built, and so I wanted to double check if something like this weren't to be accepted, like that is the alternative. It's demolish or.
And that And that is a legitimate land use question, yes.
Yeah, so that is what's before, and so that is why based off, but you're not recommending it from a planning perspective just because these homes have been built. You're recommending it based off the considerations. This is still a valid variance to provide.
Correct, and balancing that with the harm of the alternative.
Okay. The only other question I would have had just around, and I know it talks about it in the report, is based on what I've seen, there's people living in the homes next door. They would have had this circulated directly to them as part of the 60-meter range. So if there had been any concern, and it doesn't seem like this is a significant variance, they would have been notified as part of this rezoning process and had the opportunity to speak today.
Correct.
Okay, good. No, I just thought I would check. Like I said, I think this is only the second time I've ever seen anything like this in 8 years. So those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, so I would have actually pulled this one as well, but you beat me to it, Councillor Knack. This one did stand out to me, and I guess my question is, who are we setting up, if we approve this, are we setting up the opportunity to basically just build however you'd like, even if it's out of zone, and then get a retroactive zone change? Like, because that's what it's sounding like to me.
So the approval here, or the approval that if council were to grant it, it wouldn't set any precedent moving forward. However, through the various checks and balances of our normal development process, this is extremely rare, and we wouldn't expect this to be a common occurrence.
So how did this one get through the checks and balances?
Through the various surveys that were provided through subdivision and whatnot, we as a municipality don't go and double check and verify those. We take them as is. So I would imagine that there is either an issue or something through the Alberta Land Surveys Association trying to figure out what happened here, because that is their duty and their responsibility as a land surveyor to ensure that it is correct. It's a professional organization that has to abide by the provincial regulations of the Land Titles Act.
Councillor Rutherford, we'll take a look at our own checks and balances in the department too, and do lessons learned on this to see if there's anything else we should have considered through it.
Okay, because so the decision before us is really, they were built not within the zone requirements in terms of setbacks. It's the only difference. But really, at the end of the day, the rezoning is to grant the grace for that the 5 builds that built outside of that setback, correct?
Correct. It would bring these homes into compliance that have been built, shifted off a bit from where they should have been.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice?
I have just a very simple question regarding the process. For this rezoning, because it's related to the planned public park, and is there any consultation, public engagement happening?
I'll just pass that to the senior planner on the file, Rod Hendricks, to answer about public consultation about the park.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor, I'm not clear on the question about a park. There's no park involved in this rezoning.
So no public engagement related to this rezoning?
Yes. As far as public engagement, we did our circulation. All of the properties within the zoning area were directly mailed and directly notified, as well as properties around the rezoning area as well. And there was no responses received and no concerns.
Let's reframe my question. I think my question is, because this is public park, is there any public concern related to rezoning to the public to the small and not zone?
Sorry, Councillor, I'm not aware of any public park involved in this rezoning. This is item 3.4.
Yeah, this might be a different item. No worries.
Sorry, yes, I think I pull out the wrong documents
No,
here.
no worries. It's okay. It happens to all of us. No, thank you, Councillor Rice. So quickly, the variance is on the interior side setback. That's what it is?
Correct.
Okay. And rest is fine. Just that little bit of the.
Yeah, it's about the 30 centimeters on each of those lots.
Okay, got it. Okay. Councillor Jans?
Just wanted to get an understanding of how frequently these sorts of violations occur and how often council is asked to retroactively permit something.
In the past 10 years, I'm aware of this example and one other.
In totality, or of all, am I to understand through you, Mr. Chair, that 100% of our, we have a 99% compliance rate with all permissible? Is that, or am I, maybe I'm being too specific? In single detached dwellings and everything, we
So the type of example here where you're asked as council to approve essentially a variance, it happens very little. There is flexibility within the development process that as it proceeds, some of these mistakes can be absorbed through the various processes, whether it's standard variance power of the development officer. In this case, there is no variance power because it's a direct control, or through moving of the subdivision lines as it goes through that process.
Councillor Jans, just to add, we have our development permit inspection team that inspects residential lots as they're being constructed. And if there are variances from what was approved through a development permit versus what we're seeing on site, they will resubmit development permit information to get a new approval or a variance request. And that's decisions by the development officer. But as Mr. Pollock noted, this is a direct control zone, and so it's before council today.
So may I ask then, if we were to oppose this, what action would be taken?
So the reason this is in front of you today is that the property owners are unable to request or pull a real property report, which outlines, or a real property report that says that the buildings are in conformance with the existing zoning, which facilitates sales and insurance of the property. So they would be put in a bind that way.
So, builder was to build A, they have effectively built B. They cannot sell now, and they're asking us to retroactively approve B so that they are able to sell and proceed.
I believe the units are already sold. This is the existing owners looking for confirmation that the buildings fit the existing and approved zoning.
Okay. One of the main complaints I heard through the election was that there tended to be a sense of build today, ask for forgiveness tomorrow. And while that may not be particularly germane to this example, there tends to be that sentiment out there in the public from many community leagues, many neighbors and others. Is that a fair characterization?
No, I would say that's not a fair characterization, Councillor Jans. We have many builders who build to what's approved by council. We've got, I can't remember the number of development permits we have that go through a year. It's hundreds of thousands. Edmontonians and builders very much are trying to follow the rules. We're trying to make the rules as simple as possible for them to follow. Of all of the public hearings every second Tuesday night, this is 2 in 10 years of all the applications that come through here, and I think it's 5 Edmontonians, and it impacts their ability for them to be able to sell their house. Mistakes happen, and I think the culture and tone in the department is that we want to recognize those mistakes, learn from those mistakes, and work with you in order to make sure that we move on from them and continue to find new ways to do things which require risk. And this is a great example of the opportunity to have a conversation about risk and how we work with risk with builders in the industry. Happy to have a conversation with you offline more about that. We're working a lot with industry at Edmontonians on how to look at risk differently, and I do think we need to celebrate the times where we find a mistake and bring them to council for approval and try to make it as easy as possible for these Edmontonians who are in the situation that they're in.
So we would be safe to approve this today without creating a culture of permissiveness or of unnecessary latitude. I hear you saying that this is a very much a small correction for 5 properties, that it's very minor, and that we don't anticipate this leading to other disorder.
Agreed.
That's very reassuring, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anytime.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to double check. We're talking about like an incredibly minor variance here. And this is sort of just basically a little bit of paperwork to bring things back into order. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Ready to vote.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Seeing no questions, anyone to move this?
You need
Closure of the bylaw?
Call for new information first, and then you can do the motion.
There's no...
Just in case the speakers who have registered want to speak, but I don't think they will. But we have to do that before we close the public hearing.
Okay, any new information? Or responding to any new information? Seeing none? So closing the bylaw?
And I can move to close the bylaw.
Councillor Tang moves to close.
Second.
So Councillor Knack? Councillor Knack seconded it. Please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Tang, you want to move first readings?
Yes, I move that Charter Bylaw 19887 to allow for the development of single detached dwellings in the orchards at Ellerslie.
86.
Sorry.
19886.
887.
Oh, yeah, up there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
To be read the first time.
Second.
Please vote.
We have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
And I move for Charter Bylaw 19887 to allow for the development.
Second reading.
Second reading. Thank you.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Please display the vote. Sorry, vote.
We have 13 votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Consideration.
And I'd like to move Charter Bylaw 19887 for consideration for third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. Consideration for third reading. Please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'd like to move that Charter Bylaw 19887 to be read for the third time.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Please vote for the final reading of the bylaw.
And we have 13 votes.
Display the votes. That is carried. Thank you. So what we have next, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 3.5, Charter Bylaw 19886.
19886.
Mr. Rod Heinrichs will provide the presentation from administration.
Just give me 1 second. Okay, go ahead. We have people to answer questions only. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, make a presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Item 3.5 pertains to the rezoning of land in the eastern portion of the Orchards neighborhood in southeast Edmonton. Slide number 1 shows the proposed rezoning and the surrounding zoning context. The bylaw proposes to rezone the subject site from RMD, Residential Mixed Dwelling Zone, and RLD, Residential Low Dwelling Zone, to RLD and RMD, for the purpose of adjusting the zoning boundaries to align with a subdivision application that is currently under review by administration. Slide number 2 shows the subject site in the context of the neighborhood structure plan. From the air photo, we can see that the area is under active development. Slide number 3 shows the related subdivision application for additional context. With regard to public engagement, notifications were sent to 365 surrounding landowners in July. No responses were received, and an open house was not held. Next slide, please. The proposed change complies with the Orchards neighborhood structure plan and will be compatible with the plan surrounding lands. Administration supports this application as an appropriate use of land at this location and recommends that council approve this bylaw. This concludes my presentation.
Sorry, that was the end of the presentation. Sorry, I was distracted for a minute. Okay, we have 2 speakers, but only for questions, to answer questions only. Who selected this bylaw? Sorry, Councillor Principe? Go ahead.
Hi there. Okay, so I just wanted to get a better understanding of this. So you're asking us if we can change it from RMD, RLD to RLD, RMD. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the nature of the application, to basically adjust the zoning boundary and flip the suggested area, the larger area, from RLD to RMD.
Okay, so in the neighborhood structure plan for this area, I see that it was zoned for low density. So are you asking for a rezoning, or sorry, excuse my question, but is RLD the same zoning as RMD?
No, they are slightly different, but both zones are categorized as low-density zones.
Okay, all right.
So they both fall within the same category.
I see. Okay, so yeah, you're just asking from one of the planned areas for being RMD to go to RLD, and then the RLD one to go to RMD. Is that correct?
Correct. That's what the landowner and the applicant is seeking, is basically to just flip those zones around to align with the product they're planning to build there.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. I just have a little quick observation. These are pretty minor changes, so they come to council for approval. Is there a better process for these kind of little things to be dealt with?
Mayor, because they are changes to the zoning bylaw, they do require council approval. Jamie, if there's anything further you'd like to add?
No, Ms. Petron's correct. Any level of rezoning has to come to council for approval. A lot of these minor ones you will see as a regular matter, of course.
So as we review our zoning bylaws, are we looking at these kind of things?
Absolutely.
Okay,
These are exactly the types of things we can look at through the zoning bylaw renewal in terms of how many zones we have, what's in those zones, how we can reduce the number of applications that perhaps have to come to public hearing as a result of that review.
Got it. Because just kind of like it would have cost tons of money, not tons of money, but it's a cost that probably may not be as needed necessary cost. Okay, good. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, for that question. That is the question I was going to ask, and because just the level of the rezoning change. And then my question right now is like why we need to make this change. Is that allowed to ask during this meeting? Okay.
So the applicant has sought this change. As Mr. Heinrichs pointed out, the two zones are slightly different. The RLD, which is the low-density residential zone, and the RMD, which has a similar name, but I can't exactly remember. But the RMD has the option to build a percentage of row housing in it, and that has servicing implications for the land development of it. So the rezoning to an RLD allows a slightly different but very similar product, and allows the development of the neighborhood to proceed with that flexibility.
Just to forgive my understanding if my understanding is wrong, and because based on the wording for the purpose of this bylaw, and we are doing rezoning from RLD and RMD to mixed and RLD and RMD. And then just based on the wording literally, and I didn't see lots of difference, the big difference. And that is why I ask why. Right. Is there any specific reason from like development perspective or also for the community future development perspective? That is why I ask this question.
Oh, and that's a good question. There's some of the language that's used to denote what is happening is confusing without associated maps. It's because the land use designation are essentially flipping around. So one area is being proposed from RLD to RMD, while the other area is proposed RMD to RLD. So you end up with the same zones being rezoned to each other, but just in different areas. But it's a good point that to be clear in our language. But in terms of community development, it is a minor change. It's still designated as low-density residential through the area structure and neighborhood structure plan. So it's a minor change.
Councillor Rice, if I could add, I would just note that this is greenfield development. It's a previous farmland where someone is subdividing the land, and as they subdivide the land and have different market product that they want to sell, they need to make adjustments to the subdivision layout. And so in order to facilitate that, sometimes it triggers these minor adjustments to the residential zones.
Just one last thing to add, two more things to add. Public hearing is a quasi-judicial process. It's different than city council, so that's why we have to bring things like this here. So you're going to see many changes, especially when we're working with our zoning bylaw, as if it's a person, sorry, the zoning bylaw, that hasn't been updated in over 60 years. We've been tinkering at it and changing it, so that's a result of that. That's why you'll see things like that here. The other thing is that we have to bring every application to City Council. We don't get to choose whether or not we bring an application to public hearing process. So if an applicant wants to make a change because of the market, we'll bring it here, and you'll see our analysis in the report, and you'll see if we support it or if we don't support it, and that'll help inform your decision making through this process, Councillor. So hope that was helpful.
Thank you very much. Actually, this is the first bylaw land use meeting for us. That is really helpful for the information. And I do want to say, and because this is low density and specifically for the area for the high density, for the level of rezoning change that will have involved lots of discussion. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe?
I'll move a second.
Oh, yeah, second round, of course.
Second.
Councillor Andrew Knack moved the second round. Please, who seconded? Councillor Cartmel? Please vote for the second round of questions.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes. That is carried. Councillor Principe.
I just wanted to say that I do think this process is necessary because these changes can make a difference. I do believe with this change, the area will become more densified because of the difference in the area, the maps. I believe the mixed dwelling is now going into the larger area. So I believe it will be more densified. So I do believe that this process is necessary and important.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. See no more questions to the administration. Any new information to respond to from the public? Hearing none. Councillor Tang?
I'll be happy to move that we close the public hearing for Charter Bylaw 19886.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Cartmel. Please vote to close the public hearing on this bylaw.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes. That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Tang.
So I will move that Charter Bylaw 19886 be read a first time to allow for a range of low-density residential development in the orchards at Ellerslie.
Second.
Councillor Cartmel seconded. Please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Okay, and that is carried.
And I will move for the Charter Bylaw 19886 to be read a second time.
Second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel. Please vote.
We have 13 votes.
That is carried.
And I'll move for Charter Bylaw 19886 to be considered for third reading.
Second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel. Please vote. Display the votes, please. That is carried. Sorry. Can't be considered for third reading.
Consideration of third
Is
reading
denied.
does
You need
require unanimous consent.
Can you display the vote again? I just want to.
If you give us a moment, we can.
I didn't see the council member who objected to third reading. Is just a mistake or is just a reason for third?
I believe it was Councillor Rice that voted in opposition.
Okay.
I heard Councillor Principe say that this process is necessary, and from my own understanding, also look at this information. I think I do need to understand how that's mixed level of rezoning, and I need more information.
Yeah. So what happens, Councillor Rice, is that not if you deny the consideration for third reading, this bylaw will come back to next council meeting for third reading. But that would not answer the question that you have. Your question is more about the process around why the zoning was shifted, right? Is that what your question is? Your question is more about broader process about the bylaw changes, overall bylaw review.
Ms. Mayor, that question is already answered. The question is more about the mixed the 2RLD and RMD, and because the change is not huge, I do want to say implication of the change and for them to mix it together.
Okay. Okay.
So I know I cannot get the answer right now, but I may have the
Yeah, so
follow-up
this
with-
denial does not give you the answers from administration, because administration wouldn't have any opportunity to answer those questions at all, right? What this does is allows other council members to change their mind in the meantime if they want to support this bylaw or not want to support this bylaw. So that is the purpose of not giving consideration for third reading, is the ability for us to reflect on it not the administration to answer your question. So if you're looking at council colleagues to change their mind until the next election, until the next the council meeting, then it's a legitimate use of the denial, right? If it's not, then it's not going to give you the answer. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you for your explanation for that.
Yeah. So you still object to third reading or consideration?
Do I allow to change?
Oh, of
and
course.
Based on your explanation?
Well, you can always, we can reconsider the vote, right?
We can certainly conduct another vote, recall the vote.
Yes, so if, can you recall, Councillor Tang, can you move to recall the consideration for third reading vote?
Do you want me to move that first? I just had one question to follow up on this conversation.
Yeah.
I was only curious if we were to delay this, would there be any kind of financial implication?
I don't know if we have that information in front of us, but we do have to be careful. The public hearing closed, so we can answer process questions. We can answer bylaw reading type questions and that. I don't know if we can give you that answer at the moment, though.
Jamie, am I okay to generally speak?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so generally speaking, yes, when an application doesn't come, when it has to come back to a next agenda, you will impact a developer builder's construction schedule, generally speaking.
Thank you. We have another speaker. Do you want me to recall the vote first?
Councillor Paquette, do you have any We're going to recall the vote, Councillor Paquette, so Councillor Tang could support the reconsideration. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great, and I'm happy to second it. I just want to point out that we get like literally dozens of these small matters, and I think administration is always extremely open to sitting down and explaining how this works to councillors, and this is potentially not the correct forum for that, but it could be.
Good.
But I also know that there was some concern among councillors about management of time, and the best use of time to learn how the processes of the city work may be with one-on-ones with administration and self-study, and maybe not during scheduled meetings where we have literally thousands upon thousands of dollars of administration time being used in this process. So just food for thought.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang, can you move reconsideration for third reading?
Yes, I will move to reconsider the consideration for the third reading.
Sorry, just as a point of order really quickly, I don't know if it's only somebody on the prevailing side who can vote for reconsideration, so wouldn't that technically mean only Councillor Rice could move reconsideration in this particular case?
Is that the case?
Councillor Knack is correct. I wasn't thinking about this being unanimous. Well done.
Technically
well done,
correct.
Councillor.
So, Councillor Rice, can you move that we reconsider the reconsideration for third reading?
Mr. Mayor Sohi,
Yeah.
I don't feel confident and comfortable to move reconsider of reconsider.
Okay, then that's fine. Then I'll come to
And
next.
yes,
That's
and then I don't think this is time waste, and because this is first time for new council to participate in bylaw passing.
Got it. Okay.
And then I do need to understand better to say yes to this.
Got it. Okay. So, so consideration for third reading is not approved. So this will come back to council for third reading when, Madam Clerk?
At your next regular meeting of council.
On December 6th?
I believe it's December 6th.
Got it. Okay, cool.
And sorry, Mr. Mayor, maybe this is a point of privilege likely. I just want to double check, based on the conversation and the comments I heard, if there are further questions about the zones, which I've heard from the councillor, having it come to third reading will not actually give the opportunity to ask questions of administration because the public hearing is closed. So I just wanted to flag, maybe as a point of privilege, so that we don't run into a scenario next month. If there are still questions about the differences between those zones, the right process would be to reconsider consideration, and then reconsider second reading, and then reconsider the closure of the public hearing, so that the councillor could ask questions of administration to ask those questions now. because that will not be the case in January. So I just wanted to flag that, maybe for the councillor. If you're looking to ask questions of the differences between zones, you won't be able to do that in January. You would have to reconsider the last couple of votes here.
So December 6th will be just the vote on third reading. Yeah. Okay, that's clear, Councillor Tang? Yeah. Got it, okay, cool. Sorry, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, that's clear, so okay, so we don't need anything else? This will come back December 6th for third reading. Got it.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor, I believe, can Mr. Johnson just add something on that, the legal perspective there?
If I can offer, Mr. Mayor, so the other, if it helps, Councillor, that we can give you generic educational type advice at any point. We'd be happy to chat with you about the difference between zones in general. That is not related to this application. That's where we would run into an issue because the public hearing has been closed.
Yeah.
So if it's simply procedural questions or questions about zoning or questions on just generic impact on development of the process, that can be offered at any point generically. This particular application is now closed and would only come back for third reading.
Okay, got it. So Councillor Rice can always follow up with you and city departments on that, right? Got it, okay.
She can follow up on questions of procedure of the application itself. The public hearing's closed, so the only way to ask questions of the application itself is to reconsider the closure of the hearing.
Yeah, good. And that's not Councillor Rice wants. She just objected to it and it will come back for third reading on the 6th.
A question for Mr. Johnson. Before this meeting ends, a motion could be brought to reconsider that vote on consideration of third reading, correct?
Yes, that motion would have to be brought by Councillor Rice.
Right, before the end of the meeting.
Yeah, okay, so the opportunity, that gives Councillor Rice opportunity during break to talk to you or talk to other council members, and if she changes her mind, she can always ask the vote to be reconsidered. Got it, okay. Okay. What is our next item now?
I believe up next is item 316, Charter Bylaw 19896, and I will note we've had an additional speaker register in opposition. Their name is Mark Gartner.
So, sorry, can you say that that's against? Opposed, right?
Yes, that's
And what is the name, sorry?
Mark Gartner, so M-A-R-K, and last name G-A-R-T-N-E-R.
N-E-R? Okay, got it. Okay. So we are on 3.16, right? Okay. Administration, over to you for a presentation.
Thank you. Claire St. Aubin will provide the presentation for administration.
Thank you. This application is to rezone a site in the High Park neighborhood from RF1 single detached residential zone to RF3 small scale infill development zone. The purpose of the RF3 zone is to allow for a mix of small scale housing such as single detached, semi-detached, and multi-unit. Next slide, please. This proposal applies to one lot located on the corner of 152nd Street and 109th Avenue. The site is surrounded on all sides by single detached housing, and bus service is available in close proximity along 110th Avenue, 149th Street, and 156th Street. Next slide, please. This slide shows a comparison between the development regulations of each zone. Key difference between the existing RF1 zone and the proposed RF3 is the maximum allowable density. RF1 allows for 2 principal dwellings, whereas RF3 would allow for a maximum of 4 principal dwellings in the form of row housing. Both zones also allow for basement and garden suite opportunities. Next slide, please. Apart from the allowable density, the built form of the proposed RF3 zone is relatively similar to the existing RF1 zone in terms of height and size. The RF3 zone and the mature neighborhood overlay limit the height to 8.9 meters and require a front setback in general conformance with abutting properties. This allows the multi-unit housing to sensitively integrate into the existing neighborhood. The RF3 zone and its permitted development is considered to be sensitive intensification. This is because the built form is limited to the same height and the interior side setback is increased from what is permitted under RF1. Further, corner sites are generally considered suitable locations for additional density in the form of row housing, as they abut only one property, minimizing their overall impact. Next slide, please. The proposed administration sent notification postcards to surrounding landowners and the High Park Community League to solicit feedback on the proposed rezoning. Administration heard from 2 emails from landowners in the area who stated the following concerns. The neighborhood is already experiencing enough infill development. Multi-unit housing is not in character with the single detached housing in the area. Concern over design quality of the proposal, not seeing one, and increased infill activity will result in increased traffic, which is a safety issue for children and cyclists. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning supports the direction outlined in the city plan. By enabling ongoing residential infill to occur at a variety of scales, densities, and designs within all parts of the residential areas. And this is to accommodate the future growth to a population of 2 million people within Edmonton's existing boundaries. Next slide, please. Administration recommends support for this application. It provides the opportunity for increased density and housing choice in the High Park community. It provides sensitive transitions and setbacks to adjacent properties, and it is located on a corner lot where row housing is an appropriate and compatible form of development. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Good. Thank you so much. So we will go to public for their remarks. We have Sushil Thomas in favor of the application. Sushil, are you there?
Hi there.
Okay. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Okay, sounds good. Well, first, I'd like to say I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you all. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. We are an infill developer. That's what we started in, just building infill. We do build in the suburbs, but our main bread and butter has been infill development for the past 10 years. We are huge advocates of infill development and densification of our mature neighborhoods. And I know that there are many out there that don't like the idea, but we believe that change is good and when the change benefits people. Our main objective with this particular site is affordability and design, to give opportunity to anybody that's priced out of the market to live in a mature community. We feel that it adds vibrancy to the neighborhood, fills schools, playgrounds, skating rinks, and brings a fresh aesthetic to the community. I know there are some of the residents that do have some concerns about design. The design of the project, although it's not completed yet, will be a tasteful and more of an upscale design. Design is one of the main aspects we do focus on. We do take pride in that when we bring it into a new neighborhood. We're more than happy to provide addresses to current projects that we're developing if anybody wants to take a look to get an idea or get a good feel for the aesthetic that we're known for. One of the biggest things for us is right now, High Park is a 40, 50-year-old, maybe 50, 60-year-old neighborhood, and there's a lot of uninhabitable homes. For a first-time buyer, whenever we put up a multi-family project like this gives the buyer, that first-time buyer, the opportunity to get into something brand new in a mature neighborhood and doesn't force them outside to the outskirts of the city. Most of the infill development in these types of neighborhoods are well over $500,000, and that's just not a price point for a first-time buyer. These are mid-range, mid 300, low to mid 300,000. It gives a broader range of people the opportunity to move into a neighborhood like this. Whereas the alternative to that would be buying a 50, 60-year-old home in that price point would likely require some maintenance, some upkeep, which is just money that's just not available to a lot of people in looking for something like this. So I hope my explanation is sufficient, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. And I'll just conclude here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Any questions to Mr. Thomas from council members? Councillor Knack?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation, Mr. Thomas. So I wanted to just ask one question of you. You mentioned a bit about design, and while there's a few different items noted in the concern section, and we'll hear from our speakers right away to get a sense of their specific items. I just wanted to understand, have you reached out to some of the nearby neighbors to talk about this? I know it's a standard zone, so you're not required to beyond the standard notification. I just want to double check if there's been that engagement, or if not yet, is there a plan to engage some of the neighbors nearby around what you're planning on doing for design?
So we haven't reached out to any of the residents yet, or any of the nearby neighbors yet. This was kind of first step of the agenda for us to even determine if we're able to even move forward. We don't even have plans or designs done yet. It's just it doesn't make the economics just don't make sense for us to spend any of our resources on something that we don't know if it's actually going to hit the ground or not. But that is something that is normal practice for us. Once we do start the design process and the planning process, we have absolutely no issue with engaging with any of the residents who have any concerns, to show them what we're going to build, to explain to them the idea and the vision of our particular project that's coming up. So engaging with the residents, especially with infill, because it's such a sensitive type of construction area. You're not in a green field where there's just nobody out there. We know we're coming in there. We're interrupting people's lives for the next 8 months. So the engagement is a critical part of the process for us.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So that is it for questions, Mr. Thomas. We'll go to members of the public who are opposed to this application. David Olson, you're next.
Yes, hello, Mr. Mayor, Council. As a resident of the neighborhood, I think I'm going to echo a lot of the same opinions that were already presented in the letter that was sent by another resident. We have a lot of concerns about the design. A lot of the infill buildings in our area have started to have more and more units. So a property that would have 4 units would also have the bottom portion of the building rented out as a rental property, essentially as a second unit. And this results in 4 properties now being 8, and dealing with the issues surrounding the garbage collection for that number of units on that size of property can be quite a large concern. We've experienced with a number of the other multi-unit properties in the neighborhood several issues around parking and traffic in the neighborhood. A lot of people in our neighborhood like to park on the street, and in front of these units, they're typically on streets that a lot of people use to get to the main arterials in the neighborhood. And with the number of vehicles that are on the street, they're not always parked both safely or legally, which presents a danger to the neighbors in the area. The increased amount of traffic can be very difficult. We do have a number of parks, and there's a park and a school very nearby, and it can definitely lead to some issues there. Honestly, I think a lot of the neighbors would feel a lot more comfortable if there were more definitive plans around what this property will be in the future. Leaving it very open-ended at this phase where we're talking about changing zoning but we don't know what property is going to be there once the zoning changes, leaves a lot of concern for a lot of the neighbors in the area who, when they bought, were looking for a neighborhood of single detached homes, a little bit quieter, in a fairly affordable part of the city. So as a resident of the area, I have a number of concerns. I'm 3 houses away from that property, so any changes that are made there will affect me and my family. So that's all I have. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Questions? Councillor Knack?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Olson, for your presentation. So I just want to make sure I've gone through, because as you noted, High Park has started to see a few more row housing developments on corner lots scattered through. There's some sort of kitty corner to the other side of the park there. I think there's at least 2 there, a couple down some of the other blocks. So what I've heard, and because we have to assume, so sort of we operate under the assumption is that they could build to the maximum use as outlined in that zone, which would potentially permit, as you've mentioned, likely 4 units, and it could have garden suites or basement suites. So the primary concern from what I hear, there were 2 concerns I want to make sure I've identified. One is, what does the design look like of that unit, and having an opportunity to have a bit of a say in that. And the other relates to the cumulative impact of traffic. Is that correct?
I would definitely say that is correct. With the design, one thing we've experienced with the other properties that are similar to this in the area is when it's just 4 units, it's not that bad because you have maybe 4, maybe 5 cars that people are parking along the street. So it's kind of an acceptable amount. Once you hit a point where you have the garden suites and the rental units, all of a sudden you've turned those 4 properties into 8 properties, and that doesn't really suit the size and scale of this neighborhood. The streets in this area are not built to have 8 units worth of cars parked around a single lot. So it does add a significant amount more traffic, having more units like that. I think a lot of the neighbors in the community would be a lot more comfortable with this if we knew for certain what the design was. If we knew it was going to be 4 units, there are examples of properties like that in this neighborhood where it's a lot more manageable and a lot more comfortable to the neighborhood. But once you start to over-densify that property, it really doesn't suit what High Park is as a neighborhood.
Sure, thank you. So maybe just to dig in a little bit more, because it's a fair comment that comes up in most mature neighborhoods. In the mature neighborhood I live in, not too far away, I live across the street from 10 units of row housing and on 2 lots, and there's certainly more on-street parking than there was before. And so what I want to make sure I've understood is the concern related to congestion on the roads, traffic speeds, things like that, because so what you sometimes find is if there are a lot of cars on the street, that naturally slows down traffic because the road's a bit more narrow, but that does create congestion, and sometimes there's concerns around visibility. So I just want to make sure I've understood the specific concerns you have around an increase in vehicle traffic.
It's typically more around safety and as you say, congestion. Not so much as you're traveling, but we have an example of one of these properties that has the 8 units, and the number of cars that are around that results in cars being parked unsafely, and there's a lot of concern in the neighborhood that someone's accidentally going to hit the rear end of a car that's sticking out or things like that.
So cars parked, as an example, too close to the intersection, too close to the alley, things where it's not supposed to be. That would be some of the concerns. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's or too close to a driveway. I think the next door neighbor property has a front drive garage, if I remember correctly. So
I believe you're correct. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. No more questions for you. We'll go to Mr. Mark Gartner. Mr. Gartner, are you there?
I I don't see anyone with that name on the meet, but there is one phone number that I'm not sure the name that it's associated with. So I'd just remind anyone participating by phone, if Mark Gartner is, that you'll need to *6 on your keypad to unmute so that we can hear you.
Oh, hello. Thank you very much for the instruction. First time caller, first time listener. But we do have the concern, and I appreciate David's words. He really lined everything out the way that we have been looking at this. With the notice that we got, everybody just saw, some small infill, and it was not much of a concern until we actually started to look into it and see that it is, a 4+4 possibility, which we have seen. There's one on 154 and 108, and there are concerns that go along with it. And once people started to see this, that's when concerns really grew. Unfortunately, it was at the last minute. So, as I did email earlier, just to say that a delay on this so that people can kind of understand what we're looking at and what the future will bring to our mature neighborhood. Thank you very much for your time.
No, thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to the public hearing. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Gardner, for joining today. The public hearings are riveting, so you can tune in every second week. Always encourage it. Oh, no, just me? I only find it riveting? Okay, sorry, my colleagues are looking at me odd. Mr. Gardner, I wanted to ask, so you mentioned one of the other property on 154th and 108th, and so I guess my one question is, and this ties a little bit into what we were chatting about with Mr. Olson previously, is the concern about management of that issue? So it sounds like one of the concerns I'm hearing is that if those things are happening, that they're not being properly dealt with. And so I guess I want to better understand, is that the core issue of enforcement? Because that issue potentially could happen even if somebody developed a brand new home into a single family home, but 10 people were living in that home and there are 10 cars. So I guess I want to understand, is it making sure that there's proper enforcement in place if people aren't parking properly, if there's safety issues around where they're being parked? Is that a bigger issue to you?
Not necessarily. On that one residence that we're talking about, there's actually a swell at the intersection for planter area and whatnot. So it tapers it down to one car is only able to pass through there. And that I've been here all my life in this neighborhood, and that intersection has always been an issue. So possibly that was a control measure at the time, but now we're looking at it's like people that are parked right to the corner. It's tapered down. So that's one concern. But another concern over here is just we understand that infill is going to happen. It's just how much are we going to see? There is the street parking. There is, the future of what it's going to be in 10, 15 years from now. People have the issues of, once you increase the density that much and you have rentals, I'm not going to generalize and say everybody that goes into a rental is not looking to take care of the place, but it does have a tendency over time. A new place is new, and after years, you start to have other issues that follow along with it. We also have issues of policing and security in this neighborhood. We have the hotels on 111th Ave. So there are many issues that we already have, and now we're looking to push more people into the neighborhood. And it's quite concerning for most that are homeowners that have been here for years and are looking to the future of their neighborhood.
Okay, no, that gives me a better understanding. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. And I was just wondering if the speakers had engaged at all with the district planning consultations that have taken place thus far, and if they could comment on that, or if they had an opportunity to connect with their community league on these issues too.
Actually, myself, I've been. I went to a meeting 20 plus years ago with the Jasper Place Legion to deal with the infill that was being proposed at the time, and it was an eventuality that these older neighborhoods will take more, and with good reason. There's Jasper Place bus terminal and all that, and we understand that things do need change. But for this property that we're speaking of, we got a notice here on October 28th, and that's it. So nobody really, people had seen the other property, but there hasn't been anything for discussion about like where are we going with this. And with the COVID over the last year and a half, just about 2 years, there hasn't been much for community meetings where people are getting together on this. So unfortunately, it is one of these, it's right in my face now, so now it's a concern. Whereas, the one down the block, we've seen it, and it only became an issue within the last year. So, we want to deal with these concerns, and today is the time where we get our chance to voice those concerns. So, unfortunately, we didn't have enough maybe lead up in I only found out the RF3 was the 4-on-4 last night, honestly.
I guess regardless of the outcome of today's decision, I imagine many neighborhoods are going to have many subsequent changes coming forward in the district planning process. So your feedback is duly noted, and I'll have to take it under consideration.
Thank you very much. That's all we ask. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council, for your time, and I appreciate having the opportunity to speak today.
No, you can't go yet. You can't go yet.
Oh, okay.
You gotta stick around for a bit. We're taking a break at 3:30, and they'll be back at 3:45. Then we have Councillor Rice to ask questions of you. Can you stick around, or are you?
Well, I actually had an appointment. I only took this last moment to
okay, then what we will do,
register for
we'll go
speaking.
then stick around for 5 minutes. We'll go to Councillor Rice to ask you questions, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rice?
Thank you for the presentation. So my question is very simple. I heard the concern about this rezoning. There is a school nearby, and then can we talk about more? I would like the better understanding what's the concern for the safety and specifically related to the school nearby to this area.
Oh, I had not actually touched on the school, but no, we have some hotels that have been used for the last number of years for housing people in tough situations and whatnot, but it has led to an increase in crime. And yeah, we have concerns with that. So putting more people into the neighborhood just creates another amount of people that pardon me. The school was really never a concern. We have other safety issues in the neighborhood. There was actually a neighborhood, a couple houses being built down the way. We have break-ins regularly. So it's more just having that amount of people, that amount of cars in the area. That's it. The school really has no bearing on this.
Yeah, David Olson here. It was me who mentioned the school. I only was referencing that in the increase in traffic. Obviously, every neighborhood experiences the same problems of people maybe not necessarily following the speed limit as much as you would like in a school or playground zone. So it was me that mentioned that. I don't think it's a primary concern with this type of residence. I think we're talking, when it comes to traffic issues, more about the traffic on the local street, the parking on the local street, and things like with the new garbage collection program, when you have 8 units in a property and there's 8 garbage cans, how do you put those 8 garbage cans a meter apart on your driveway when there's not logistically enough room for that? It's too many garbage cans for that size of property, right? So I think it's more density and local street parking and affecting the amount of traffic in areas that do have reduced speed limits nearby, like the nearby park and the nearby school.
Mr. Olson, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I have to now because council can only ask questions to Mr. Gartner at this time because you spoke earlier, so process would not allow you to answer questions from council at this time. That is my understanding of the process, right? So, but it's okay. You
apologies.
No. But you did answer
for
some
letting me know.
questions. No worries. I just want to make sure that I'm explaining the process properly. So thank you. Councillor Rice, carry on, please.
Thank you for that clarification. I have no question right now.
Good. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Gartner. You can go to your appointment now, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Have a great day.
bye.
And you and council, thank you very much.
Good. And we'll be back at 3:45, 3:48.
Yes, please.
Here.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton. Not yet.
Councillor Hamilton indicated that she wouldn't be returning.
Okay, no problem.
today.
Yeah. Councillor Tang will be joining us shortly. Councillor Paquette, you there? He'll come join us. Councillor Stevenson,
Hello.
Councillor Prince Bay,
Hello.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Right on. So we are going to ask a question to the administration. So Councillor Knack, you want to go first?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I know these might sound like questions that I probably should know the answer to, but I think it's probably worth talking about and asking these as this is a new public hearing for the new council. So I wanted to better understand some of the history on how we've approached RF3 zoning in mature neighborhoods. So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what we've done in the past, starting back in 2009, the residential infill guidelines would typically suggest row housing would be appropriate across from a school or a park site. And we didn't normally do rezonings on other corner lots until the last couple of years, and that was in part being informed by what was likely going to be within the city plan. But can you just go over that a little bit for me as to why you've made this recommendation?
Great, thanks, Councillor. So you're correct. Sort of that history of the row house begins, or the row house infill begins with the residential infill guidelines that were passed in 2008, 2009, which suggested the appropriate location for row housing would be on corner lots next to parks or school sites. And that has advanced over the years as infill has evolved, and we've seen the various impacts and how either little or large they are. In the last probably 4 years, those row house conversations have advanced to where generally admin would support row housing on corner lots, and previous councils have approved those on corner lots regardless of whether or not they're next to a park or not. So in general, because of the way the regulations are written within the RF3 zone, and them being on a corner lot, there's only that one flanking side that becomes impacted through that. So through that evolution, and then with respect to city plan, the notion of intensifying and densifying the interiors of the neighborhood, this is seen as a sensitive and logical next step in the evolution of that locational criteria or the location of row housing.
Then a follow-up to that is that part of why, when you talk about the city plan and the need for different types of intensification, is most of these mature neighborhoods typically have seen a fairly large population decline over the last 30 or 40 years. Is that fairly accurate?
Correct. Each neighborhood goes through a cycle. They're generally, some of these neighborhoods peaked in the 50s and 60s when they were first built. And then they go down as the kids move out, et cetera, and the parents are left, and then they come back up on the upswing, which we have seen in some of these neighborhoods in the last 10 to 15 years, but they've never reached that sort of peak population that they were originally planned for back in the 50s and 60s. And so part of that conversation and the infill conversation is bringing those people back through a variety and a diversity of housing types. Not everyone can afford a large single-family house. Maybe someone wants a new housing opportunity, whether that be in the form of a small lot residential or a row house or even an apartment house.
Thank you. Now, then the other piece to this, though, and where the challenges and often some of the concerns come up, is related to things like traffic. Because even though, you take High Park and you look back at 1971, their population peaked at 2,545 people, and they're now more than 1,000 less than they had 40 or 50 years ago. But more people are driving now. More people have cars now, generally speaking. Yes, we're trying to, encourage other modes of transportation, but I think it's safe to say that you're seeing greater amounts of car usage than you did even when the population was 1,000 people more. And that does create challenges or concerns from members of the community. Is that fair?
It is fair, and I think it's wrapped around the notion of change. It's not linked to the carrying capacity of the roads. Like the local roads within each neighborhoods, they're far below what would be described as an unacceptable level of service. And Mr. Fazil Saeed can go into further detail about the specific application and its traffic impacts. But there's definitely change occurring when there's infill. As you mentioned, there are more those cars, whether it's because people just own more cars or there's more units. But there's that visible change. But does that change relate to an actual negative impact or the ability of the roads to circulate that traffic? And generally that answer is no.
Perfect. So that, with my last few seconds, maybe go to Mr. Saeed, and on this specific application, that has been raised as a concern. And if you wouldn't mind going into a bit of detail onto, what is the capacity for a local road, and what do you expect from something like this in terms of the net impact to that?
Sure. Councillor Nag, in terms of the capacity of local road, something that has been used for quite some time is 1,000 vehicles per day threshold, but that threshold is just a starting point and is very contextual. So in an urban context, there shouldn't be any surprise for local roads carrying greater volumes than just 1,000. That is more or less subjected to a suburban context. So that's one. In terms of this particular application, even if you're looking at 8 dwelling units, that translates into 6 trips during the peak hour, and that too if alternative modes are not used. This area in general, it has a decent options, whether it's transit along 110, 107, or a bike route, which is along 110 as well. So it's well connected, and because of the grid network, there are opportunities to disperse the traffic. So all those are positives. And one last thing in terms of the parking, the added advantage with infill and mature neighborhoods is that most of these neighborhoods have wider carriageways, and that gives the opportunity to have on-street parking, and basically provides a natural and organic traffic calming measure to reduce the speed. So those will be my thoughts.
Thank you. I'm out of time. I might have a second round.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang.
Actually, Mr. Saeed answered a lot of my questions around transit infrastructure and active transportation corridor. So just so I'm clear, sort of what is being proposed will align with the definition of missing middle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's great. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
Yes.
Just quick question on the aesthetic and the architecture. Like, if that is not done before this approval, what mechanisms are available to ensure that the product is built to some sort of quality standards? Like, how do you ensure that?
So through the standard regulations of the zone and the zoning bylaw itself, it requires such things as individual entrances for each of the units. So there's an active street front. It requires various architectural features to ensure that it's not a bland facade, so to speak. But those details are worked out at the development permit stage. And the commitment to that is not necessarily made here today, other than the fact that the zone itself requires some of those mechanisms.
Okay, so approval will trigger when it goes to subdivision that those guidelines are met by the builder, right?
Correct, yeah, the regulations within the RF3 zone will have to be followed, and those include some of those architectural features.
Like, I don't know what they look like, but are they decent enough, or like?
It's through the review of the development permit application that the development officer would make a decision based on this detailed submission at that stage.
So there's subjectivity to it, right?
There is a little bit, and the zoning bylaw has the urban design regulations, as Mr. Pollack noted, in terms of the facade, the active frontages, the materials, the character slightly, but that's a decision of the development officer at the development permit stage.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And I'm done. So, Councillor, I can take the chair back and move the second round. I'll move the second round.
Second.
Please vote for the second round of questions. Where is it?
Yes.
I'm yes too, but I can't vote here. Something happened.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Paquette and Mayor Sohi. And
No, here
there
I
should
can
be a
vote.
ballot.
I got
A
it.
ballot now, thank you.
Hey, can you see it now?
Yeah, and we have 12 votes.
Okay. Please display that's carried. So, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for your indulgence on a second round. Hopefully some of these questions might help inform, because we have some other items that are similar in terms of zoning changes. So one other change I want to talk about or ask about is with regards to RF3 and the side setback or the interior setback to the neighboring property. That changed a number of years ago. So in the past, right now under the RF1 zone, you can build 1.2 meters away from the property line. That used to be the case for the RF3 zone in mature neighborhoods until a few years ago, correct? And can you share a little bit about why that change was made?
So the current RF3 zone requires a 3-meter side setback on that interior edge. So from the proposed row house to, say, the existing single family to the north, there would be 3 meters from the building edge to the property line. That change or that increase in side setback recognizes that the impact of a row house is a little bit different than a single family house. It's a larger, say, single mass of a building, so there's a longer I guess, side facing to it. So that increase of setback helps soften that edge with areas for landscaping and whatnot. What we're seeing today is that actually a narrow lot home has a very similar adjacent face to that existing single family house as a row house, just as a matter of how it's developed. So it's a very similar impact right now.
Yeah, so in terms of what we're talking about, sort of like the depth of the home, whether you're building a row housing unit or a single family home, we're finding they're being built to a fairly similar depth. You get a little bit more site coverage in RF3, but because it's closer, a single family home could have a larger visual impact and things like sun shadow impact than you would under an RF3 because of that additional setback.
Correct. If we can just get the Min's presentation up to slide 4, there's a diagram that shows what is available to be built today under the existing RF1 versus what an RF3 sort of building mass would be. So on the left side, you see a narrow lot home split of the site, which results in a depth of a house that's pretty similar, if not greater, than what a row house under an RF3, the proposed zone, would provide. So the impact is judged to be similar.
That's right. Okay. And in this particular one, the neighboring property has the front drive garage right adjacent, so that's an additional buffer zone in terms of a visual impact to that. And I don't know if either of the two speakers were immediately adjacent, but the only other question I think I'll ask about this right now, it does relate to that conversation on things like garbage. We've moved to a bin system, and how do we? And I don't imagine it is so much a land use consideration, but I guess I do want to ask that question about how do we judge if somebody were to have 8 units or more units around making sure they have appropriate spacing for their garbage cans. So maybe starting with you, Mr. Johnson, that's not necessarily a relevant land use consideration, is it?
It can go into the orderly and operation of a neighborhood. You know, we consider turnarounds of garbage trucks as a land use consideration, so I don't think you're too far off.
Good. So being that I'm not too far off, I wouldn't mind asking that question and getting a take on our thoughts around that. If we are seeing increase in density, that is going to be a valid question that comes up. What mechanisms do we have to ensure it is orderly if there are that many units?
So right now, with the new bin rollout under the waste management strategy, and as we've seen in some of these row house developments, there are a number of bins out there, whether they're the black bins or the green bins. There is sufficient space still within the lot to provide that. It looks like a lot. And then it's within the, or required, not required, sorry, it's the owner's responsibility or the renter's responsibility to move those bins off safely back into the property. There's different options for some of these buildings. Waste management allows a communal collection for some of them, but it's up to the individual owner of these buildings to decide whether it's a communal collection or an individual one. And that choice is usually made on the fact of the ownership or how the cost structure or the renting of the unit is outlaid. So there's just different options are more privileged than others.
So it might mean that, of course, you know, the bins are going to block the driveway, and you know, somebody who's living there might have to go in and go out in the morning and move it, and then as they pull their car out, move it back for the garbage truck to pick up. But that's on them. We would also have a community standards bylaw that would allow for proper enforcement if sites weren't being maintained or garbage is being left around. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, if the bins were lying around in the alley and whatnot, there is other means and mechanisms to clean it up.
Okay. All right. Those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So that is it for questions to admin. Members of the public, any new information that you would like to speak to? Hearing none.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move closure of item 3.16.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Cartmel, closing of the bylaw. Please vote.
We have 13 votes.
That is, display the votes, that is, no, there's 12.
You're right, 12.
Votes. Yeah. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, I will move first reading of Charter Bylaw 19896, and I'd like to speak to it at the appropriate time.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Cartmel. Please vote on, you want to vote, you want to speak now?
Please, to first reading before we, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I want to just thank administration for the answers to that. I know we're going to be dealing with a couple of these items today of similar design. So I'm going to be supporting this, and with that said, I want to cover off some of why I'm supporting it, and then just maybe some issues that we want to flag for those who are in opposition and what we might want to do. There was a history talked about a little bit earlier that row housing on corner lots across from school and parks have been essentially within city plan documents or city planning documents for about 12 years now. But the change to expand it to sites that were not immediately adjacent to school or parks was done a few years ago. And actually until the new city plan, I typically wasn't voting in favor of these, although ultimately they were getting approved by the majority of council. I feel comfortable with row housing on corner lots, even with the changes to allow for things like secondary suites and garden suites, because of what we strive for in the city plan. I mentioned a bit earlier, and this is the case for many communities, and I'd always encourage folks to grab the census data. I always keep track of it, because High Park is a community that at its peak 50 years ago had 2,545 people, and then as of the 2019 census has 1,474. That is not an anomaly. That is the standard in virtually every mature neighborhood across our city. And so we need to do our part to make sure we're supporting more development within our mature neighborhoods, and I think row housing on corner lots, even with suites, is a reasonable thing to do. With that said, as we heard today, and as I'm sure we're going to hear in other items, and as we've heard in the years past, there are concerns from neighbors with that, and I very much understand the concerns from these neighbors. I live across the street from 10 units of row housing personally. But what's interesting is that the row housing actually does not have really any off-street impacts. The single-family home kitty corner from where I live has about 5 cars that park on the street. and my 63-unit condo building has about 5 cars on the street. And so there's no way to know for sure whether this development is going to be the item that causes traffic concerns or congestion or impact. So what I would offer to those in opposition is that, we need to make sure we're enforcing the rules. So this lot has a hydrant right on it. If somebody's parked too close to that hydrant, if somebody's parked too close to the alley or the intersection, we need to be there to enforce. But that would be the case whether it's a single-family home or a row housing development, in my mind. So I don't feel it's worth opposing this because of that specific concern. That could exist no matter what we're dealing with before us today. So, and I think the other piece that I do like to flag, particularly with row housing, is that difference in the setbacks. Being further away from the neighboring property, I think, is a really big benefit. We made that change a few years ago because there was that fear of a larger wall, maybe the back of the homes being right up against the property. So I think that having a larger setback from the side of the neighboring single-family home helps with things like sun shadowing, which is not what we've heard today, but oftentimes a concern that does come up. So in interest of making sure we are continuing to support our city plan, I do support row housing, this particular row housing development on the corner lot. And the other thing, and Councillor Jans talked about this when he was asking questions, is that it's that matter of, one of my takeaways for the two in opposition today is to try to host a community meeting and talk to neighbors about the change that's happening in mature neighborhoods and what we need to be thinking about, how we can be working together. Was at the High Park AGM just last month, and we talked a little bit about development, but it wasn't that much. And the worry is sometimes it comes too late and somebody finds out about it, the day before, and they feel like they're scrambling. So that's a takeaway for me, which is something, my commitment to the folks in opposition as well today will be to host that community meeting about infill and changes within the community and how we can make sure we're working together on that. So I would encourage the rest of council to support this. It does follow with our city plan, it achieves our objectives, and we'll continue to work on the other items. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So please vote on the first reading of this bylaw.
And we have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes. That is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move second reading of Charter Bylaw 198196. 19896.
Councillor Cartmel, you're seconding?
I will second. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Please vote on the second reading.
And we have 12 votes.
Display the votes. That is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.16.
Second.
Consideration for third reading. Councillor Cardinal seconded. Please vote.
We have 12
Display
votes.
the votes. That is carried. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 19896.
Councillor Cardinal seconded.
Second.
Okay. And please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Sohi, I would like to bring that 3.5 item back and to move for reconsider of the consideration for the third reading.
That's 3 point.
Yes, 3.5.
3.5.
I would like to speak.
If you just give 1 second, and that Councillor Rice can bring that for.
Councillor, if the chair allows it at this time, Councillor
Yes.
Rice has the ability to bring that motion.
And needs
Yes.
to be seconded by
I'll second.
anyone?
I would like to speak
Yes.
before vote.
So moved by Councillor Rice and seconded by Councillor Cartmel to reconsider the reconsideration on 3.5 Bylaw 19886. Got it. Okay. Councillor Rice, go ahead to speak.
I do want to speak on this item regarding the reconsideration of consideration for 3.5 is chart by law 19886. This one, and at the first time I voted for no, and the reason for that, I do look at it from community development perspective and also related back to our city services provided to some like new area. So I did read the information carefully during recess and then reread them and look at on this development side there's 3 sites, and they have something is under development. And so my concern from the first vote is about, for example, for our new garbage system collection perspective, and if we have some building developed is aligned with the garbage collection path, and that create extra effort for city to go around the different houses, different building to collect the garbage, and also the public voice I heard and during my campaign, and then lots of residents concerned about the density, and concerned about the size of the community streets. So by looking at the map one more time, I think that this switch between the level of rezoning will not impact too much for this type of services. So I would like to move consideration for this chart by law 19886 third readings. So if that's explained very clear or not, I hope.
No, thank you, Councillor Rice. I think it's very important that we have this opportunity to go back and look at information and ability for us to change our minds. So thank you for that.
Yes, I think very important and to ensure the concern and for the community, and then to be heard and to avoid, for the development perspective, avoid the same concerns in the future.
Good, thank you. So please vote for the reconsideration. Yes to reconsider, yes.
Thank you. We have 12 votes.
Okay, so Councillor Tang, would you like to, no, Councillor Tang can move the consideration for third reading, right? It's okay.
And I'll move to consider for this charter bylaw 19886 for third reading.
Okay, got it. Councillor Cartmill, seconded. Got it. Please.
We have 12 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now move the final reading. Right?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'll move the charter bylaw 19886 be read for a third time.
Councillor Cartmill, seconded.
Second.
Please vote. Display the votes, please.
Apologies. Oh, and we now have 12 votes.
Okay, display the vote. That is carried. Good. Thank you. How are we at now? 3.17? With Charter Bylaw 19893 to allow for small-scale infill development Terrace Heights. Do you have a presentation?
We do. Claire St. Aubin will provide the presentation from administration. Thank you.
Thanks. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Terrace Heights neighborhood from the RF1 single detached residential zone to the RF3 small-scale infill development zone. The proposed RF3 zone would allow for the development of small-scale residential development in the form of single, semi, or multi-unit housing. Next slide, please. The site is well situated for the increase in density proposed with this application. It is located on the corner of 2 local roads and is just south of 101 Avenue, which is a secondary corridor in the city plan. It is walking distance to both a rapid transit bus route on 98th Avenue and the Capilano Transit Center. Argyle Central School and the Capilano Public Library are immediately to the west and east. Next slide, please. The proposed RF3 zone is subject to the mature neighborhood overlay in this location, and combined, the zoning ensures that infill development, such as row housing, is sensitive to its surrounding context. The proposed development will be limited to a maximum height of 8.9 meters and will require any vehicular access to be from the alley. The proposed rezoning is considered to be sensitive intensification because the built form is limited to the same height as RF1, and the interior side setback is increased from what is permitted under RF1. Next slide, please. Advance notice was mailed to surrounding residents when the application was first submitted in November of 2020. The council report first published for this agenda stated that the number of responses received with concerns was 4. This number was a mistake. The report has been updated to 27, and this now reflects residents who signed and submitted a copied letter. The main concerns noted in the letter and the council report are that the impact on the neighborhood is too much, that the development is out of character with the existing single detached homes in the area, that the neighborhood should stay as single family detached, and increased parking and traffic in front of the elementary school. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning aligns with the goals and policies of the city plan, which encourages increased density at a variety of scales, densities, and designs. The application helps to achieve the goal of 50% of new units added through infill citywide. The site is within 2 blocks of 101 Avenue, which is a secondary corridor, as mentioned. And these corridors are intended to be 1 to 3 blocks wide, generally more residential focused than primary corridors. And this site is considered suitable for increased density. Next slide, please. Administration recommends support for this application. It provides the opportunity for increased housing diversity in the Terrace Heights neighborhood. It is within close proximity to transit services, open space, and amenities, and it is located on a corner lot where row housing is an appropriate and compatible form of development. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We have speakers. Mr. Franken, just to answer questions only. Then we have 2 public members on the opposing side. So we'll go to Kathleen Elhatton Lake.
Thank you, Council. My name is Kathleen Elhatton Lake. I'm a lawyer for Ms. Borsova, who is located and who lives directly beside the proposed development. I provided a letter to all councillors and the mayor on November 19th, as well as to the city clerk, and the city clerk should have that available. I'll be making reference to some of the tabs. Notably, there are significant community opposition to this proposed rezoning, and this lot in particular is not appropriate for the type of row housing being proposed. I want to address 2 issues. First, discuss the specifics of the lot, and then address the community concerns which have not been addressed to date. In respect of row housing, I note that there are general guidelines, but this council needs to consider the specific sites in question. Here, this site is an odd shape where there is a strange cutout at the intersection, which affects setbacks. That narrows its frontage along the streetways, and that is not shown as depicted in the administration report. I also take issue with the administration's report in terms of setbacks, because there is an assumption from administration that this lot would be subdivided into 2 narrow lots. Given the issues that have been raised by EPCOR to date, that is not an assumption that I think administration can make for this lot. So the setbacks they have proposed are not accurate. And the comments by Councillor Knack about a 1.2 meter setback for a single family dwelling does not apply here. This lot, under its current zoning, would have a 3.6 meter setback on the side yard adjacent to Ms. Borisova's home in respect of its current zoning as the lot is. So there's actually a significant decrease which occurs when you change the zoning from RF3 to what it's currently zoned at RF1. So there is a shift of this large-scale property towards Ms. Borisova's house. I'm also going to note the site coverage changes. So City Council has gotten rid of parking minimums. There's no requirement to have a garage on this lot. And as Councillor Knack noted, you must consider this to its maximum density built, because under the zoning, if you are within the permitted amounts of the zoning, you can build it. And there is no appeal to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board. The change here is that a principal dwelling under RF1 can only be 28% of the total lot size. Under the RF3, this principal dwelling, which will now be closer to Ms. Borisova's house, can actually be 45% of the total lot. So Ms. Borisova's concern is about a behemoth structure overshadowing her entire property. These changes are significant and have a significant impact on Ms. Borisova. This is not a sensitive transition. Coupled with the increase in number of dwelling units, which have been noted earlier, where there's 4, perhaps 5 that are noted on this property, and then you could have secondary suites, garage suites. So this change actually is a significant densification next to Ms. Borisova's home. I also want to note that EPCOR has said that the fire hydrant spacing and fire flows for this site are deficient, and they have pushed this off. So originally this was proposed about a year ago. I've been following it through the FOIP process since then. This hasn't been resolved. So they're stating they will resolve it at the development stage. I have concerns about that because we don't know what that resolution is going to look like or where the fire hydrant may be placed, which may impact setbacks and in fact require variances, which puts this building even further closer to Ms. Borisova and have impacts on their property and the community. I'd also want to note in terms of the community concerns, this application is opposed by over 25 people who have signed letters and sent them into planning and development. And I will note that the issue is that these were not noted originally in the administration report. These concerns deserve to be heard. There's been concerns raised about transportation, about transit, all of these parts about how this will impact the transportation within the community and sight lines near a school. I note an elementary school where anyone who has small children can tell you what pickup and drop off at specific times of day is going to look like. These concerns haven't been addressed by the city transportation. They haven't been told why this shouldn't be a worry for them. So this community is rightfully concerned, and their concerns have not been heard. The only comment from transportation is a standard condition about access to a lane, and we don't even know what this is going to look like. I'd note that Vavilov has talked about a quote from a judge that says, public decisions gain their democratic and legal authority through a process of public justification. And quite simply, for this proposed rezoning, the justification has not been met. The impact on Ms. Borisova and the community is significant, and I would ask that City Council refuse the development.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and I will next go, questions. Any council members have questions to our presenter? Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you attending today and sharing your perspectives. So just to clarify your comment around the sort of massing models that were provided in administration's reports, and you mentioned that, you know, if the lot isn't split, then the setbacks could be greater than required. You know, my understanding is that administration looks to sort of like the maximum the maximum that's able to be developed under the existing zoning. So just from your understanding, the lot split as demonstrated in administration's report would be buildable under the existing zoning?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So my understanding is that presumes a subdivision of the lot. Now, subdivision has its own process and has requirements such as off-site levies, also access for utilities and all of that review. So there is no guarantee that a subdivision would be allowed for this lot, and I don't think that council should be comparing it to a potential hypothetical of a subdivided lot. It should be comparing what this changes from what the current zoning is on the current lot size to what the requested change is.
Yeah, and I think I maybe differ just in terms of, you know, what's before us is a rezoning, and I think it's incumbent upon us to look at what's allowable under the zoning, recognizing that subsequent procedures are required, but appreciate that perspective. And also, sorry, I'm just a clarification, sorry, your client's property, is the subject site located to the north of their property?
It shares a boundary line. So this is the site directly adjacent or directly bounding. So you'll note that City Council or City Administration has said multiple times throughout this hearing when they were talking about previous row houses that there was only, you know, the impact is really on one property. That property is my client's property.
Sure, and that's to the south of the subject properties.
I'd have to pull up a tab 2 to my submissions is a map which will show that, and it does show that, but I believe it is to the south.
Okay, so
southeastish. It's not a perfect directional.
All right, so the shadowing impacts would effectively there wouldn't be any shadow impacts from the development on the subject site.
It would depend on the time of day. When we talk about shadowing and massing, it's not only sun impacts, but it's also overlooking, right? So having 5 or more people overlooking your property pushed up against that. So sun impacts are one part, but also massing and kind of scale is the other element as well as overlook.
Great, thank you for that clarification. And just around the test of justification, so just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more in terms of considering justification within the broader objectives of our city plan, the need to provide, and the goals within our city plan in terms of what's envisioned for our community's growth, accommodating more folks in our existing neighborhoods. Just wondering if you could speak to that a bit further.
Yes, I am happy to do so. And I think that is a really important question. This isn't an objection to the city plan or to the ideas of density. Certainly that may be appropriate on certain sites, but land use zoning is actually one of the most important things City Council does. Perhaps because I'm a planning lawyer, I think that's true, but I actually do think it is really important because when you rezone, you are entitling someone to change how they use their land. And when it comes to things like then going to a subdivision and development appeal board, which I do a lot, and you look at things like variances, oftentimes what people are objecting to, or at least as a person who's on for a developer, my argument is that their variances are really an objection to the underlying zone. And that should have been addressed before City Council, which is why we're here today. And so those changes are actually really important. In terms of density and development, I think that the City Council needs to be very thoughtful in that and consider what is appropriate for specific ideas. So there are general rules, and I think Councillor Knack talked about those, but you do need to consider the impact on specific sites and on the people around that community. So some of these have passed before you with no objections and no one saying anything, that the community doesn't object. Here, there is significant community opposition and significant numbers of people who are saying that this will have a negative impact on them and their community. And Ms. Borisova obviously is very concerned about the impact of this on her property. So I do think there is a distinction, and I think that the reason why these are not just rubber stamped or that they don't just go through administration is because we do want City Council to think about them. We want you to consider if they are appropriate for each site because you are impacting the rights of neighboring properties. And that's an important element for what City Council needs to do. It's why you have to have a public hearing, you have to hear from everyone, and why City Administration can't just say, well, here's our city plan, we're just going to take this and we can rezone as needed.
Thank you for that. I'll be clarifying with administration just around the MGA requirements for the public hearing process, but again, appreciate you attending today. Thank you.
I mean, they would always have to rezone, right? Anytime you're rezoning, you need to have a public hearing, but I do think that's part of why that is in the MGA.
Thank you so much, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you very much, and thanks so much for that presentation. So I also had some questions around your comments related to shadowing and just the massing of the buildings. Because, my understanding is that in terms of height, because of the mature neighborhood overlay, both buildings, regardless of, whether we're RF1 or RF3, would be 8.9 meters. Is that correct?
So it's not the height that's the issue, it's about the site coverage and also the shift towards my client's property. So it's the change in that setback. The height for both would be the same, but it is about site coverage and the scale of the side that can be built, and also its move towards my client's property.
And so just to clarify that move towards your client's property, my understanding is that if it does move to RF3, we'd be looking at a 2-meter setback.
I believe that it is a 3-meter setback under RF3,
sorry,
but
I guess I'm questioning if it's going to be moving to an increased setback, because the current setback under RF1 would be 1.2. Is that correct?
Sorry, am I correct? The interior side flanking setback would be 2 meters. So it's 20% of site width. And so the objection here is about that, about how do you measure that 20%? Whether or not you measure it based on a subdivided and skinnier lot, or you measure it on the current lot. So under the current size of the lot, it would be a 3.6 setback.
Right, okay. I'm going to have some questions for admin on that. So I'm also going to loop back to just the comments around sort of the significant objection. So 25 folks were the people that submitted letters, is that right?
So there's 25 families, right? So there may be more than one people on that letter, but there are multiple people who
Yeah, and I guess, could you speak to, I guess, some of the concerns that were broader? I know we've been talking a lot about your client who's the direct neighbor. What were some of those broader concerns?
So the broader concerns raised are things about, the location here and concerns about sight lines and visibility and transportation. So those elements coming into play of what does this look like and how does this impact the corner, which is across from an elementary school. And like I said, so obviously there are concerns there. They are all enclosed in what I've provided to City Council. But to give kind of a specific summary, they're concerned that it's not appropriate for this particular lot, for this area. It's entirely surrounded by RF1. So this isn't a transitional piece. It's in the interior of the neighborhood. So unlike where you see oftentimes, larger scale developments, smaller, and then, the transitioning piece, this is kind of in the interior of the neighborhood, and the community doesn't feel like it's appropriate. They're also concerned because there's a very small lot involved, and there may be constraints involved, which may come as a result of what EPCOR has kind of deferred to the development permit stage. So we're looking at things like, are we going to need variances that are going to come into play? And like I said, when you go to the SDAB and someone asks for a variance, and the SDAB says, well, if your issue really is with multi-unit housing and kind of this, how it's pushed up, why does a 0.2 meter or a 0.5 meter change impact? And so they're inclined to give, or at least in my experience, you tend to get those variances. And that will be a significant concern as well, is we don't know what this looks like, and we have to assume it's going to be built out to its max capacity. And given the size and the structure, may need variances as well.
Sure, yeah, and I'm just going to zoom back out again to that sort of broader conversation around what you were hearing from folks in the surrounding area. So what I got from that was visibility and transportation pieces, right? And conversation around character or just out of feel of the neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think transportation, I want to be clear, we've had transportation speak about the number of cars in a lane. I think one of the real concerns here is visibility for cars turning on and off 68th Street, and that it would be a hazard for that community.
Right.
And that would be the concern.
That's assuming that this development is going to induce, parking on the street. Is that right?
If there was an increase in number of cars parked on the street, then yes.
Okay, so it's
it may depend on that.
Okay, and yeah, I guess one thing I would, and I don't really have time for this, I'll loop back for a second round. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. I think the only question I still have left, just because you did raise privacy, and I want to double check, and I'm only using the back alley Google Maps view right now. So there's a current single-family home that would be definitely no further away than 1.2 meters from the property line, and there's a fairly large window sort of facing the backyard of your client right now, right? So there's already, so I just want to make sure I understand, like that's the current state of what we're dealing with. Is that right?
I think that question probably would be best for Ms. Borisova, who's also registered to speak and speak to that.
Oh, yes, of course. They're second on the list. So why don't I just wait for there? And yeah, I just want to make sure when we're talking about privacy and sort of comparing what our current state is to what could be there. And so, no, I appreciate your time. And I'll move a second round of questions.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Knack and seconded by Councillor Cartmel. Second round of questions. Please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Salvador.
just get my name on there. Yeah, so just picking up where I left off there around the transportation piece, and I guess the visibility piece, as was brought up in some previous discussions that we heard today, oftentimes sort of the concern around transportation and parking and congestion is around traffic safety. And you did mention that this is, of course, right across from a school. Is that the concern here, that it is going to impact the safety of the crossing?
So the concern that was raised in the letters is about the kind of visibility concern. So both if it projected further out, so because then if it moves forward and you get a larger development along kind of the skinny long row house along that, if that creates visibility concerns turning on and off. The busy elementary school was raised in those letters, and kind of that visibility piece that comes into play about cars turning. So that was the piece that was raised, was that there is significant traffic caused from the elementary school, and if there is parking, but also like the form of the building itself may raise issues as well.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I'll want to follow up on that with admin, just because oftentimes when you do have, changes to the form of the building, when it is bumped up to the street, sometimes it can function as a bit of traffic calming, actually. So I'll be asking some questions about that as well. But I do appreciate your comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So that's it for questions. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to go to our next speaker, Ms. Anna Borisova.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the time that I was allotted to speak in front of all the councillors about this matter. My name is Anna Borisova, and Kathleen is representing myself, and also I am representing, actually to correct, this is 27 families in our neighborhood, not 25, 27. I think 2 of the letters were just lost, and Kathleen keeps saying 25. So a lot was said, and Kathleen so eloquently outlined the specifics, the architectural or the design and all the meters, because she's excellent at what she does. So she helped us clarify this. I'm going to speak mostly on behalf of, first of all, myself and my family, who we moved from Sherwood Park. Sherwood Park was our home for many years before we moved to this Edmonton area, which we love. It's mature, it's wonderful. Our dogs and kids love the neighborhood. The people surrounding are younger, and more younger people are moving to those houses. And I'm making this comment in connection to some of the comments made that the neighborhood is aging and people are becoming a little bit, in their retirement age and less people. Our density, we're noticing that it's actually increasing. And I don't have statistics to talk more number-wise about, what that density looks like, or what that, some clarification on this. But nonetheless, those people were very concerned about how this will change the neighborhood. It's all single family housing. This is going to completely change the look and the feel of the neighborhood. So we had numerous meetings. When we talk about community opposition, this is the one that Mr. and Mrs. Councilors, please hear us out. All of them wanted to come, but the way that the public hearing is made, that somebody has to dedicate, I've dedicated my whole life together with Kathleen to be able to be heard. And all my neighbors are working really hard for their families, so they didn't have time to actually come and sit and talk to, and just register to the speaking. However, I know that some of them have reached out to some of you, and they've made personal connections, and they were able to express their opposition against this. The items, so first of all, from my personal, I'm moving back and forth, but in terms of my own and my family investment and becoming part of the neighborhood of Edmonton, we invested, we improved the look and the feel of the house. We bought it as a completely almost rundown house, and we improved it. We didn't change the look, we didn't change the feel, and we just elevated the look and the feel of the entire neighborhood. The building that is proposed is going to really impede the quality of how we're going to live. I'm going to answer the question the councilor asked about, yes, We do have one window overseeing the house right now, but it's going to be, even though it was RF Zone 1, that house was rented to 2 families, and it was quite disturbing. Families which were not adjacent to this property were actually hearing noises and disruption much louder than actually the normalized. We had a number of times police coming. If this number of families increased to 4 in this small lot, not only is going to be actually impeding to the way of the look, the density will actually increase much further, and this neighborhood look and feel will change. My neighbors also strongly addressed the concern about the school and the traffic. The 68 to 99th Street corner is critical because there's a library there, and the traffic has increased, and this would become very dangerous. And also adding that this is very close opposite on the other side is the school, and it's elementary school, which requires very different traffic and different way of moving around. So in other words, just to sum up, on behalf of my whole family and my neighbors, you have all the reasons to approve yes, and I've seen this on all other elements, and you have very good reasons in the capacity and the population, and you can be convinced to vote yes. But I would urge you to actually consider the democratic voices of my neighbors to actually not allow this to happen, and find other areas where the neighborhood will be more welcoming to this type of build. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And thank you for being part of it. We're going to go to questions. Council members, any questions to Ms. Borisova? Councillor Rice?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And also thank you, Ms. Borisova, and for your presentation. So my first question is about, in this neighborhood, how many households do we have in total?
Currently, thank you for the question, Councillor. In the summer, as we were getting together, and we were very vibrant and very well connected, living very close together neighborhood, we know each other very well. We started talking about this rebuild, and I actually told them that really the concern about my family, they all raised their own concern, and they said that they'll be willing to participate and actually voice their concern to bring to your attention. In total, there are 27 households. This is houses in the surrounding neighborhood, which probably will amount minimum by 2 or 3 people, so close to 70, let's say 5 people altogether opposing this build. So we've counted as households, not as number of people.
Okay, so just correct me if my understanding is wrong. And does that mean 100% neighbors in these neighborhoods against this infill project?
I have not made that statistical analysis for your consideration. I can do this and follow up. 27 houses is considered number, based on those that actually were gathered together in the summer. They were all around May, June. And just, we haven't done actively searching and doing, but I think I can follow up for the percentage of how many houses that represent at the moment. I cannot answer straightforward the question. I'm a statistician, by the way, so I don't say things that I'm not aware of.
Thank you for that. And specifically for this question to be answered, and then the total number of households in the neighborhoods and the percentage of how many households against this infill project, that would be really helpful. So this is my first question. So the second question I have, I heard the traffic safety issue. I also heard the elementary school nearby, and for the safety and for the school issue. Could you speak more, little bit specific facts and then that reflect this concern and for the traffic safety and school safety issues. Because I heard the words is very dangerous. And for me to make a decision, I do believe it would be more helpful to have specific facts and to demonstrate that safety issues. Thank you.
Right, and this is a very good question, and I understand where you're coming from. You would like to be objectively deciding on this matter and not to actually, favor on one or the other. When we were discussing, and I've moved into this neighborhood 4 years ago, I have neighbors who actually have lived there for generations, especially one of the houses which is opposite my side. It was the mother, the daughter, and the son who actually were there. And they specifically, as far as I remember, they raised this concern because they had raised their kids there. And what they were talking about, I cannot tell you specific examples. What we were referring to in terms of traffic, and I can see this because actually in front of my house there are parking cars in the morning when the school is open. Councillor Rice, there are no parking spots around my house and the house that is currently being considered to be rezoned. No parking spots whatsoever because there are parents and teachers and every single spot is occupied. So when we take into account from both sides of the streets cars parked, and you take into account little kids walking to the school with their parents, that immediately raises the notion of not very safe, especially when you think that exactly on this corner is going to be 4 families. And as somebody alluded earlier, that every family we have more cars now. Almost every single family has minimum of 2 cars. That adds up to the notion of increased risk for traffic. Does this make sense?
Thank you. My time is out, and now I'm going to second round.
Oh, you want a second round, Councillor Rice? I'll move the second. Sorry.
I'll move the second round so you don't have to give up the chair.
Yeah. Okay.
Second.
Councillor Andrew Knack moved the second round, seconded by Councillor Cardwell. Please vote to have a second round of questions.
We have 12 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried to the second round. So, Councillor Rice, back to you.
Thank you. So I do heard the concern from the parents, specifically from school. I think that concern needs to be heard, and because it's so important for our kids, and then in terms of traffic safety. And so can you provide more details regarding general traffic safety factors? How this infill project could impact that?
So, Councillor Rice, this is a question for me.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it's continue question.
All right. Well, that's excellent. I'm not prepared with any traffic data, nor I have access to traffic data. When I was actually talking about this, it's visually, we live on this corner, and this is a visual consideration. And my neighbors next to me, they have 2 little kids, their grandkids, and from their daughter, they actually go to this school. So you're asking something that we are not prepared. I'm not prepared with my neighbors to share about traffic. This is observational comments, observations for a number of years and for a number of almost generations that I can say that it's right there. And this house is in the middle. Just across the street is the school and is the entrance of the school. I could have actually brought some pictures for you to see or some videos to share how traffic actually builds up in the morning. If I can follow up with some videos and photos, I'll be happy to do that. I don't have traffic data to share with you, unfortunately.
Thank you. It's understandable. You may not have that information at this moment. I don't know the process. I may need to go back to our mayor. So if this process allows the additional information provided before we move forward to have readings.
Mr. Mayor,
Johnson,
if I can assist, there is an ability for new information after questions of administration, but that's still in this same public hearing. It's not actually going to be a lot of time, depending on how many questions there are of administration. Beyond that, the only ability would be to refer something back for more information, but that's, of course, delays the whole process for applicants as well.
Okay.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang.
Do you know what? I think it's a fair comment about delaying and additional information. As Kathleen mentioned, those infills are important for the city, and I understand that. But it's also important for the community and the people that actually live currently, and they should be heard. Our objections and the reasoning without actually so well prepared from an engineer or a traffic or a motion studies. We haven't done this because we have our lives and we're busy working. This is not what we do, but I think it's very fair those concerns to be heard. And if there is additional information or way to be provided, or other people to, if necessary, to talk in front of all of you, because it's our lives, it's our way of living and the quality of living, and it is worth hearing those messages.
Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much, Ms. Borisova, for your presentation, and I completely hear you and commend you for representing your family and your neighbors when sometimes the structure of public hearing doesn't always allow everyday Edmontonians to participate. I'm just curious about, you've talked to a lot of your neighbors since the summer. Can you just share what are some of the other concerns with the wider community, including the community league, perhaps, but also any interactions you've had with city planners or even the developer?
I think we've tried to actually access a lot more information through a developer, and thank you for your question, first of all. When I start from the fact, because we wanted to find out exactly what it's going to look like, so we can actually form better decisions, me and my family and my neighbors. But we were not given that information in details about what exactly it's going to be, how it's going to look. So we actually we looked up what RF3 may look like, and we took into account that fundamental message or information and built from that. So one of the things is the concern is about the look and the feel of the neighborhood. The neighborhood is mature and it's well maintained. When I say well maintained, everybody's a well maintained family and houses, front of the house, back of the house, and the value of the houses also increase. So this is one of the concerns. We don't want this feel and look to change, and everybody is quite involved into this. The second one is everybody raised the concern about the traffic in the corner, Councillor Tang. Every single one family, because almost all families have little kids. This is not one of the communities where there are elderly or retired couples living. This is a different community with a lot of kids around, kids and dogs, and especially children going to school. So this was one of the major concern for the community. Also, there was some concern, and you can read on the letter, some actually started reading on writing additional notes, the traffic that is actually the library in the corner. And I'm so grateful you asked this question. The traffic has increased materially because right where that lot is being rezoned, there is one house to the east, and after that house, it's the city library was moved from Bonnie Doon location to this one. So you can imagine the traffic has already increased dramatically over before the library. So one of the neighbors specifically mentioned that fact, and I think she with her husband wrote it already on the letter.
Yes, I did see that comment in the letter. Thank you so much. I think my question's more focused around conversations with the, other stakeholders in the community. But thank you so much for addressing that. I might have some questions more for administration, but thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Borisova, for the your words. I do understand. I'm a mother, and as a person who really cares about my community, I am very concerned about safety as well. And I do understand your concern about densification as well. Now, I also, don't want to see over-densification, but we need to be realistic that there has to be some densification throughout the entire city. Now, in talking about the safety issue, on the corner of 99 Avenue and 66th Street, is it a yield sign or is there a stop sign there?
There is nothing.
Okay, so...
sorry. I have to, no, sorry. There is, recently I think there was a stop sign from 99, I believe.
So there
but
is
not on the other side, only on one of the streets, Councillor.
Right, so there is a stop sign there now.
Yeah, not on both.
Okay. The reason I ask is because I think that could increase safety. I was thinking that possibly it was a yield sign there still, but as a stop sign, that will help with safety, I believe. And also something to consider is that with the property, the vision line being so open, it almost encourages people to just go without stopping. With the building there, it might actually increase safety by forcing people to stop and actually look. That is a possibility. I'm not sure, but that is something to consider. But thank you for your presentation and your words, and I do understand. And I understand also that during school, in and out, it can get very busy. And I understand your concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Knack, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Borisova. So you said something that we often find, we run into this natural tension. I think you had said, we don't want the look and the feel of the neighborhood to change. At the same time, what I often find, and I can't speak to this community as well as I could, neighborhoods that I've represented, we often hear from Edmontonians about how they don't want us to grow further and further out. And that sometimes creates a natural tension between, very few people want the look to change. I think even for myself, living in my mature neighborhood, I'd like it to stay looking as much as I'm used to. At the same time, when we see that sort of hollowing out of communities and that outward growth of our city, there's that tension to say, how do we find that balance? So I wouldn't mind your take on that because, I don't think there's many people who want that change. At the same time, we need to, as a city, work to not grow beyond our existing boundaries. So do you have any thoughts on that and how you might try to balance that desire not to see the look and feel change and yet at the same time achieve broader goals?
Just so that I can understand the question, your question is, how am I going to balance the look and feel with the diversification? Can you clarify?
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't mind your take. I mean, so I'll share an example. I often hear in the neighborhoods that I represent that people don't want the city to go further. So if we don't want to go beyond our existing boundaries, that means there's going to be change in our existing neighborhoods. That change is at odds with that same position of not wanting to see a lot of change in our mature communities. So in either scenario, we really only have one of two scenarios. We can keep growing further and further out as a city, or we can start to change within our existing neighborhoods, but that creates this challenge. So I was just wondering your thoughts on that.
I understand, and this is a very good question. I expected actually an interesting question from you because I've been listening about your questions, and changes are here to stay. I don't think people, and maybe I just said it a little bit without a lot of context, because I'm watching, there's a time in front of my eyes, and I'm trying to fit what I want to say within a couple of minutes.
No problem.
Changes are here and changes are happening. You know, the library was a big change, which we adapted to this. And, you know, the change is here. There is so much more traffic right now that is happening. What we, and, you know, my family and my neighbors, my family will be 100% impacted, 100%, because this will be a massive building with 4 or 5 or more families just, you know, 3 meters away from, let's say, from my house. It's going to be a huge noise and disruption. That's one. But what this actually changes is the actual look of the entire neighborhood, of all the houses around, which nobody agrees with, one, and two, and, you know, they don't have eloquent information about, or let's say, I should say, analytical information about traffic or density or population, number of people living in and out to be more convincing. They just democratically decided, sat together, discussed, and said, we would prefer to keep the look and to grow in maybe bigger houses, but in the RF1 zone, and keep this. And we would like to have our voices heard, our families heard, our kids' voices heard, that this is how we would like. If we have a way to be heard and we have a way to participate in the voting, we would like to say, please hear us and do not change the way the RF1 houses are being built. And I'm not going to get into the traffic
Sure,
because
no.
we talked, I think, enough about this.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for your time. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly reflect on the last year where I was spending a lot of time in this neighborhood, chatting with a lot of folks in these neighborhoods, and then I'm going to ask you a question based on that. Because I did hear that tension as well. You know, I think there's always that tendency for folks who want to preserve what they love about their neighborhoods, right? But at the same time, I did hear from a lot of residents that they want to be able to live in a walkable neighborhood where they can walk to a cafe or a grocery store or, you know, a butcher shop, childcare close to home. And I want to bring up 101 Avenue because 101 Ave, there's been a lot of community engagement, conversations that have gone into really the revitalization of that street. I heard a huge desire for that to become a walkable, pedestrian-oriented main street where we can really have that that idea of a 15-minute community in real life. So I guess when it comes to gently densifying our neighborhoods with projects like the one that's being proposed, or with rather a rezoning that's being proposed, do you see that type of evolution of our neighborhoods as contributing to those other goals around 15-minute communities, around walkability, around sort of a healthier neighborhood? How do you see those two butting up against one another?
That's, I think it's a similar question one of your colleagues asked before. I think this is here to stay already. I think there is already, you know, if the current lot, if there's a lot which is bigger and which is not close to a house, close to a school or a library, where there's no concern about kids crossing the street, that's totally doable. And the street that you're mentioning of 101, right now, excuse me, there is a family member that's coming to my room. So 101 Street is a very good example because there are already commercial buildings and there's already much more density right now. It's a perfect candidate for a spot where more density can be built. But not, I mean, corners like this one, and I'm sure there's other similar areas where it's already a neighborhood existing and established. This could be preserved because we need that diversity. We need that different look and feel so people can choose where to live. And if there's some couples or some other people who are, you know, elderly, they want to be really 5 minutes, they want to be close to the bus stop, that's a place for that type of infills or that type of buildings. And there could be even I think the term was used, line or side buildings, which are just even multiple, a row of houses, and that could become like a set of houses that could be the same look. So it'll become a community of this look. But why do we want to disrupt an already old community with established feel and look? I don't understand why. And my neighbors also ask the same question.
Yeah, and I guess I would ask, this is framed in the idea of housing choice. You know, people, and what I heard, people do want options, right? Some people might be looking for that sort of more single-family oriented home. Some people might not be able to afford that, right? And I think they're also looking at the affordability angle, and being able to integrate those types of options into our community. I think that could add to that diversity. And to your point around sort of 101 Ave, being able to transition that to a vibrant Main Street, it does require a population base to do that. So being able to have folks living, it's about a block and a half off from 101 Ave is the site that we're talking about, correct? Yes. Yeah, so it's very close. So I'm going to be asking admin about that as well, but I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Thank you so much, Ms. Just hold on.
Borisova, my name, Mayor, so thank you.
I just lost the page.
It's a long meeting for you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you so much for being here. So that is for questions for now. We're going to go to our city administration for questions. So, all right, so who wants to go first? Can you clear this list, Madam City Clerk, or I just continue to follow this? So we'll go to Councilor Salvador.
Thank you. So just want to talk about fire flows for a second. I know that was brought up in the initial presentation from our speakers, and then that's resolved at the development permit stage. Can you just talk a little bit about that process on the infrastructure side and whose responsibility that is?
Sure. We'll just pass it over to Claire St. Aubin to answer that question.
Sure, thanks, Travis. So as part of review of this application, an infill fire protection assessment was done, and it was determined that if the future development applications at the development permit stage do not exceed what's called a required fire flow, and technical here, of 149 liters per second, then it would not be required. A new hydrant wouldn't be required. So it's up to the applicant to stay underneath that. They would be compelled to, or motivated to stay underneath that flow.
Just to add, Councillor, so the process is set up in a way that there's a broad review and then it gets more specific as we go through the development process. So we look at the initial fire flows to see if they're sufficient. If they're not, is there a way that can be addressed at development permit stage? And there is a way that can be addressed, and if the development is shown that it needs those additional water capacity, then that fire hydrant will be required. If not, then it doesn't need to be required.
Great, thank you. Also want to talk a little bit about, I guess, the relationship between zoning and traffic safety, and whether zoning is really the appropriate tool to be, talking about for traffic safety implications. And, in my mind, I was hearing a lot of concerns around traffic congestion, speeds, crossings. Would that be more appropriately addressed through things like traffic calming measures and the work that we're doing around, safe streets?
So I'll just address the initial comment and then pass it over to Mr. Saeed about the traffic safety. I think traffic safety and traffic impact is a valid land use consideration. Is it driven by zoning? It's driven by the aspects of zoning, which is the density, et cetera. So for the exact site and the site-specific details around the traffic safety, I'll pass it over to Mr. Saeed.
Thank you. So the short answer is yes, in terms of our safe mobility strategy that will take care of the broader issues and address some of the traffic safety issues and traffic calming measures as part of the roadway network. But when we look at individual rezoning applications, we do collaborate closely with our partners in Safe Mobility Group. And for this particular application, the information we received was also related to the school safety review that was conducted, and some of the measures were implemented last year. As far as the intersection at 68th Street and 99 Avenue is considered, it was no safety improvements were recommended. But at the intersection of 100 Avenue and 71 Street, there were signs installed back to back for the crosswalk with changing the yield sign to a stop sign with red reflective sleeves. And I think more importantly, pavement markings were done with the yellow line installed along 71 Street.
Great, thank you. And I guess if there was a desire to do further safety improvements, things like the Vision Zero Street Labs could be an option for interested community members. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Great. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans?
I had a question about the impacts on the tax base for an RF3 versus an RF1. What would be, is it possible to estimate in general what this would mean for the city coffers? I realize we're just talking about the zoning, but I'm just wondering about the impact there.
So I would offer you a caution, Councillor, that we generally don't go into the impacts on tax base in the land use public hearing. But the planners probably could speak to the densification and the increase in that sense.
I'll rule myself out of order. I think I have a number of other questions, but under consideration of council, they're probably not particularly germane. Maybe what I'll ask for then is clarity from you, Mr. Mayor. We have to make our decision based on
Land use.
Just the land use, just the question of the zoning, not some of the other considerations.
Anything related to land zoning, traffic, impact, all that needs to be considered, but not other unrelated issues, right, Mr. Johnson?
That's correct. The two really common ones that aren't related is usually who will live there, for example, and then financial impacts.
Okay, how about traffic? Is that in order or no?
Yes.
Traffic is?
Yes. You can discuss traffic here because density and such does have a very direct correlation to it.
All right, how about market demand?
Yes, I have no problem with that as well. We do look at diversification based on market demands and the viability of a site to develop.
Okay.
However, generally, we don't conduct market studies in support of any specific rezoning application. The way we view that is if there is a need presented through an application, we review it through our existing policy lens. And if it meets it, then our recommendations based off that. It's not based off of market demand.
Okay. All right. So in the interest of an abundance of caution, I will conclude my time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question to administration side. Thank you for your work and bringing this bylaw and for our decision. I do have a question regarding the community insights. I believe any infill development project involved our public consultation and specifically for the neighborhood, right?
Correct.
So with that said, and then specifically for this case, and we had advance notice out, and then the number of recipients and shows is 23. Number of responses in support is 0. And then number of responses with concerns, 27. So my question to administration side, with this these facts and how this decision gets support and moved to the council. And with this, just speak to the fact, the number, and in front of me and in the report.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Rice. It's an important question. So when we conduct public engagement, we're doing it for three reasons. One is to gain community insight that we wouldn't get otherwise. Obviously, there's a local context and a local knowledge that is deep there. So that helps us analyze the application as a whole. Second, we collect that feedback and then use it in our discussions with the applicant if there's a possibility of making changes. Sometimes zones don't have that possibility, such as a standard zone like the RF3 today. And thirdly, we use the public feedback to provide and transfer that insight to council, who's in a better position to judge the public feedback than us bureaucrats. So our decision and our recommendation isn't based off of public engagement or the public feedback, sorry. It's based off of the policy analysis and the technical feasibility of the project.
Thank you. So I do understand, yes, our decision is based on our policy, and not what I heard is not based on the public feedback. And then if that is the case, the big concern I heard, and around the public input is not heard at City Hall. I think that is a big concern, and how we can move forward with this concern to be reflected in any decision process we are doing here. So this is my big concern for this. And based on the data in front of me, if there's 0 support in response, and then 27 response with concern, and then that's how we can make a decision without just put public input and be heard in that position. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was some question a bit earlier about, or there was some commentary around housing choice. I just don't know. I was doing a bit of a, high-level view through Google Maps, but what is the current sort of housing breakdown in this neighborhood in terms of single-family to duplex to row housing?
Ms. St. Aubin, do you have the data on that?
We don't have the data on that readily available.
Okay.
But I can get it.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, upon my look again at the Google Map overview, is it doesn't appear like there's any type of row housing in this neighborhood, and I wanted to get a sense of if having housing choice is part of your consideration as well. I mean, I think part of my understanding of what we're striving for in the city plan is to make sure that different options exist throughout every community, so that depending on where people are at in their lives, based off income, based off family size, based off you name it, there's different options available for folks.
No, understood. And just to back up, Councillor, we just received some data on the neighborhood statistics. So the most recent census that we have data on is 2016. There were 587 singles or semi-detached units and 612 multifamily units, and that's mainly housing apartments.
Okay,
there isn't a very good selection of row housing in the neighborhood, which would be that definition of that missing middle. You jump from singles straight into apartment units.
So you have so you're just going in between those two cycles. Okay, that's helpful context. And no, I think that's that'll be all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Knack. Councillor Tang.
I'm curious about the population growth or change, sorry, or for the last 10 years. Do you have a number on that? Similar to what Councillor Knack presented earlier for the other neighborhood.
Yeah, if we can just get the presentation pulled up in slide number 10. Terrace Heights, like any mature neighborhood, has followed a similar population path. It peaked in 1971 with a population of 3,600. And then has steadily decreased to hit a bottom in 1996, and then has slightly increased since then to 2,300.
Okay, thank you so much. And I've noted that that the notice has also gone to the community league. Now, I recognize the community doesn't necessarily represent everybody in the neighborhood, but they're nonetheless a major stakeholder. While I do think, public feedback is an important piece of the conversation to inform a decision, when there is zero commentary in support, it doesn't mean that that doesn't necessarily exist. And so I am just curious about, and that's what I was trying to get at, is what are some of the conversations beyond the folks who are quite opposed to it? And has there been any conversations around, housing choices within the larger community? I mean, we've been talking about housing choices, we've been talking about missing middle for years, and ultimately resulted in the city plan. And that's a pretty resounding, I think, democratic voice. And so now we're talking about the implementation of some of those visions. I think I'm just concerned that, we are hearing such an overwhelming opposition, and just because the support is zero, according to the community insight section, has that been absent, for the past many months? And what have been some of those conversations been like?
So Ms. St. Aubin can go into the context of the specific application, just before she does. In a broader sense, as you mentioned, the conversations through city plan and other larger policy documents had expressed that need and the concern for that diversity of housing choices, the ability to start in a neighborhood and move about into different housing choices that can be made instead of moving out of that neighborhood, whether you're aging in place or growing in place. And so those conversations have been had and then put into those policy documents. That is a goal and objective of our densification. So with that, I'll just pass it over to Ms. St. Aubin for the specifics on this application and the discourse around that.
And simply just to emphasize for a point, but there has been extensive engagement on those topics.
Correct.
Councillor Tang, before Claire, sorry, I'm just going to jump in here for a minute. This is exactly the challenge with every single public hearing, is that the city plan outlines a direction that requires densification and requires a market change from growth in our outlying areas to more infill. And then you get an individual application before you here where you're, not at the very granular level for that application supposed to look at something like the financial bottom line and or the users. For sure, that doesn't have anything to do with city plan, but the challenge is that this direction in city plan does show that if we change the way that we grow within our existing boundaries, there is an impact to our financial bottom line. There is an absolute impact to our carbon budget, to the greenhouse gas emissions associated with an individual within our city. And therein lies the tension and the challenge that each of you have that you have to balance. And perhaps Mr. Johnson could add a bit more about how you could do that at public hearing as you look at each individual application, if I could put him on the spot there.
Not a problem. Thanks, Ms. McCabe. So we really are struggling to look at all of the facets that you look at as city councilors and in the operations and in the policy decisions of council made as a whole. So as indicated, we don't look at the revenue that a development will generate, but you can look at other factors. You have the policy benefits of diversity of housing, the cost of servicing new neighborhoods based on how it is laid out and the structure and how that'll work. All of this still comes into play, and as long as you can get tangentially to a land use consideration in that, you're okay to discuss that and put on that policy hat as councilors here in this meeting, if that helps.
Very helpful, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I have a few questions. From administration's perspective, this is my first time at public hearing, and so I'd like your perspective on, is there anything unique in terms of the concerns you heard specific to this site? Or are these typical concerns you hear often around infill in general? Is there anything unique to this site?
I think
Councillor, yeah.
Go ahead, St. Aubin.
Councillor Rutherford, generally these are very typical. This is what we hear with the infill applications and proposed developments in mature neighborhoods.
Okay, because I remember when Kathleen was speaking, she was sort of arguing that, it's not densification, but it's looking at the specific things around this plot. Is there anything on this lot specifically that, from administration's perspective, we should be taking into consideration in this decision?
No, Kathleen was referring to the lot size, and there is one corner that's cut on an angle, but we see that in many different lots across the city where infill applications are proposed. So in our recommendation, we are stating that this is an appropriate location. It's on a corner, it's close to amenities. It aligns with our policy documents. So no, there's nothing unique here.
Councillor Rutherford, if I could just add, every community is unique, and there's a perspective to be heard from the Edmontonians that live in each community. Change is hard, it's difficult, and I think in addition to common concerns that we have around parking, density, height, setbacks, step-backs, etc., traffic, there's a learning journey here for Edmontonians as we go through this change and implement city plan. So I just wanted to add that perspective that while the concerns we hear on infill applications may be typical, the way that it feels and lands in each community is different.
Yes, I absolutely agree. I'm going to ask another question. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this question or not, but I'm going to ask it, and then you can call me out of order if you want to. Because I know it's not finalized yet, but in the contemplation of the zoning bylaw, you're going to have to rezone pretty much almost all zones in the city anyway. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the contemplation is for residential zones that you're going to collapse the amount of zones. Is that correct?
We're working through that right now, but we would anticipate there'll be less residential zones.
So the likelihood of the decisions we're making now are going to be moot. Potentially, there's a potentiality that the decisions we're making today, and I'm not saying that they're going to be moot, but like, for example, an RF1 and an RF3 might end up being the same zone.
They might.
Potentially.
Potentially.
Okay. And my last question is around the comment from Councillor Rice in terms of listening to the public. That you'll never have a stronger advocate for listening to the public's voice, but I also think it's really important to recognize that there's certain communities in which speak louder and are able to organize better to come together. So when we look number to number, I think it's really important to know that some communities are going to be able to rally 27 residential properties, and others are just not going to be able to do that for whatever the capacity reasons. So I just want to put that caution out there that, of course, it is absolutely valid, the concerns of the 27 that have come forward today, and we cannot always look just number to number as a reason for our decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We're going to take a break. We'll be back at 7 o'clock. And we have this item, and we have two more items to conclude before 9:30. So hopefully we'll be able to do so. Rutherford is online. Councillor Wright is online. Councillor Knack and Councillor Paquette. I saw Councillor Principe as well, right? So we might have quorum.
I believe we have 7 additional counselors
Oh, good.
online.
Carried on. So would like to bring meeting back to order. Let's do the roll call. Councillor Jans.
Ready to go till midnight.
No way. And Councillor Rice. Not here yet. Councillor Cartmel.
Good evening.
Oh, you're there. Cool.
I am.
Cool. And Councillor Salvador, you're
Hello.
here. Councillor Rutherford is there, right?
Apologies, can we confirm that Councillor Rutherford is
Councillor
participating
Rutherford?
virtually?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And Councillor Hamilton is not here. She's on the way to FCM. I'm here. Councillor Tang is here.
Here.
Councillor Paquette.
I'm here.
Yeah, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Knack.
Good evening.
And Councillor Wright.
Good evening. I'm not ready to be here till midnight, though.
No. Did I forget anyone? Got anyone? Everyone? So we have quorum. And Councillor Paquette, you're next for questions to administration.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I thought the questions were over. I'm just here to speak to it, so I will withdraw for now.
Okay, so Councillor Rice, oh, there she is. Councillor Rice, you had a first round, right? That's the second round for Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Okay, can someone move? Councillor Wright, can you move the second round for for questions?
I just went up on the board for first round. Would that be
Okay,
all right?
go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
go ahead.
you.
Yeah. Councillor Wright, go ahead.
I spent part of my supper break speaking to a friend who lives in the Forest Heights neighborhood, and just to sort of get her take on things. And I'm just wondering, her concern was also with traffic. And has there been any analysis or studies done to show or to indicate what the result has been of some of these types of homes that have been developed in established neighborhoods, if there has been an impact on traffic?
Councillor, just to clarify your question, you're looking to see if there was any analysis done on row housing development that's already been built, and not necessarily this one, but across the city.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just pass that over to Mr. Saeed to provide some clarification.
Thank you. So in terms of cumulative impact of intensification in mature neighborhoods, we do have modeling that is being done as part of growth analysis and growth management. So that's the tool we use typically to look at the priorities where and what improvements are needed. As far as internal to the neighborhood, there are mechanisms that can be implemented through different programs. Neighborhood rehab is one of them. And then more recently, concerns around safety is addressed through safe mobility strategy and some of the associated programs, for instance, street labs and others. Keeping in mind that it's not about just the increase in traffic, it is also looking at what alternative modes are available and where we can invest to make those modes available in order to reduce pressure from those pinch points. So it's all looked at holistically. And if there are any specific concerns, then we go out and do the data collection and then act accordingly.
Okay, so those are studies that are done beforehand, is that right? Or is it a follow-up?
These are all the studies that are, or modeling that is being done across the city. It's not just related to one zoning. It is the broader network review. As far as this zoning is concerned, we have not done any transportation assessment because the scale of this development is very minor. In terms of the impacts, we are looking at peak hour traffic that is really 4 to 6 additional vehicles. So this itself doesn't trigger a separate study. But when we talk about 25% growth and 50% mode split in mature neighborhoods, that's where we look at multiple neighborhoods together and then strategize accordingly.
Okay, I'm just wondering if it would be something that could be looked up, because if this concern is coming up over and over with different rezoning requests, then if we can have some information to help sort of calm those fears of residents for the future.
Councillor Wright, that's a a good observation in terms of what information can we provide to you. Let us think about that and see if we can follow up in memo in terms of RF1 to RF3, what the traffic impacts are. It's probably, it's really minor. That's the challenge here, is that, you're looking at maybe maximum 6 more vehicles. I'm just going out on a limb here doing some math off the top of my head within the neighborhood. And so, you're looking at 3 more families trips within a neighborhood. So it's so minor in the overall impact. I do believe that traffic is something that people are concerned about within their neighborhood, and we deal with it at a neighborhood level through the safe mobility work, through the capital budget, through programs that might be needed. And then at the policy level, we have a policy that's the optimization of the transportation system, and that means that we look at the system as a whole in terms of transit, biking, walking, and accept some level of congestion in some parts of our city as a result of the city we're trying to build.
Okay, thank you. I just think if it is so minor, it would be nice to be able to prove that.
Yeah, so let me take that away and look at what we can do to help you with messaging to the neighbors. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good. Councillor Wright, can you move the second round?
And I move to second round.
Second.
Councillor Tang seconded. Please vote.
My apologies, I forgot to log into eScribe. I'm a yes.
Okay.
I'm also, oh yes, there we go.
Thank you. We have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the votes. That is carried. And now we go back to questions, and we had, okay. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have 2 questions. The first question, and I thank you, Councillor Wright answered that question. That's the same question I have. And if we have that research or analysis data can prove and even can give some objective factor and then to prove the traffic safety and created by the infill project or rezoning project is not the big issue that would be helpful for City Council and also for the public perspective as well. And because I heard lots of concern regarding traffic safety around the infill project in some mature neighborhoods, and specific the infill project nearby school. And that's many parents' concern and talk to me about that same issues over and over. And even recently, and I received some phone call and regarding that type of issue as well. So that would be helpful the information provided. So the second question, I still want to go back to that public or community insight. And even though, and for the data, and that we just is not fully reflect the entire community's voice. And then I still think that is a part of the purpose for us to do the engagement, public engagement, and public input. And otherwise, and then we don't, as administration function, we don't need to spend so much time and energy and to do lots of public engagement. I think that type of data and results, it's worth to be included and in our policy decision as well. So I just want to emphasize for this. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, so we're done with administration. No more questions to admin. And any new information that members of the public would like to respond to, you can only respond to new information, not what you have already stated in your previous presentation or your answers.
Mr. Mayor, Kathleen L. Hutton Lake, I'd like to respond to the questions to administration.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So first, I just want to correct myself. Councillor Knack had noted the side yard setback, and my apologies. I was referencing the flanking side yard setback, which is to the road. Unfortunately, the land use bylaw does not contain a definition of flanking side yard, so my apologies on that. What I want to address is the comments that were made and questions to administration about comments from the public. I'm just going to also note that my timer hasn't started yet, so the city clerk may want to start that. I don't want to go all night. The public is really important for people to hear from. Administration sees hundreds of these in a year. And I think administration is rightfully directed by a broad general set of principles. But the questions before you are always about the specific site. And some of them have no opposition. And that may be because that there isn't a concern in that community about it. But in this case, in this community, you've heard overwhelming opposition. There's not a single person in support of this. And 27 people, even though they haven't all been able to be here tonight because we know the limitations of a public hearing process that started at 1:30 and continues to now, have written in letters to their councillors, have written in letters to the city to address these concerns. And I want to address the traffic concerns and the comments that were made from administration. The public have a right to have their concerns addressed and to have their concerns validated. And one of my concerns here is we actually FOIP'd the city to get all of their documentation on this development because there wasn't that transparency that was coming, and particularly in result of the EPCOR stuff. So these comments about transportation were not in those documents. So I don't know how as a resident you feel reassured about the traffic safety when these things aren't being considered for this application. And I understand administration looks at a broad citywide plan, but these people have to live next to this development. They care about the specific traffic concerns on their road for their kids and their families. And they're asking you as their counselors to listen to them for that. And I think that there is a legitimate concern here that you've all heard about what that impact is. So when we talk about things like modeling and studies and all of that, that wasn't in the FOIP disclosure. It's not clear to the public through the public hearing process, what the public consultation process ahead of time that, hey, we've thought about this. Here's the report we've done on the traffic here. And so I think people quite legitimately have that concern still here, still being balloted today, and they're still asking you to take that into account. And the last point I want to address is the comment raised in respect of a mootness in respect of the new city bylaw. I note the new city bylaw hasn't been passed yet. I don't think it's an appropriate consideration because we don't know what the terms of that bylaw are going to be yet, although certainly administration may have certain things that they've been directed to look at. Any change in zoning between what it currently is versus a collapse of the residential zones, obviously would be subject to its own public hearing, its own consultation. And I don't think you can make a decision today based on what might change in the land use bylaw down the road. We're looking at the current set of restrictions and what the change from an RF1 on this site is to an RF3. And the RF1 does allow for density. A lot of these questions were directed here about density. No one is disputing that the city needs to grow denser in its mature neighborhoods. An RF1 is not a single family. You can have garden suites, you can have garage suites. There is density allowed for on that site. The difference is between an RF3 and an RF1 is a principal building can be 45% of the total site in the RF1. So there is actually options for densifying within the RF1 itself. And those are the points that I want to address that have been raised out of councillors' questions to administration.
Thank you so much for that.
If I can just add, do I have the rest of the minute and a half? Probably I do.
No, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, I'll wait. Sorry.
You go ahead. You go ahead. I don't think there's any questions to the previous speaker, but
I'll pause.
you go ahead.
Sorry, my bad. It's the first time actually I'm participating in the City of Edmonton Council. So on behalf of my neighbors as well, thank you for listening to our concern of my family who's going to be directly impacted from everything that's happening. We actually asked about public hearing because we wanted to actually get everyone, we didn't exclude anyone who actually thought that it might be a good idea because there was a family or two that thought about this. We wanted to, and we contacted. So the idea of public hearing and hearing the voice of the community is a great one you all are raising. So thank you for that. There were a lot of questions to me personally, to, as and my neighbors, and a lot of them I did not have specific answers. We did not engage into a study, statistical analysis, historical, public transportation. They had, all my neighbors and myself, we had observations based on insight, based on mere observation of what's happening in the neighborhood. And as a statistician, I know that sometimes what people feel and see is more valuable, more practical, and more insightful than any numbers can bring to the table. And that is invaluable information. So thank you for everything. I'm going to write a letter, what everything happened. I'm taking notes and go back to my community and just share with them everything that's been shared. So I'm not going to reiterate all the points because it's just new information. So I'm going to stop there. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And thank you for sticking around during the during the hearing. Appreciate that. Okay, so I see no questions, and we are ready to. Councillor Paquette, are you ready to? We need to close the public hearing on this bylaw. Is that where your lights up?
Yeah, I can do that if you like.
Okay.
And this is just to remind myself, 3.17.
317.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, I move. Actually, Councillor Knack, you have to remind me. I was going to move closure, but do we have to end the? That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. I move closure of Charter Bylaw 19893, item 3.17.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. So please vote on the closure of the bylaw.
I haven't closed anything for a while.
And we have 12 votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. I know Councillor Knack, Councillor Paquette, you wanted to speak to this as well, so.
I do, but if someone else wants to actually move the bylaw, I'm happy to step aside until the time to speak is open.
Okay.
I'd also like to speak.
Okay. Well, somebody would have to move first reading of the bylaw first in order for people to speak.
I'll move first reading.
Councillor Rutherford is moving, and Councillor Wright is seconding it. So, all right. So let's see. Councillor Paquette, go ahead to speak to it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Many neighborhoods over the decades have seen decreases in population density while the demand for services has only increased. It wasn't many years ago, for example, that the city didn't even consider plowing residential roads, and now not only is there a demand for that, but for sidewalks and shared use paths as well. The size and sprawl of our city has led to stretching our limited resources ever thinner, and the political winds of a province no longer basking in the glow of unlimited resource money has led to fiscal pinches and belt tightening on all sides. As we saw during the height of the pandemic, when we did something as simple as reduce the frequency of mowing and boulevard maintenance, many residents responded with anger. because no one wants to see a reduction in services, even if it's cosmetic. But if we raise taxes to meet the demand, those same residents say that we should find efficiencies instead. And here we are in a situation where we've cut to the bone. And so what's our recourse? How do we maintain or even increase services as much as possible and keep taxes practical and decouple our economic fortune from the variable winds of provincial whim? Well, we must follow the city plan. And that calls for a more intelligent, strategic, and practical approach to a city building and development approach within our existing footprint. If we say no to these moves, then we're saying that the many years, dollars, and debates spent on developing this sensible approach was wrong, despite every possible metric and analysis saying that it is right. This proposal for us, to be very frank, is as gentle an approach to much needed density as we are bound to get that is still actually practical. What we will be dealing with for the next several years are decisions such as this. Some residents who agree with the spirit and intent of the city plan and on holding the line on taxes will come before us and say, okay, but not here, or okay, but not now. And I understand that. But the greater chorus is saying, here in our city and now in our time. And we listen to all these voices, and then we have to make the decision that is best for the entire city. And above all, evidence must be our guide. Concerns, there are many. But compelling evidence that one development makes measurable change on the side of danger is absent. We're a growing city with a growing population, and better and more amply available modes of transportation are a way to also mitigate this. And the path to getting those is through developments like this. Now, my oath wasn't to populism, but to the populace. And land use decisions are some of the best and most effective tools we have to build a better city for all. And frankly, no one ever said any of this would be easy, but it will most certainly be worth it. It's both simple and complex, but in the end, analysis decisions like these are the best way to increase our ability to deliver benefits and services for everyone, from transit to 15-minute communities, to safety and equity, and so on. And so for those reasons and many more, Mr. Mayor, I am happy to support this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Paquette, for summing that up so eloquently. And to add to your points about the importance of building our vision and realizing a more sustainable future, both fiscally and environmentally. I think when I reflect on representing the voice of Edmontonians, I think about the voices that haven't been born yet, that aren't here now, that don't live in our city, but may want to live in this wonderful place. So the importance of considering all of those factors as we move forward with these decisions. So for the reasons Councillor Paquette outlined, and ensuring that we're creating housing options and space and a more resilient and efficient city for all, I will be supporting this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you to Councillor Paquette and Councillor Stevenson for those words, and I won't repeat them because I do feel similarly. But what I will say, just zooming into the specifics of the site, because I know that was brought up a number of times. Based on what I've seen, based on what I've heard, I do think this is a very good candidate for row housing, if we are looking at specifics. I mean, this is next to a school, it's next to a library, it's incredibly close to transit as well, and it's in close proximity to a secondary corridor, 101 Ave, which has already been identified as an area where we do want to see that density so that we can have those vibrant 15-minute communities that are walkable and amenity-rich. I'm also going to talk a little bit about the transit piece, because when we think of transit, we have to think of, and transportation, we have to think of it as a system. It's not just about driving or taking transit or walking or biking, but the more we're able to add that gentle density to our neighborhoods, the more viable public transit becomes, so that everyone isn't forced to have to drive. So I think that, we need to think of this in a holistic picture. I would also say that zooming out, we have been given a direction with the city plan. The city plan really was one of the most extensive engagement efforts that the city's done. And, time, dollars went into that. And I think it was very clear that Edmontonians said they want a more equitable, climate resilient, sustainable, fiscally sustainable city as well. And part of that conversation is about stopping that continual outward growth. And the way we combat that is through densification. So for many reasons, I will be supporting this today. I think that over the past year in my time in these communities, I did hear a very strong desire to have more housing choice. Not just for younger families, but for seniors as well. We need to be able to fill that whole housing spectrum so that no one is forced to leave their neighborhood just to suit their changing lifestyle needs. So that's where I'll stop today. I will also just add on the traffic safety piece. I just want to put this offer out there. I do hear the legitimate concerns around traffic safety, and if there is a concern around that, I would encourage folks to reach out to my office. I'd be very happy to talk about Vision Zero Street Labs to really pinpoint some of the concerns within this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack, you got 2 minutes.
Sorry?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know I've been doing these now for 8 years, these public hearings, and while I have been supportive of row housing across from school and park sites, these conversations never get easier. And it's because while I understand why we do this as a city and the need to have diverse housing choices, it is still hard when that change is coming into somebody's community, maybe for the first time on that block, and so there is a sense of uncertainty, in some cases outright fear, about what that will do to a neighborhood. And as we heard, I think Ms. Petrin said it correctly, is that while there are similarities, every community does have something unique about them that you have to think about. And over the same 8 years, we've had a lot of applications that have come forward that have, in that public engagement box, only had people in opposition. And that's hard because, again, you're looking at that and saying, well, it looks like nobody at all wants this. And then you're sort of stuck asking yourself, should we be voting against this because those who have been able to speak up so far, every one of them has said no. And I would argue that our role is not just to simply say based off how many people say yes or no. It's that is important, and those voices are necessary, and we need to use that knowledge to help inform the debate. But it shouldn't be the only determining factor. And so when I think about this specific application, what I've heard today, I've heard a lot of concerns, particularly around traffic. That was a big one. And I've heard the ward councillor express the desire to do what they can to help work with that. Because when I think about this, I don't think traffic safety issues should prevent us from making a land use decision. If there are traffic safety issues, we should work on them using the many available tools that we have, because each traffic safety concern is very unique to the area, and we have to figure out what the right solution is. So then when I think about the other factors, I think about, of course, the immediate neighbor who's been with us today, and I look at this as a development that will be a bit further away from the property line than the current home right now. There will be a few more units though, and I can understand that concern that comes up. When I go back and weigh out the options for this specific application, I do really come back to some of what we've heard from some of our previous speakers, but I want to cover just a little bit about that notion of housing choice and affordability. One of the things I found, and maybe many of you did when you were at the doors too, but I had a lot of opportunities to talk with folks who were in new row housing developments in the mature neighborhoods that I represent, many of which didn't exist 4 years ago when I ran. And it was really exciting to hear and meet the folks who have been moving into those homes. Because oftentimes it was somebody who lived nearby, maybe they were renting an apartment, and they needed something a little bigger because of the pandemic and needed office space, but couldn't afford a single family home. Maybe it was, I think about the new Canadians that moved into a community that I used to represent, and they were renting for about 8 years, and then they moved into a new row housing development in Glenwood, and that was their very first home, the one they were able to afford. And not every community will be truly affordable. I recognize that. That's something we always have to acknowledge, no matter where we're talking about. But when we talk about providing housing choice, it's recognizing that relative affordability. And we need to make sure there is a variety available. So again, people have that opportunity to age within their community. That is critically important. And I think something that unfortunately most of our mature neighborhoods are missing right now is a wide variety of housing options to allow folks to at any stage in their life be able to stay within the community that they've been in. So from what I've heard today for this particular application, I'll be supporting it, and appreciating, though, that I know there are folks who are concerned and scared, and I hope that as we continue to go forward, we can work together as communities to work through and address those fears and alleviate maybe some of those concerns. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a new councillor, just in this role and near to 4 weeks, and also as a new first time to run for the office, before I ran to the office and during campaign, I heard so many residents in the community and over keep telling me their voice is not heard at City Hall. And specifically regarding the infill projects, under my ward, there are around 80,000 residents, and half of my right, there are many mature neighborhoods, and then every single voice I encountered and heard is a concern about infill projects. I didn't heard even like one single voice, positive voice, and to support some infill project in mature neighborhoods. I understand the city has our big picture and to move on. I understand our city would like towards to the direction about growing city. But my question is, if even as a city, we don't listen to people's voice, we don't listen to our kids' parents' concern about the safety issues, and how we can build that basic image to attract people come to our city, to reach that 2 million people goals. And then I do believe, and for our decision making and process, and also policy making process, and then public voice deserve to be heard properly. And it is not about the data. It's not about they don't want change. It's about what city we want built to attract people come here. And then if we don't attract people come here, and for example, we keep increase tax dollars, if we keep increase property tax, if we keep push this type of infill project in the community, is opposite of the feeling people want to do, and how we can attract them to live in the life as a quality, as enjoyment in our community. So with that say, if you look at, yes, I understand we need to provide affordable housing and stability and to attract people living in our city. Our city needs grow. And however, if you look at our city's revenue chart, over 57% our revenue from the tax dollars is not from economic development perspective. And how we can support our business, how we can support our industry, how we can support the people actually coming to the office or work at home every day, and listen to most of their voice, and is not against our city plan is not against, or we want to support every Edmontonians. And with the same principle, and every Edmontonian's voice deserve to be heard. So with that said, I'm not supportive for this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright, can you please take the chair?
I've got it.
Thank you. I first got elected in 2007, and we had a number of applications in front of us. People in hundreds coming to this place to oppose infill. I remember that application from Beverly area for Habitats for Humanity. Then I remember the application from Glenora for their high-rise tower. And during those conversations, we asked Edmontonians to do their part. Do their part to embrace infill in their own communities. Do their part to build more sustainable city, more compact, more inclusive city where people have choices to live in the neighborhoods that they were growing up in or they were aging in. From that day, if I think about today, we're asking you, the people who are against this application, to continue to do your part as we ask other people to do their part. So city building is a journey. City building is not a one-day act or one-year act. And on this journey, we need to make sure that we're building a city that is embracing all of us, that provides us the choice to live in the neighborhood where we can afford to live. Yes, change is difficult, and I'm empathetic to what we heard today from speakers, and I'm pretty sure your ward councillor will work with you to alleviate some of your concerns. But I would urge you to look at a big picture. Big picture is that our city continues to evolve to be more inclusive and welcoming place. And for that, I ask that you be part of that change and embrace this change in your neighborhood. And with that, I will be supporting this application.
Shall I return the chair?
And I'll take the chair back. So we have the first reading of this bylaw in front of us. Please vote.
And we have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Can you please display the vote? That is 11-1. Okay, second reading, Councillor Salvador.
Yep, I'll move second reading of Charter Bylaw 19893.
And seconded by
Second.
Councillor Tang. Please vote on the second reading.
And we have 12 votes.
Display the vote, please. That is 11-1. Consideration
Yep.
for
And I'll move consideration of third reading for Charter Bylaw 19893.
Second.
So please vote for the consideration for third reading.
We have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Can you please display the vote?
And just,
So that so consideration for third reading has been denied. So this will come to this will come to December 6th for final reading. Sorry, my voice is.
yes, that's correct. This will appear on the next regular city council agenda, which is December 6th.
Got it. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, we go to our next item. which is 3.18, right? And you have a presentation.
We do.
Go ahead.
We'll get started.
Yeah.
This application proposes to rezone a site in the Pleasant View neighborhood from the RF1 single detached residential zone to RF2 low density infill zone. The proposed RF2 zone would result in the same uses as the RF1, but would allow for the subdivision for 3 additional single detached lots, 4 total. The RF1 zoning only allows for subdivision for 1 additional lot or 2 total. These newly created lots would be of similar size and character to the existing development pattern of the surrounding neighborhood, and an associated subdivision has been conditionally approved. The RF2 zoning will ensure the future built form remains compatible with the existing residential neighborhood. Next slide, please. The property is mid-block and contains a single detached home built in 1948. It abuts single detached housing on its north and south property lines, and the west and east property lines abut 109th Street and 108A Street, respectively. Angus Murray Park is located nearby to the south. All surrounding properties are zoned RF1. Next slide, please. The current conditionally approved subdivision associated with this rezoning application proposes to create 4 lots oriented so that 2 front onto 109th Street and 2 front onto 108A Street. There are several nearby properties shown in yellow on the slide that have been subdivided under RF1 zoning. If subdivided, the new lots under this proposal would be similar in size to many of the surrounding lots. Taking into account that RF2 has identical development rights as RF1, but allows for additional lots that are similar in size to those recently subdivided lots, this proposal is compatible and appropriate within the context of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. In summary, administration recommends support for this application. It allows for a more efficient redevelopment of a large lot. It is compatible with the existing surrounded uses, and it provides the opportunity for increased density. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Questions to, sorry, just hold on. Okay. We have Samuel McDougall to answer questions only, and we don't have anyone opposed, right?
That's
so
correct.
We can go to administration for questions then?
Yeah, and unless there were any members of council who had questions for that speaker.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have any questions to Mr. McDougall, council members? Seeing none, okay, we'll go to administration for questions. Any questions to the administration? Let's see. Okay, seeing none, I'm not seeing any questions to the administration. So, anyone care to move the closure of this bylaw?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Salvador, seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote on the closing of this bylaw.
And we have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Reading.
Yep. I'll move first reading of Charter Bylaw 19891.
Councillor Tang, seconded.
Second.
Please vote on the first reading. Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Salvador.
I'll move second reading of Charter Bylaw 19891.
Second.
Please vote. Display the vote.
Apologies, we're just waiting for a
No
couple
worries,
more
no
votes.
worries, no worries.
And we do have 12 votes.
That is carried, 12 to 0.
I'll move consideration of third reading for Charter Bylaw 19891.
Second.
Please vote for the consideration. What's the, yeah, the consideration, right? Yeah.
And we have 12 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried.
And I will move third reading of Charter Bylaw 19891 to allow for small-scale infill development, Pleasant View.
Second.
Please vote. That is
We do have 12 votes.
carried. Cool. Okay, now we have Charter Bylaw 19890, 3.19. Right, Madam Clerk?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Administration, go ahead, please.
Thank you. This application is to rezone a site in the Glenora neighborhood from the RF1 single detached residential zone to the RF3 small scale infill development zone. The purpose of the RF3 zone is to provide for a mix of small scale housing for infill situations, which, if applied to this site, could result in 5 principal dwellings under certain conditions within the multi-unit housing use. Next slide, please. The site is located at the northwest corner of 133rd Street and 106th Avenue in the northeast portion of the Glenora neighborhood. Access to the site is by an existing rear alley to the west, as shown on the bottom left photo. The surrounding area is generally developed with single detached housing. The property to the east across 133rd Street is the Progressive Academy school site. Next slide, please. There is no plan in effect for the Glenora neighborhood. The site is located 1 block south of 107th Ave, an arterial road and transit corridor bordering the neighborhood. Bicycle paths are available in close proximity for active modes of transportation for residents and visitors through the area. 107th Avenue, as identified in the city plan, is a secondary corridor. The site is well situated to benefit from the intended redevelopment and vibrancy associated with the secondary corridor, and this proposed rezoning aligns with city plan population targets towards 2 million residents by adding 50% of new units through infill locations with a primary focus on key nodes and corridors. Additional transit access will be along Stony Plain Road to the south, where the future Glenora LRT will be. This stop, as identified by the transit-oriented development guidelines, is a neighborhood station. This seeks to ensure proposed developments are incrementally constructed with small site developments of appropriate scale and fit with surrounding built forms. The increased density proposed here is considered suitable while supporting the citywide initiative for multi-modes of transportation. Next slide, please. This slide provides a comparison of key regulations in the RF1 and RF3 zones, as well as a visual example of row housing built within the RF3 zone, adjacent to narrow lot houses. When comparing the current RF1 zone with the proposed RF3 zone, the differences are minor. The RF3 zone requires a sensitive transition to the abutting single detached house to the north by requiring a greater interior side setback than what is required in RF1. The existing RF1 zoning could allow up to a maximum of 6 units by subdividing the site into 2 lots and building a single detached house, along with both secondary suites and garden suites, each parcel. Under the RF3 zone, 5 principal dwellings could be accommodated. Each of these principal dwellings could also theoretically contain a secondary suite and garden suite to create a total of 15 dwellings. According to the applicant, the current intent of the development is to accommodate 3 principal dwelling units with no secondary suites or garden suites. This proposed minor increase in density is possible through a more efficient use of land and increases the diversity of housing choices in Glenora. Next slide, please. The RF3 zone plus the mature neighborhood overlay, ensures that the row housing developments are sensitive to the surrounding context. The building height is limited to 8.9 meters and will require any vehicular access to be from the alley. The proposed rezoning is considered to be sensitive intensification because the built form is limited to the same height and the interior side setback is increased from what is permitted under RF1. Next slide, please. Administration recommends support for this application. It allows for increased housing choice in Glenora. It aligns with the infill objectives of the city plan and the transit-oriented guidelines, and it is located on a corner lot where row housing is an appropriate and compatible form of development. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We have Ryan Edick in favor of the application. So you're here, sir. You would like to make a presentation?
Yes, thank you. Am I able to take my mask off in my cubicle here, or no? I can leave it on. I just speak fast, so it might be muffled, but.
It is best for masks to stay on.
Leave it on. That's fine. If I speak too fast, then please stop me. That's fine. So yeah, good evening, Your Worship and Council. What a day. So my name is Ryan Eidick. I'm a planner with Eins Consulting, and we are the applicants for this file. Next slide, please. My focus today, a lot of what I wanted to talk about has been covered in previous applications and by the planner's presentation that was just made. So I might rush through a little bit of this, but I want to focus on our development intent, which is stated as a 3-unit townhouse development. I also want to talk about how the application briefly just conforms to higher level policy, and then lastly, just reiterate that at the development permit phase, if we were to go beyond what we are proposing to do, a high level of neighborhood involvement would be required. So I'll go into that in a sec. Next slide, please. Thank you. Stop me if you've heard this one before, but the proposal is to rezone a corner site from RF1 to RF3 in Glenora. And our stated intent, again, is to accommodate a 3-unit townhouse development. The site is ideally located and sized appropriately to accommodate that additional density. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is an excerpt from the RF3 zone itself, so you'll notice that the title of the zone as well as the purpose statement calls for small-scale redevelopment, multi-unit housing, which allows for row housing. That's a permitted use. Next slide, please. And then the neighborhood has seen quite a bit of redevelopment, none of which is in the same housing typology as the townhouses. What we've seen is, lot splits and redevelopments. So 2 homes where one previously was, new garden suite and new single detached dwellings. But the site is actually ideally located to accommodate higher densities than that, and this would provide a different housing typology into this part of Glenora. Next slide, please. So as was mentioned in the planner's presentation, the site is located within close walking distance to 107th Ave. That bus stop that's 300 meters away has direct buses to both downtown and the university. It's a 100-meter walking distance to the River Valley Shared Use Path that goes down along Grow Road and connects all the River Valley trails. And then 350 meters to the south, that is a walking distance to the future LRT stop at Stony Plain Road and 133rd Street. Next slide, please. Both 107th Avenue and Stony Plain Road are designated corridors in the city plan. So 107th Avenue is a secondary corridor, while a primary corridor is Stony Plain Road with citywide mass transit along it as well. The site's located immediately adjacent to both of those corridors. Next slide, please. Densification in the city plan, it talks about densifying 3 to 5 blocks around primary corridors and 1 to 3 blocks around secondary corridors. Next slide, please. And one more. Thank you. So the site itself is within 1 block of that secondary corridor, and unfortunately I have the wrong slide in here, but it's within 2 blocks of the primary corridor, which is Stony Plain Road. So again, it's right within range of where the city plan talks about densifying and intensifying. Next slide, please. Edmonton also has residential infill guidelines. I think Councillor Knack talked about it on a previous application. These were approved back in 2009. I think this actual document's from 2012, but it talks about the permitted locations of row house units up to 5, or row house development up to 5 units. That's everything in blue on the screen there, and you'll notice directly across the street from parks and school sites is where it's stated that it should go, and that's exactly the situation we find ourselves in. We also have rear lane access with which is one of the locational criteria as well in those residential infill guidelines. Next slide, please. And lastly, the transit-oriented development guidelines. That's been spoken about a little bit, but city has guidelines of how to intensify around transit stations. So as was mentioned, it's going to be a neighborhood LRT stop to the south. Next slide, please. And the TOD guidelines talk about how to intensify within walking distance of those stations. The first is to accommodate two-story townhousing as a reasonable housing form along local roadways. Again, that's the exact situation we find ourselves in. Also for reference, the RF3 zone and the mature neighborhood overlay allows for a maximum of 8.9 meters of height. That's 2 stories. Next slide, please. And finally, in the TOD guidelines is a reference to intensification. This is a chart that basically has a reasonable intensification density for parcels along local roads near LRT stations. So applying that 42 dwelling units a hectare to the site itself calls for a reasonable density of 3.2 dwellings, which is exactly what we are proposing to do. Now, next slide, please. All this talk of intensification, I think, needs to remain relative, as the combination of what the RF3 zone and the mature neighborhood overlay allow to be built on the site is what I showed on the screen here. So that green box in the middle, that is a development area that meets all setback and site coverage requirements. So this is what would be considered a Class A application. This is what we're going for. I'm running out of time. I just, two slides ahead, please. Yeah, so I just want to state that if we were to go beyond that, this is what a 5-unit development would look like, so max build-out. We would likely be looking at variances to accommodate that. The table that's shown on the screen there, that's directly from the zoning bylaw. It talks about neighbors having authority to provide comments during a circulation period of any proposed variances that occur or that are applied for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for waiting all day for this to come. Thank you. So we do have any questions to Mr. Edek?
Councillor Knack is on the board.
Councillor Knack, you are next, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Addick, for coming today. I wanted to ask, so right at the beginning of your presentation, you talked about, and you touched on it right at the very end here as well, about neighborhood involvement, and I got the impression, and I want to ask you this question because you've been around and listening, and even just to the public hearings for these other items. Is your plan, if you were to be successful, is your plan only to engage the neighbors if you're seeking a Class B variance, or do you see yourself engaging neighbors? I think we're going to hear from speakers who live just across the avenue from you right away. If you're building it under a Class A.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Knack, thank you for the question. So I'll back up a little bit. We already did do a little bit of engagement. So before we submitted our application, we went around the neighborhood door to door. We visited 10 properties. I'm looking at the screen. I don't know why I'm doing that. We visited 10 properties, and it was about a 50-50 split in terms of those that were supportive or indifferent and those that had opposition. I think some of them are here to speak tonight. So we already did start that process a little bit. We've kept in communication with a few of them over the course of the project's, history here a little bit, and it is our intent to continue those dialogues with those that have reached out that we talked to beforehand. It's always our intent to go beyond what is the minimum requirement, and we've let the file planner know to submit our contact info out to anyone that reached out to them directly. And we've had good discussions so far, but there's lots more to come. So to answer your question in a long roundabout way, yes, we will be continuing the engagement that we've already started, and we'll be looking beyond simply that 21-day notification that gets sent out with very little information.
I appreciate that. The other question I have, and I recognize that what is before us today is not your specific ask of 3 units. We're being asked to rezone to an RF3, which has the potential for more, as we've discussed. But I wouldn't mind getting a bit more detail as to why you are looking at that particular development proposal, why you've suggested this 3 units versus 4 versus 5. Again, recognizing 5 might require some variances, and that's a separate process. But what is the rationale behind that in this area?
Through your worship to Councillor Knack one more time. I almost hate to answer this question, but it's the owner wants to go with larger luxury units that would fit the character of the neighborhood a little bit more. And I hate saying that out loud, but that is the intent.
Okay, no, and that's fine. If that's what the owner's looking for, don't feel bad to say that. That's what I'm interested in understanding here. Those are all my questions for the applicant, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice?
So my question will be very simple. So the maximum units is 5 units townhouse, right? Okay. So second question, there is no school around this. No school around this site nearby.
Through your worship to Councillor Rice, there is no school, or what are you talking about? There's a school right across the street. If you're talking about,
I look at the map here. I couldn't see that. So there is a school right across.
There is, yeah. Progressive
Okay.
Academy is directly across the street to the east. Yes.
Okay, so also this site is close to the ART line.
Yes, that's right. On
Okay.
Stony Plain Road, the future LRT line. Yes.
Future ART line. Yes, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang?
Thank you for the presentation, staying all day. Progressive Academy is, I know we'll hear from the speakers, a secondary school?
Private school, I think it's kindergarten to
I see.
9 or something, I think, yes.
Okay, good to know. And actually, Councillor Knack asked, I think, the first part of my question, so that was good to hear that you've started to have some of those preliminary conversations. I know infill development is prevalent in many mature neighborhoods across the city, but I think in Glenora there's a particular history, as you even heard from Mr. Mayor earlier. I'm just wondering if you've been engaging in some of those conversations, and what are some of the lessons learned so that you can proactively anticipate some of the concerns and start to address them. I know you've mentioned the owner wants something that fits the character of the neighborhood. That is one thing. Has there been other concerns that you're anticipating?
Yeah, for sure. Through your worship to Councillor Tang, yes. So that's a huge reason why we go and do engagement before we submit the applications. Getting out in front of some of those issues before we even start design makes a lot more sense. So I'm not exactly sure how to answer your question, but yeah, lessons learned. We've already learned and heard some of the concerns that have been raised when we first went door knocking throughout this application process, and of course we'll continue those conversations. So, I mean, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question properly. Can you maybe restate it for me? Just that,
I think concern for the character of the neighborhood, and that's one thing that's something we hear not only in this neighborhood but in many neighborhoods, and I think you're anticipating that through the design and proposing a 3-unit, for example. Are there other things like that?
Yeah, so I mean, character is a tough thing to maintain when the house that you're tearing down is more than 50 years old. So that being said, I mean, we've hired an architect that lives in Glenora, or we've been in discussions with an architect that lives in Glenora, so hopefully he understands the area quite well and how to design a house. He designed a house that he lives in Glenora. So, I mean, character of the neighborhood, I mean, you're changing it a little bit with the housing typology, but through the design, you definitely can kind of maintain some of that as much as possible. So the biggest concerns that we heard were not so much about character. Some of it was, but mostly related to traffic and that kind of concern. So
anything you're doing in anticipation of those?
Minimizing the amount of units that would be on site would be the biggest thing that we're doing there, yes.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Eidick. My question is around the maximum number of dwelling units. So I know in the report it says 5 principal dwellings, 5 secondary suites, 5 garden suites. I'm trying to conceive of a situation where that would actually be feasible when you have RF3 overlaid with MNO and you still have to meet all of your setbacks, all of your separation spaces. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair to Councillor Salvador. So yeah, there hasn't been one done in Edmonton, so it's hard to even point to one that would be done. You understand garden suites more than anyone, so you would understand what even multiple garden suites on the same site would look like. So, it'd be very challenging to achieve that 15 units of, 5 units, 5 secondary suites and 5 garden suites on the same site without significant variances and significant, input from the neighbors that would support that type of thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Principe.
Hi, okay, the other councillors asked most of the questions I was going to ask, but I am curious, how realistic is the intent and the actual final product? Is it really, is the intent is for 3, but is that realistic? Do you really believe that it will only be 3?
Through your worship to Councillor Principe, I can tell you that the landowner has owned the land for a very long time. So it's not like they just purchased a $700,000 piece of land and need to get their money out of it. That's how I'm going to answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Not really a clear answer, but you're right to answer it. But okay, got it. Thank you, Councillor Principe. You're done, sir. Thank you so much for being here. We are going to go to folks from the community who are opposed to this application. We'll first go to Margot Bayer.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I know it's been a long day, and some of our concerns you will have heard already, but I think it's important that you hear each individual case, as has already been mentioned. I do have a presentation. Next slide, please. So we do live right across the avenue from the proposed development, and we're clearly not opposed to infill development. We've just finished building a garden suite, which Councillor Knack has had the opportunity to see. Next slide, please. Why we are opposed to the application, it won't be news to you that we're really concerned about traffic congestion and most importantly, traffic concerns around the school. And as you will see, there is a unique way that both 106th Avenue and 133rd Street bend, just causing more congestion. And we feel that the current RF1 zoning already allows for some good infill development that is probably underutilized. Next slide, please. So increased traffic congestion, as you've heard, Progressive Academy is a private school, and most of the students are driven in by Terrace because they come from a large catchment area. And another speaker will speak more directly to that. Both parents and staff have expressed concerns about crossing safety during drop-off and pickup, and you'll see that it becomes quite congested. And as I mentioned, we have the curving of both the avenue and the street. Next slide, please. This is where a video can fit. I don't know if you can play that right away. So this is what school pickup looks like just at the beginning, and it gets more congested as time goes on. Please forgive the shaky videographer. Thank you. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, and as you're quite well aware of, our current RF1 zoning allows for quite a bit of infill development, and many vehicles would end up being parked on the street adjacent to the school, so it just increases congestion. Next slide, please. The current owner, as you've heard, is proposing a 3-unit complex. Our concern, though, is that once the RF3 zoning is in place, there would be no barrier to increasing the density of the building complex. And our own builder has confirmed that it would be quite easy to put 4 units on that property, in addition to secondary and garden suites. And should the current owner also pursue plans for underground garage units, which of course require variance, street parking would be further compromised, and again, congestion increased in the area. Next slide, please. So So if that were to go ahead, again, if maximum site coverage were to be achieved, we would obviously have quite an increase in densification. Next slide, please. So yes, we are very supportive of densification and feel that that can really be achieved creatively with the current RF1 zoning. And so we do oppose the RF3 zoning. I did also want to speak to the statement that certain neighborhoods have more vocal voices, and that's true. But I think we also need to consider that perhaps those voices speak for and express many of the same concerns that other people from less advantaged neighborhoods would also agree with. And then just a final thought, perhaps, again, answering Councillor Knack's question earlier today, but perhaps the city needs to take a gentler approach to the missing middle by building incentives to maximize densification through the RF1 zoning that's already in place, and also build in that needed diversity, which we are not seeing a lot of in our current neighborhood of Glenora. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'll see if council members have any questions. Councillor Knack.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, thank you for taking the time, staying with us all day, and for that tour of the Garden Suite. It is excellent, by the way. Folks should absolutely check it out. We need more Garden Suites in this city. So the question I have, and because I had a chance to see your presentation a bit earlier, because it was in the link we had a bit earlier, and I had been copied on a couple of emails. So what I interpret from what I've seen in some of the letters and in the presentation is we have a current issue right now with congestion and traffic safety around that school. To me, it looks like this is a current issue. Is that a fair statement?
It is definitely a concern during drop-off and pickup.
Yeah. So, and you've heard some of our other conversations today, and I guess my question is, if that is the current issue, I know the concern is the cumulative impact that this will add to that. But it sounds like we have an issue we need to deal with now, today, regardless of whether this application gets approved or denied. And if we were to address that, does that alleviate the primary concerns? Because that's what I've seen in most of the emails and the correspondence I've received so far, which is folks expressing a concern about current traffic safety issues that exist in either scenario, in either outcome today. There's still that same issue that exists. So I wanted to just get your take on that. Does your concern alleviate somewhat if we're able to address what is a current issue today?
I'm not sure how it could be effectively addressed given just as I said, the bend in the avenue and the street. And something that I didn't mention in my presentation was, should that RF3 zoning go ahead, as you've noticed, the properties to the north of this particular property would be under pressure to be redeveloped. And we already have an RF4 site rezone at the end of that block. So we're also feeling like this is a bit of a domino effect that we might see in that particular area right around the school.
Sure. So one other question then, and I guess because I get that concern around, does this then start to change things overnight? And since we have, since 2009, allowed this type of development across from school and park sites, my feeling, and again, I live in a different mature neighborhood, but not too far away, is that it hasn't been this just constant barrage of infill development after infill development after infill development. And so I'm wondering if that provides you any comfort, recognizing that for 12 years we have had that opportunity to do development at sites like this, and there maybe hasn't been that widespread change across most of our mature neighborhoods. And I just wouldn't mind your take and your thoughts on that.
Well, I think in this specific situation, we're also aware that the owners of the two or three houses north of this site has been under intense pressure from developers to sell.
Fair enough. Yeah, your neighborhood, I heard that a lot. There are a lot of people who are trying to buy up homes in Glenora. No, that is fair. So I guess my the last question, and because you did touch on it near the end of your presentation around, and you heard some of our conversation earlier around that diversity in housing stock, and Glenora is just a gorgeous community. It's obviously highly sought after, but I think it is fair to say there really isn't much in terms of diverse housing stock, and we should also acknowledge the fact that no matter what we do, nothing will ever be affordable in Glenora. Let's just put it right on. Even if you built 10 units, you're not going to get to the same level of affordability as you might in another neighborhood because of the cost of land. That just creates a natural barrier to it. So recognizing that it might, you've already got some factors that sort of don't allow for the same type of intensification as we've seen in neighborhoods like mine, as an example. Is it reasonable to have some level of row housing though in Glenora or in neighborhoods like this?
I think that's where looking at the specific site is really helpful. So I think, again, being away from the school on a corner lot that's closer to one of the main roads would be very appropriate.
Fair enough. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much for your time. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm disappointed I didn't get to take the garden suite tour. I always enjoy those. Margot, I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts in terms of the earlier response that one of the ways to minimize the traffic congestion concern is limiting the development to 3 units. I'm just curious if you had any response to that.
I think if we were very confident that it was going to be limited to 3 units, we might be in a different place. But again, the RF3 development allows for further expansion, and we don't have a lot of confidence that the owner won't attempt to push boundaries.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand that. And certainly I think that was what Councillor Principe was trying to get at with the previous presenter too. Also, I guess just more broadly, having had such a history of infill development in Glenora, and you yourself have some experience working on the garden suite on your property, have you and your neighbor ever discussed just, general discussion about alternative tools to manage, what I heard was a lot of concerns around traffic, and particularly around the school, just other tools to accommodate missing middle projects like these ones?
So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean about.
So for example, just throwing out there like parking regulations and stuff like that, or have you ever discussed any kind of road safety initiatives around the school, on the streets around the school zone? Because if the only way, because as I think this has been mentioned in previous presentations, missing middle projects are lacking as a housing option in so many neighborhoods. And if the primary concern that keeps coming up is traffic, instead of stopping or opposing the zoning change, are there other ways? And I'm just curious if people in the neighborhoods have ever kind of dwelled on perhaps other tools that we could be exploring. Safe Street Vision Zero that Councillor Salvador had mentioned before. I don't know, like parking regulations around school zones, for example, instead of, other than simply opposing the zoning change. So I'm just trying to pick your brain about that.
That's not something that we've explored, and in part because this is a fairly recent development. It was interesting that Mr. Idek commented that the current owner has owned this property for a long time. That's not our understanding. We have not actually even met the current owner, so we haven't had those discussions.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation and for your comments.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you so much for being here tonight. I just want to pick up on a comment you had mentioned. Yeah, looking for the housing diversity that your community needs. Could you just tell me a little bit more about the types of housing forms that you're hoping to see in your community?
Again, I think that we could really explore some of the opportunities that have already been created throughout the RF1 zoning. So, of course, we're seeing a lot of lots split to create skinnies, but I don't think there's a lot of impetus to create secondary suites or even garden suites, although we are appreciative of the bylaw changes that have opened up more opportunities. I think, as has already been mentioned, properties in Glenora tend to go for a high dollar, and but I think creating some of the other alternatives, such as the secondary suites, for instance, would really lower the price point for many people to move into the area.
What do you think would help make that shift towards secondary suites? You know, just sort of recognizing, I know, you know, the zoning is very permissive for secondary suites. I know there are grant programs to support secondary suites. I guess I'm just wondering if it seems to me that, you know, the existing zoning and the existing opportunities, we're not really seeing that housing diversity that you're hoping for, and also recognizing that secondary suites might not, you know, be the housing choice that everyone is looking for.
I think there could be more education, more publication around the opportunities that the city is creating.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. You know, we can create opportunities, but if people don't know that they're there, then they're unlikely to be picked up. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll pass it back to the chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Margot. I'm just picked up on one of your comments about your concern about perhaps underground parking might be part of the developer's plans. And you said that might reduce the street parking?
Yes, so currently a lot of vehicles park on the north side of 106th Avenue, both during school hours and during drop-off and pickup. So that, of course, is a concern, but our understanding is through one of our neighbors who is also a developer, they have spoken directly with the owner who has expressed a desire to pursue the underground parking, which of course is not part of the maturing neighborhood overlay and would require a variance. But if that should go ahead, then we would lose a lot of the parking along the 106th Avenue, again, which would leave people looking for further parking and push the congestion further along the streets and avenues.
That would be presuming the access would be off of the avenue rather than the alley, though, right?
Correct. Correct. That and that's my understanding in terms of where the owner would like to go.
Okay, but like you said, that variance would need to be approved beyond this rezoning. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Thank you so much, Margot, Briar, and there's someone nice-looking gentleman standing beside you. Yeah, nice to see you both.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Our next speaker is Mike Diep. Mike, are you there? If not, we'll go.
Mr. Mayor, apologies. There is one person participating by phone, and if that does happen to be Mike Diep, if Just a reminder that you'll need to star 6 on your keypad to unmute.
I apologize. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Thank you for your time today. I understand I only have 5 minutes, so I'll get to the point. I'm not going to bring up all the issues that are brought up by other neighbors and other applicants and I guess opponents to other bylaws. So I understand this is a very riveting night, and you get to relive it every Tuesday. So I'll try to make it short. I listened to the meeting the whole time, and all the issues, I'm going to be honest, have already been brought up. Is 1, listen to the people. 2, parking. 3, safety right across the road. And 4, Glenora already has a densification because there's an RF4 just down the block, and there are other houses. But what I really want to bring up at this point, and I've been kind of thrown off course, is by the applicant for this bylaw change. And the applicant said that the owner's intent is to build 3 units, and the owners have owned the property for a long time. Well, I can safely say that is false, because I pulled up the title for the property, and the properties of the owners are A&M Concrete and Bobcat Service Limited. They are a registered builder in Edmonton. They have 6 units to their name. However, and this is however, the transfer of land was transferred on the 5th of May, 2021 for $581,000. So this brings up to a very serious question, which is, well, good faith and integrity. I mean, if we have an applicant who's going to say they're going to do X, Y, and Z right in front of you and tell you and give you information, and once you pass this, well, there's really no stopping them, right? So that's my concern right now, because what is holding them to their commitment to the residents, to the neighborhood, and to you, City Council? So good faith, and when you come before the council, when you come before elected officials, you are expected to be transparent and honest. And I pulled the title. It's Legal Description, Plan 1690 HW, Block 61A, Lot 1. So I mean, all the documentations I have are from all the land titles, and that's what I'm basing upon. So at this point, may I respectfully request that council address this and ask the applicant whom exactly are the beneficial owners, and what guarantees they have that they will do what they say they will. And if there's any other questions, please, I am here to serve the council.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I see no questions from
Councillor
just
Knack
Councillor Knack. Sorry, Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I just wanted to say thank you, and I will ask about that. I think one of the challenges, from what I understand, but I still think the applicant should come forward with that new information. But I'll be asking our Mr. Johnson. My understanding is that who the applicant is not something we're allowed to consider as part of the land use. With that said, being that you've brought it up, is something that we are allowed to talk about. And so I would very much expect that the applicant would, during new information, provide some more detail about that and give us a chance to ask about that, because yes, we were told one thing, and it would be, even if it's not relevant to the land use, it's important information for us to be discussing. So thanks for sharing that. I'll ask about that.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Thank you, Mr. Diep, for being here with us and waiting to be heard. Thank you. Appreciate that. And
Thank you. I'm here.
Thank you. We'll go to Russell Weir from the Progressive Academy School.
Yes, good evening. Hopefully you can hear me fine. I'm Russell Weir. I am the Executive Director of Progressive Academy, the school right next to the property. We are actually a school that runs preschool all the way to grade 12, actually. I'd like to begin, though, by just taking a moment to congratulate you all on your recent election to council. I personally know what it's like to answer to a few hundred school parents, so I don't envy your job of answering to 1 million Edmontonians. So thank you for taking that responsibility of guiding the city over the coming years. The form to speak on matters before council is cut and dried. It says either I'm in support or opposition of an issue, but I don't see a checkbox for concerned. I'm not particularly opposed to densification of neighborhoods. I'm just wanted to address some of the safety and security concerns that our parents and our school community have. Certainly lots of new skinny homes have popped up in Glenora, and I've had really no concern with that. The densification certainly brings more younger families to the neighborhood, and with that, more children to schools in the area. I'm certainly more in favor of densification that uses existing residential properties rather than selling old school land to developers and turning that into condos, because then densification comes at the expense of school land, meaning there's no school land in the future. However, in this particular case, the proposed development is right beside the primary intersection and crosswalk for a school, really only a few meters from our primary school entrance. And that certainly increases the dangers associated with that intersection. As Margot had brought up, of course, this could lead to a potential of up to 15 suites if we go with an RF3 development. That could really potentially, it could be 30 more vehicles parked in that intersection there. And if you refer to the map, you can see that Progressive Academy is in kind of a unique situation for schools in the city, as we're really only fronted by the 2 streets, as we're sandwiched between Grote Road and the neighborhood. So our street access is a little more constrained than most schools. So if you check the map, you can see it is a little bit different than some other schools. And those roads there are certainly narrower than, say, 136th Street or some of the other roads that I've seen around schools in Edmonton. And of course, there's always a high demand from parents to drive right up to the closest spot to the doors in order to pick up their children, which is what causes a lot of the congestion in our drop-off and pickup times. You know, we try to be a good neighbor, as we are aware of that traffic snarl that happens around those times. So to help alleviate that, 4 years ago, I started buying buses at the pace of 1 a year, and I continue to do that. And I've also implemented staggered dismissal times per grade, which helps alleviate the rush all at the same time. These have improved the situation around that intersection, but I'm still often outside the building playing traffic police or with the parents. They just don't obey whatever sign you put up. And of course, markings on the road don't do any help, because, you know, for most of the school year, the road is covered in snow. My biggest concern is if this is put into an RF3 and the owner does want to build more than 3 units, they could be looking to put driveways that access 106th Avenue. And I can tell you from personal experience of you know, personally being right next to that intersection for the last 15 years, I get a report of a near miss of a vehicle and a child pretty much every year, which is distressing. And if you were to add driveways right into that, kind of right in close proximity to that intersection, I fear that would even cause more issues with people backing out.
Good.
So, as I said from the outset, I'm not completely opposed to rezoning. I live in Mill Creek myself, specifically because I love the variety of the neighborhood. But I would really like to.
You're out of, you ran out of time.
Oh, I did.
So,
Okay,
yeah.
sorry.
Sorry about that. Thank you for making your presentation. Councillor Knack has a question to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weir, for coming today, or for taking some time out today, and for what sounds to be a lot of work that you've already done to try to help the community as much as you can.
Yeah.
So I guess that was going to be my big question. Sounds like you've taken some actions, you've got more in the works, the additions of buses. Have you sat down with our traffic safety team on other options? I don't know what else might be on the plate. This is a unique intersection because, like you say, it's sort of up against the ravine and Groat Road. And but have you sat down with them to come up with, see if there's a different plan to help address those concerns?
I have not as of yet, but this process right now is really making me think more about it. Like, I know Toronto, Metro Toronto fairly well, and they have a lot more four-way stops in their neighborhoods. And I found that really slowed down, calm traffic.
Yeah.
And certainly there's two intersections right on 106th Avenue, this one in particular, and the next one over on 135th Street that could use a four-way stop. I've personally witnessed a couple of fender benders at the corner of 135th and 106th over the years.
Yeah.
So I'd certainly be interested in engaging with the traffic safety people.
And so just my offer, regardless of the outcome of the rezoning, if you're interested and willing to reach out to my office, I'd love to help work with you on that, because I think, again, regardless, this sounds like we've got something we need to address. And as someone newly representing this particular area, I'd love to try to help where we can. I think that covers, all my questions. As you noted, it's a challenging process because legally you're required to pick yes or in favor or opposed. You don't get to pick an in between, so it creates a bit of this sort of combative system. But I appreciate you coming and sharing those concerns. I think they are very unique to this area. So thank you, and we can stay in touch.
Thank you.
I will get in touch with you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Thank you, Mr. Weir. No more questions for you. We do have one more speaker added to the list. Brenda Albers. Brenda, are you there?
I do see Brenda on the meet, but they are muted, so they'll need to unmute using the button along the bottom of their screen.
Oh, she has left the meeting, it says. There's a note.
Mr. Mayor, if I can suggest just giving them a moment to rejoin.
Okay.
Sometimes the system glitches and we hit wrong buttons, so.
In the meantime, can I ask a question to Mr. Johnson?
Hi.
Okay,
Can you guys hear me?
There she is, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for giving me a moment to speak. This has been actually a very educational experience, listening to everybody's, I guess, grievances or opposed views on in development in their neighborhood. So I have to echo what Margot said. I actually am not opposed to development in our communities. And as I'm sure you all well know, there's several skinnies that have come up. I have never stepped into a meeting to try to oppose any development whatsoever. Where the unique situation is here is exactly as Margot said, it's where the roads lead to, the curves that come up, this congestion from the school, and the fact that there is very little parking to begin with. And nothing against Progressive Academy. I sent my daughter there. I've had a wonderful experience. The teachers there are great and whatnot, but they take up a lot of the parking too. So during the day, there's a lot of parking that happens from the staff there, and they try to be very respectful. Majority, now I live right on the corner across from Margot. And every morning I get out of my house to try to drive my daughter to school at Rochelle. And I have to tell you, pulling out on my street to hang a left, I'm terrified every day that I'm going to get hit by a car, because there is so much traffic that comes through there. And what you have is a bunch of people coming from all over the city that don't live in that area. So they don't really respect that area as much as we do. And I'm terrified for the children half the time. So if you add in that much more traffic to the area with additional parking required, I don't know where everybody is going to park. Now, interestingly enough, I got off the phone with a friend of mine before this meeting here, and she's a realtor, and I asked the question, out of all the houses you sell and of all the people that you meet during your selling your real estate, how many homes actually have, or people have, one vehicle? And the answer was only the ones that are moving into a condo, right? So most people that are moving into a residential area are going to have two vehicles. Then compound that if they have teenage children, put another vehicle on that. Now, I'm not going to say that's going to be the norm with everybody, but I'm seeing that you're only going to put single garages, if there's any garages at all, hopefully. And if you compound that to put it to five row houses plus all of these garden suites, we are going to have a very, very serious problem here. So would I have a problem if two skinnies went there? Absolutely not. Would I have a problem even if 3 row houses went there and they had adequate parking and the city assured that there would be they'd have to provide parking? I wouldn't have a problem with that. But if we open up a can of worms that you can't close after the fact, I worry what the whole situation would be there for actually the safety of the children. I yield my time.
Thank you so much for your time, and see if there are questions from council members. I see none. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. You're welcome to stay and watch the rest of the proceeding. You find it very enlightening, Brenda. So you can stick around.
Thank you.
You can stick around. Okay, we'll go to council members to ask questions of administration, but do have one question before I go to Councillor Andrew Knack. Right in the body of the bylaw, on the page in the report part, it says that the current intent of the developer is to allow for multi-unit housing in the form of 3 principal dwelling units of row housing. So he also mentioned this in his remarks. So if that is in the body of the report, is that legally binding?
Mr. Mayor, no, it's not. What council is approving today is standard zoning. And so what number of dwellings they could fit on the site practically is what is available to them.
Even though we are passing the bylaw based on this information, reading this report?
Carefully written to talk about his intent. It is not binding. The RF3 zone is what is binding.
Okay. So the questions that people raised are legitimate about the number of units, not certain that it will be 3, could be more than 3. Okay, got it. Okay, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe, Mr. Johnson, I'll start with you just around that piece. I think while important that someone has raised it, who the applicant is and how long they've owned the property is not something we're legally allowed to consider as part of this process. Or we're supposed to be debating the land use. Is that correct?
Councillor, you're correct. It should not form part of your reasoning for the decision that will be made here today. I understand the discrepancy and it probably would be prudent for the applicant to clear that up on new information. But I would advise you not to use that as a relevant factor in making your decision today.
Okay. So they have the opportunity at new information if they so chose to come up and speak to the information that's been provided, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Perfect. That would be very wise, but we'll see if they'll make the decision for themselves. A few questions. So I wanted to ask, so just to clarify, because in the report, what can be built there without a variance? Is it 4 units? Is that what we'd be looking at, plus garden suite, plus secondary?
Yes, that's correct. It would be, well, it's possible that 5 could be built without a variance.
But that would require a variance. That would require a Class B permit and additional notification. I just want to get a sense of what can be built without any type of under standard permits.
Well, we do know that as a site gets developed with more principal dwellings and secondary suites and garage suites, that the likelihood of variances will go up. But what we're seeing across the city is, in general, 3 units are being built. We haven't seen an example of 5 units being built to the maximum.
Very much appreciate that. Yeah, I haven't seen it either, but I just wanted to know if they wanted to do 5, they would have to apply for a Class B permit, correct? With the current site size that exists there.
Correct. It's not because of the site size. It would be because of all of the other regulations that require it to be separated from the garage and the setbacks. It would require that Class B, not necessarily because of the site size, but all of the other regulations within the zone.
Appreciate that. That's helpful. Okay. I also just want to check again, since it was raised, I know that wasn't a stated intent, but underground parking is more than a Class B permit. That would require a separate body of work for. So if they were to get a zoning and wanted to do some type of underground parking, what's the let's assume it was going to go through the alley. Does it require any additional work, or is it only if they were looking to try to cross the avenue?
The underground parking would be reviewed as part of the development permit. It's entirely possible that it could be permitted, but you're right, the access would have to be from the alley.
Yeah, because our mature neighborhood overlay does not allow for new access points across a street or an avenue, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so is that something that can be appealed to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board?
Yes. It's a standard regulation within the zone.
Okay. I haven't heard of any being successful. There might be a handful, but I just, since we've made that change, we have actually seen, in fact, if somebody's rebuilding a garage, they have to remove that access and put it on the alley if it was currently from the street or the avenue in a mature neighborhood.
Correct.
Okay, good. That's helpful. And maybe I'll go to Mr. Saeed, because I do want to ask about this, and appreciating that traffic comes up in all of our discussions. There are some unique features around this location, around how the school is sort of situated. So I guess, has there been, are you aware of any school safety review that's occurred? I know we've done that in a number of schools across the city, but I can't recall if there's been one here, but I've only been representing the area for about a month, so.
Councillor Nag, I'm not aware of a safety review for the school, but there were some improvements put in place this year at the intersection of 106 and 133 Street. But they were just primarily at the intersection to further support the pedestrian crosswalk signage, stop signs, and a marked zebra crosswalk.
Thank you. I'm out of time. I might have a second round depending on the other questions. So,
thank you, Councillor Nack. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. So I had 3 questions. Two of them were answered by Councillor Knack's questions. Thank you. So my remaining question, we've heard a lot about parking today. I'm wondering if administration can just comment on the public parking action plan that is going to be coming forward this coming year, and how that might potentially shift the parking conversation and landscape around the management of our on-street parking.
Yep, we'll pass it over to Mr. Saeed to.
Without getting into the details, I know the timelines of that work is sometime next year, but that is definitely something that will help looking into on-street parking and strategizing around how we can manage it better, whether it is through certain restrictive measures or something else. But definitely that will help.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only have one question, and based on today's public hearing bylaw for the zoning projects, so I noticed and then infill project is specifically related to lots of traffic safety issues, parking issues, and also the location, the site location and near to the school. So my question to administration side is there any specific reason why our infill project and cross city-wide and include my own riding and near to the school? And because this actually creates the extra concern and risk and even barriers for us to move forward to support the city plan and also to support our densification. And I think from that strategic level, I would ask that question. And I may miss something.
Yeah, that's a good question, Councillor Rice. So just bring back that conversation to how infill has evolved over time in the city of Edmonton. So since 2008, 2009, with the passage of the residential infill guidelines, we have been directing this exact type of development, row housing development, to areas that are directly across from the schools. And yes, we do understand that change brings the perception of increased traffic and traffic safety, but on the ground, I don't know if it's the reality is the right word, but the reality is that when we bring these types of units closer to schools, the chances of them actually walking to the schools increases. So they're not contributing to the safety problem per se. It's just the off-site impacts of maybe the increase of parking next to and adjacent to the site. But that location of row of house infill and other infill next to school sites is purposeful so that it does gain access to a wider variety of the sector of the population, and the denser areas are located close to those schools.
Thank you for that. I do see the advantage to select the location nearby the school, and also through this process, I did see that lots of barriers created by this strategy, and then for us to move forward to support infill projects. And I think that is the one thing I would encourage administration side for the land management perspective, and to look at this factor and for moving forward. And then if that risk or barriers can lift up, and I think it's much easier for us to save time to discuss and ask so many questions and the specific and the concerns and from public.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much for the presentations going until 9 p.m. now. I guess two areas. One, building on the mayor's comment earlier about, the fact that what is being presented to us today is not necessarily legally binding, but I'm just wondering what other tools do we have at the city that can hold the developer more accountable to the plans that they're presenting at a public hearing. Wondering things that like conditional permitting and that kind of stuff. Because I think it goes both ways. You know, I think part of what I'm hearing is a lack of confidence and trust in the development process. And I'm just wondering if something that could offer the residents some comfort. But on the other hand, I also think, could it be some way to offer the developers a more concrete way to show accountability and good faith? So that's one area. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So, Councillor, this is the difficult balance that City Council has to carry. We have to be mindful, like when we started this conversation, that we don't control this based on ownership and whatnot. And so when you are approving a standard zone, we do ask you to contemplate all the rights available in that standard zone, because the land could be sold and switch hands tomorrow, and intentions are only that. So the tools available is direct control. Zoning, we don't generally want to jump right to that because of the cost and specificity of it. You actually start to run into a problem the other direction of being too specific and not having any ability to adjust to a market. So that's the balances you're trying to carry. The specificity of the zones is generally where the control comes in.
Okay.
So with the standard zones, it is somewhat limited.
Yeah, and I fully appreciate that this is a very challenging job. I think we all knew that when we signed up, that you have to make these very balanced decisions, but I think, I was more curious about what's available, because I think we keep talking about the missing middle. There's a huge strategy for it. Already tonight, we've heard a number of these applications that have very similar trends and concerns, and I don't doubt that those will keep coming and will be very similar.
Councillor Tang, if I could just
concerns,
interrupt
yeah,
and add
go
to
ahead.
the comments on this. There are times at public hearing where an applicant will be using a standard zone like an RF3 and have a stated intent. I recognize that, there is some flexibility through the development permit process that they may do something different. There have been at times where I would send a letter or follow up just to confirm or articulate the commitment that they made in this space. It doesn't necessarily hold weight, but it provides some accountability in terms of trust that council would have with that applicant. So they still have the rights under the zone, but it is another option that we use to just articulate and be clear on what we heard.
That's helpful. Thank you very much, Ms. Petrin. A second area, sort of kind of building on what Councillor Salvador mentioned around the parking plan. So much of this is just keeps coming back to this traffic issue and management around schools and children, and this is not too dissimilar from what I hear in my ward, which not necessarily infill, but certainly traffic concerns around schools. And I know the report for Street Lab is coming back later, but I'm almost wondering would it be worthwhile to offer some kind of a like a dedicated resource similar to Street Lab around schools to accommodate the implementation of missing middle projects like these. Again, to alleviate that concern so that missing middle can become more of a reality more smoothly.
Councillor Tang, we can take that back to our colleagues in city operations.
Yeah.
It would most likely, my recommendation would be that it falls under the Street Labs umbrella in terms of their work. There is more demand for that team than there are resources right now. So we will bring that suggestion back as they continue to look at how they're going to resource that really important work for how our city's changing.
Yeah, that would be great. And I know this is there's budget implication with that question. And I'm mindful that when they do bring back the report, I'll be curious how much of those testing and experimentation is around school sites, and particularly around infill development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to sort of address this, the traffic issue. I mean, a little background. I grew up in a neighborhood that was all row housing besides school. Right now, in my neighborhood right now, it's single lot line or zero lot lines, and all apartment buildings, 4, 5, 6 stories high, right around the school. Like incredible amounts of density. And every day when people are dropping off their kids and picking them up, there are traffic snarls because most people are choosing to drive their kids. Compared to those areas, I'm looking at this proposed density, even if it went out to 5, which I don't think anyone's even really talking about. Help me understand this problem, because there are innumerable schools and neighborhoods with much higher density, and people seem to be going through their day. So can you explain this to me? Anyone in administration who would be able to address that?
Councillor, I think as we see with most infill applications, there is that change aspect that comes into play, and it is the visible project that can be latched on, or a conduit into the city and the city hall, and to have those concerns raised and issues raised to councillors and administration at the same time. The traffic safety issues, they're not, the traffic safety issues are not exactly a directly related concern of the infill, but it's an opportunity when infill projects come along to voice those concerns. And it can't be expected to have these infill projects either solve or mitigate these issues at the same time.
But Councillor Paquette, we as administration support this application that's in the report, and when you'll know when we don't support it, it'll say we don't support the application, and it'll outline the reasons for why we don't support the applications, and that would be an indication of some of the problems that you might see. So in this application, we don't see any problems. Definitely have empathy for the community in terms of change, and empathy for Edmontonians as we continue to see change in their communities, but we support this application.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to address another concern, is this sort of a rampant problem where someone comes and applies for a rezoning, and then they sort of do a bait and switch? Is this sort of like a large problem in the city?
It's possible on applications that they change throughout as
Yeah, like because like
are.
markets may change or plans get refined, but I mean a wholesale like suddenly like haha kind of situation. I mean, I just don't know if we see this very often.
No, Councillor, I would say that we don't, that the development community itself is trustworthy in their approaches, and we don't see bait and switch. But we do see changes in market, and that's and that's a real thing that happens here at public hearing.
Councillor,
yeah, that's real, yeah.
Just to add to that, Councillor,
go ahead.
is our recommendation is based on the max build out of the zone. It's not based on the stated intent. That is there just essentially for information purposes. But our recommendation and analysis is based on the fact of what's allowed in the zone and to that max build out.
Yeah, and frankly, we're not deciding on a picture. We're designing on a zone.
Correct.
Yeah. And so if we feel the zone is appropriate for the area, and it's appropriate for the city plan goals and our larger goals, and if we determine that it's probably the best use of the land, then we would vote yes. If we don't feel that, we would vote no. Pretty straightforward, yeah?
Correct. Those are the trade-offs that you have to weigh, those larger policy goals with the localized impacts.
Yeah.
And just to add to that, Councillor Paquette, there's other policy goals here around transit-oriented development, right? So we have the future LRT line coming to the south, and these changes are considered with that lens as well, right? As transportation modes shift over time, right?
Yeah. Good way to get cars off the road if that's what people choose to do. All right, makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So that is the question to city administration. Now we go to public for any new information. Only the new information, please, and not repeating the concerns that have been already highlighted.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity one more time.
Mr. Idek, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity one more time. So yeah, I think it's important. We're adding more than just traffic to this neighborhood. There's an LRT coming. It meets all the policy that we're talking about. So we just talked about 3 or 4 applications of similar nature tonight that we had no issues approving. So if this all boils down to my integrity that's being questioned and not trusting a simple statement of intent that was not required to be provided, we provided it in a sign of good faith and now we're being questioned for that, then fair enough. So I will add some clarity to what I said before. I was nervous and a little bit hasty to respond. So the property was purchased in May of 2021, as Mr. Deep pointed out. I was just in communication with the owner. It's the same owners that own the property immediately to the north. So what I should have said is the owners have lived in the neighborhood for a very long time and have owned their property for a very long time. They purchased this property through foreclosure through a bank. Again, that's not information that is generally relevant to land use decisions, but I'm happy to clarify that if that helps out.
Good. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you so much. Any other new information? Seeing none. And seeing no more questions from councils, anyone?
Mr. Mayor, I can move closure of the public hearing on item 3.19.
So Councillor Knack moving the closure of the public hearing on this bylaw. Anyone seconding?
Second.
Councillor Salvador, please vote. Display the vote, please. That is carried.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Seeing no more questions. The bylaw is now closed, so there's no opportunity to comment on it now. I can hear my own voice. All right. I'm sorry, there's no opportunities to intervene at this time because the bylaw has been already closed. Sorry about that. Councillor Knack, you moved the first reading?
I can move first reading of item 3.19 and I'll speak to it at the appropriate time.
Okay.
Second.
Councillor Salvador is seconding it. So Councillor Knack, you want to speak to it now?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So few thoughts on this because, we've talked about now, this is our 3rd application today to go from RF1 to RF3. And so I don't think it's worth spending a lot of time going over what's been shared earlier about some of the broader citywide pieces. But I do want to talk about the specifics of this because I think, again, we've heard that point raised a number of times that there are some very unique considerations in every community. And the part that is unique here in my mind is very much the location of the school and how it interacts with the rest of the community. With that said, and I appreciate we had Mr. Weir from Progressive Academy come today because I think there are certainly challenges in this area and hearing that there hasn't been maybe any dedicated work happening around it yet, around school safety like we've done at maybe other schools, is something I think we need to resolve. The thing is, in my mind, after hearing through the discussion, that again should be dealt with independent of the zoning application before us today. There is a legitimate issue. I was in that neighborhood numerous times, including during the daytime. I saw what was happening around that location. But the cumulative impact of this particular rezoning application does not, in my mind, make that issue substantially worse. It's already something we need to continue working on. So therefore, the question is what's being proposed. And again, we've heard today, we're not being asked to approve 3 units. That is what has been suggested would be built. Likely, I expect that would be the case based off how other developments have occurred in the Glenora area and what I think the market would support. But what we're actually being asked for is a row housing development that could have garden suites, that could have basement suites. And we've now had 2 other applications where I have supported them because I think that is the right thing to do in terms of providing that housing choice, that housing diversity. And so even if it was built to the maximum use without a variance, I am comfortable with that application, with that potential use, because it does align again with our city plan. It does have, this is located in close proximity to two major corridors, including the future Valley Line West LRT. And I think it is important for us to support those housing options. The thing I wanted to end with is when I was door knocking in Glenora, one of the most interesting things that I heard is when I'm talking about infill with people at their doors, because it came up almost as often as LRT in Glenora. That was the second most by a very close margin. I had almost equal numbers of people in the neighborhood who were very supportive of large scale changes in the neighborhood, and folks who were quite hesitant about change. Not that they wouldn't support any change, but that they had those concerns: traffic, built, condition of the building, how it takes place next door. But more so than people who were in favor or in support, I had more people who talked about the desire to have options in their community. And that was really fascinating to me. It's not what I expected to hear, quite frankly. I went in with some assumptions, and that door knocking made me realize my assumptions were incorrect. And so to hear from even more residents who had a desire to see alternatives, this is, I think, one small way to help start providing a few alternatives. I think because of the land values in Glenora, I don't think you're ever going to see the diversity of housing you'll see in neighborhoods like mine in that location, but it still gives us something to work towards, some additional opportunities. And I think we can work on the other item, which is very real, a very legitimate concern about traffic safety, independent of this application. So I will support this, and I would encourage council to support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang.
I've been told I only have 2 minutes, so I'll be quick. I'm not going to repeat all the arguments that my colleagues have talked about in terms of housing, diverse housing options, because I think that is really important here and also throughout the night. And I guess I just want to comment a little bit about a theme that I've been hearing consistently, and this is, many years ago when not many, but a few years ago when I even ran in the last election, post-war 1950s mature neighborhoods was very much part of the ward. And at the time, hearing so much of the discussions around infill, I think I just kind of lamented how, a contentious issues like this, it feels so black and white. And there never feels to be a middle ground. And over time, I think there's been such a distrust of the development sector, but also institutions like the city of Edmonton that's always, on side with development. And what I see consistently lacking is perhaps this bridge building or relationship building and trust building with local communities. And I think that's something we should really consider if we want to think about the implementations of some of our larger strategic plans, because these kinds of distrust and is going to come up. And I'm supporting this bylaw this evening because I do think a lot of the concerns can be alleviated through other tools, but we also need to know what those other tools are. And I want to see a more partnership approach that is in good faith, that has mechanisms of accountability, that offers options for people to think about, solutions and working together. And that is partly why I'm here. So yeah, that's a big reason why I am supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I will be very quick as well. Hearing lots of different perspectives discussion regarding infill project. I think that is a great opportunity for everybody. So I just want to share one story, and then specifically the email I received and from one resident talk about her own experience regarding infill project besides the school. I do want to emphasize the public voice was to be heard. And so that is very, very important for our city move forward to build what type of city and can attract more people move to our city and to actually support our city's economic development. For that purpose, like I said earlier, and for moving forward this strategy and for us to continue doing rezoning or infill project and keep mind, and then is there anything we could do differently and to reduce any potential risk that perceived by the public and the local communities. So that is one thing I would like to say. So the second thing I would like to say, another one is integrity and accountability. And then based on what I heard for this specific application, Infill is only maximum 5 units were built, and also based on these 3 units will be presented in the evening. So I'm going to support this application, sorry. And then I think it is so important for us to under the level of rezoning or to implement as we promised. That is a trust built between our city operation and also between the city operation and our public and the local community. I think that is very important. With that, say another 3 units, maximum 5 units, I asked a question first round, so I'm going to support this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice, for your closing remarks. Please vote on the first reading of this bylaw.
We have 12 votes.
That is carried. Councillor
Mayor, I'll
Knack.
move second reading of item 3.19.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on the second reading. Display the votes. That is carried. Please.
Mayor, I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.19.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Please vote for the consideration for third reading. Display the votes. That is carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading of Charter Bylaw 19890.
Second.
Please vote. Display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Thank you everyone for your time and for your presentations. We have one more item left, 2 items, but they're being considered together. And we have 13 minutes till we end our session. So we have choice, either we send this to the next public hearing day or we extend the order of the day to finish it. I would suggest that we extend the order of the day.
So moved.
By until 9:45? 9:45?
Midnight.
No. You have to specify your time.
The last council went to 11:30. I think we can do 11:45.
No. Time, specify your time.
11:45.
Oh, come on.
9:45.
9:45.
Second.
Okay, good. Till 9:45. Good. All right. Please vote to extend the order of the day to 9:45 p.m. Display the vote. That is carried. Okay. Presentation.
One last time, Ms. St. Aubin.
Okay.
Thanks.
Why are you here then?
I only have one speed.
Okay.
This application proposes to rezone a site in the Oliver neighborhood from a DC2 site-specific development control provision to an RA9 high-rise apartment zone. The purpose of the RA9 zone is to allow for high-rise development, and on this site would allow for a tower of up to 60 meters in height, or approximately 18 stories. To accommodate the rezoning, there is also a proposed amendment to the Oliver Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP, to change a land use map. Next slide, please. The site is located at the northeast corner of 100th Avenue and 113th Street within the Oliver neighborhood. The surrounding area consists of a range of housing types, including single detached houses, medium-rise, and high-rise apartment buildings. High-frequency transit is accessible from both Jasper Avenue, approximately 100 meters to the north, and the Government Center LRT station to the south. Next slide, please. In October of 2020, City Council approved bylaws for a lane closure, an amendment to the Oliver ARP, and a rezoning that collectively allow for the development of a mid-rise residential building. The slide shows a rendering of this building. Next slide, please. To meet the requirements of the existing DC2 zoning, the full site area comprising 2 lots is necessary. To date, lot assembly has not occurred, and the applicant is proposing a rezoning to a standard zone to allow development to occur on either lot independent of one another. The figure on the left side of the slide shows the 2 distinct lots within the rezoning area in green and purple. The figure on the right side of the slide shows the current DC2 zoning overlaid with the lot boundaries. This makes it clear that the full site is required to develop in accordance with the DC2. Next slide, please. Unlike the current DC2 that applies to this site, the proposed zoning of RA9 is a standard zone, and therefore no site plan or building elevations are available at this point. The RA9 would allow for a building, as mentioned, as up to 60 meters in height, approximately 18 stories, with a maximum floor area ratio of 5.2 and 650 dwellings per hectare. It would be a larger building than what is currently allowed and introduces limited commercial opportunities, which are compatible within the residential context. Compared to the current DC2, the proposed rezoning is an increase in development rights. However, it is in line with the surrounding area zoning. The image on the slide shows land around the site that is already zoned or developed under RA9. That's shown in light purple. The image also shows other sites zoned for high-rise buildings, identified in gray, and you can see the allowance of 35 stories directly abutting this site. Next slide, please. The setbacks, step backs, and the podium tower configuration required for the RA9 zone appropriately transition a large-scale building to surrounding properties. On this site, the building would be set back a minimum of 7.5 meters from the northern lot. This provides ample space between the existing small-scale building and any future development. Next slide, please. The RA9 zone requires a podium tower configuration to ensure that the taller portion of the building is set back from the pedestrian realm, while the podium, which is of more human scale proportion, is framing the public realm. This overall building design creates a more comfortable and pedestrian-friendly experience. RA9 has other key urban design regulations, such as ground level units with individual entrances along the street and avenue. This promotes additional activity and interactions within the public realm. Awnings or other architectural elements for pedestrian comfort and visual interest. And cohesive architectural treatments through the use of multiple colors, textures, and articulation of exterior cladding materials. Next slide, please. Of the 451 recipients who were notified of this rezoning, proposed rezoning, administration heard from 5 area residents who stated concerns. Common comments we heard were that the area does not need another high-rise building. The area is already experiencing traffic and parking congestion, and the mid-rise building allowed by the existing zoning is preferable. Administration also received a letter of non-support from the landowner of the northern lot within the proposed rezoning area. This landowner indicated that while they agree with the rezoning of their parcel to RE9, they would like to see the zoning of the southern portions of the site be reverted back to the previous DC1, which was a low-density special character zone, or a new direct control provision that assures a more sensitive built form and transition in scale that can be provided to the northern lot. Next slide, please. This application conforms with the Oliver ARP as the site is located in Sub-Area 4, which envisions the redevelopment of properties into mixed-use buildings along Jasper Avenue, and then this transitions to high-rise residential towards the south and the interior of the neighborhood. An amendment to the ARP is still necessary to update the land use map to reflect the proposed rezoning. Oliver is located within Center City in the city plan. Specifically, Center City is Edmonton's distinct cultural, economic, institutional, and mobility hub, has the highest density and mix of land uses. As an overall guide, the desired density in Center City is 450 people per hectare, and the typical form is high-rise and mid-rise buildings. This application is in alignment with this direction, as it allows for high-rise development in an area already supporting a mix of building forms, including high-rise towers. Next slide, please. Administration recommends support for this rezoning. It is compatible with the surrounding zoning that supports and/or allows for high-rise residential development, and it conforms to both the Oliver area redevelopment plan and the city plan. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have speakers in favor and one speaker in opposition. So speaker number one, Marcelo Figueira. Is this for question answers only or presentation, Marcelo, or?
I do have a presentation, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Also, I just wanted to advise that given the time, Mr. Land is not going to be presented, and
Okay.
Mr. Dishpan was for questions only, so he left.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present on such a long day. In my presentation, I'd like to highlight why the R9 is the best alternative to both properties. There's some overlap with the administration presentation, so I would just allow myself to skip some of the slides. So next slide, please. So so as you saw, now there's two different sites, lots now with this DC2. So I just want to say that last night we received a letter of support from the Community League. That letter was forwarded to city clerks and also to Councillor and Stevens. So I believe you have a copy of the letter, but I'm happy to share the letter if that's needed. Next slide, please. So both properties are currently undeveloped as the DC2 regulations are specific for the consolidated site. In discussing this issue with administration, it became clear that the property to the north should return to its original zone, which by the way was the RNI. And West Street, our client, should explore options for the remaining of the site. Next slide, please. When considering all the zones, we concluded that the RNI would be the best zone to adjust the proposed design under the DC2 to a smaller site area and retain the same development rights for both property owners. The RNI requires a larger setback between the property to the north and the future development. Our client West Reach would be able to develop the same maximum number of units allowed in the current DC2, which is 135. And the RNI is the only conventional zone available that allows an FAR similar to what is in the DC2, the current DC2. Next slide, please. As administration presented from the policy perspective, the Oliver ARP generally supports RNI in the immediate surrounding area. As you can see, there's a lot of RNI properties there. The blue area is also owned by Westridge, which it's a 25-story tower, and the yellow is the subject site. Next slide, please. So we create this 3D model just to illustrate how the city plan envisions the field identification of these properties. So this is the currently massing of this area. This existing built form in the surrounding area shows that a range of mid-rise and high-rises can fit within the existing development pattern. So it's not unusual in this area to have some kind of a low and mid build forms. Next slide, please. So I won't be spending too much time on this couple of slides, but these tables are just to compare the DC2 with the I9 from a building design perspective. So a little bit different from what is in the demonstration report, just to show that quality development can be achieved based on the I9 regulations without the need for a new DC2. Next slide, please. So the I9 will ensure the development integrates with the surrounding buildings. Each ground-oriented unit will have individual landscaped outdoor amenity space to provide privacy for residents and transparency to the public realm. And quality design will happen along the pedestrian areas. Next slide, please. So to give a better understanding of what can be built on this site, we developed a couple of scenarios. And I know the worst case scenario would be the maximum height, but I will demonstrate that it's not feasible because of the small site area. So the 6-story mid-rise allowed under the DC2 remains the West Ridge preferred option. The alternative scenario, which shows that we could be the build would be maximize the FAR given what is the maximum floor plate. Only 11 stories could be actually achieved in this zone. But a third scenario, like I said, if people were to say, well, what about the maximum height? Well, because of the site area, the floor plate would be very small, just over 500 square meters, which in our opinion is not economically feasible on this site. Next slide, please. So this slide shows those two best case scenarios, I would say, within the existing context. It also show the existing tower to the east, which is, like I said, an approved DC2, and a future rezoning on the west side, which would be, the site is zoned RA9, but it seems to be contemplating another mid-rise. Next slide, please. So this slide shows an aerial view of the interface between the existing property to the north, which is a fourplex, and the future development under both scenarios. As you can see, adequate space will be provided based on the RA9 regulations, regardless of the final height of the development. Next slide, please. West Ridge is known by their portfolio high-rises and towers, especially in downtown. But also this brand is also reflected in many low-rises and mid-rise developments built or under construction in Edmonton.
Marcelo, your time is up.
Okay.
You want to make a concluding remark?
Well, I just want to say that in conclusion that this RA9 aligns with the city plan, the Oliver ARP, and it's compatible with the existing context. We have support from the Community League. It will contribute through the 100 Avenue redevelopment and promotes missing middle infill housing.
Good. Thank you so much. Okay, any questions to the presenter? Councillor Paquette?
No, Mr. Mayor, I was on from last time. I was just, that was a question from before. Thank you.
Okay, got it. No questions to Marcelo. Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll go to Mr. Parada. Terry Parada, are you on the online?
Yes. Mayor Sohi and Ann Stevenson and councillors and city administration. I'm the longtime resident, 63 years in the Oliver neighborhood. I am the property owner of 1001713th Street, and I do not support this rezoning application. The rezoning request is objectionable for several reasons, including its failure to comply with the existing land use priorities for this location. The rezoning prior to a specific building design or a specific tower to analyze does not allow for a customized design to potentially become comparable with the surrounding special character area. The future unknown development could have severe implications on isolation, shadowing, and the loss of light. Gradual transition consideration on my adjacent property can only be achieved in a customized building design site-specific DC2 zoning. And under the Oliver Area Redevelopment Plan, 8.5 policy land use, 8.51, the exception to this policy is the remaining older housing stock, particularly along 100th Avenue, should be retained where structurally viable. Commercial or office conversions of these older structures or reuse for one or more of the residential dwelling units is encouraged. Land use districting shall be modified to promote the retention of these structures. The current landowner of these two existing houses on 100th Avenue, I believe, was well aware of the Oliver redevelopment plan prior to purchasing the properties in 2018 and the land use exceptions. I asked Council today to refer to the Oliver ARP and request a structural engineering report from the applicant to determine that the houses formerly at 11230 and 11218 100th Avenue are no longer structurally viable. I believe most of you are familiar with 100th Avenue between 109th Street and 116th Street, where the historic La Marchand Mansion exists overlooking the Victoria Golf Course. I think this is a very sensitive area for redevelopment, that without a solid development proposal before you today, the rezoning should not be supported. We do not know what the final developer plans to build. They have now changed their mind 3 times. With an RA9, they can go anywhere from 1 to 18 floors. And as far as the Oliver Community League, their support is based on a 6-story building. But this RA9 does not lock the developer into that position. It seems to me that it would be best either for a DC2 zoning or a 6-story building can be built under the RA8 or RA7 design. As a resident of Oliver that has lived and maintained my property with the Oliver ARP always in mind, I do not support this application before you today.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Parada. Any questions to Mr. Parada? See none. Thank you so much. Questions to City Administration?
Apologies, Mayor Sohi. I believe that Councillor Stevenson has clicked on, and our public display there had just timed out.
Okay, sorry. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. Just mindful of time, but I wanted to say, Mr. Parada, thank you very much for staying with us all afternoon and appreciate you bringing your perspectives forward. You know, my thinking around using standard zones is it does, you know, there's some regulations built into those zones that provide sort of that transition with surrounding properties. So, you know, my understanding is that with the RA9 zone, there would be a 7.5 meter setback from your property line to any building. You had mentioned, you know, potentially looking at the RA8 zone. And my understanding is that there would just only be a 3 meter setback under that standard zone. So just wondering what you were looking for with that transition, what elements were important to you?
Well, that would have to be looked at once if we had a proposal from the developer. We don't know what they want to build. So I can't even address that. I can't even address, without that development proposal in front of you, council, or me, I cannot make that determination. Mm-hmm. We don't know what they want to build.
I appreciate that perspective. And I think for me, you know, I feel comfortable with the regulations that are set out in the standard zone, but appreciate your perspectives. And thank you again so much for being here.
And I guess one more thing I want to say is the Oliver redevelopment plan, there was 18 people that worked on that plan. And some of those councillors are still around today. And I think their vision should be respected.
Yeah, sorry, I think I might have lost you there, but certainly I take your point about the Oliver Area Redevelopment Plan. I do have a couple of questions for administration around that. For me, there is a tension around you know, the age of the plan and its alignment with our current policy priorities. So I'll be sure to follow up with that with administration.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans?
I guess May I read from the Oliver Community League letter?
This is, do you have a question?
I do. I
Yeah.
wanted to get the speakers to respond. So,
Yeah.
the Oliver Community League letter that we received today notes there's a lack of detail regarding how the previously planned building under the DC2 zoning will change under the RA9, the need for additional engagement after rezoning due to the lack of detail, and further, the Community League, it seems to be, the quote, the OCL is in support based on the indication that this new development would be similar to what is allowed in the existing zone, a 6-story building. But if, I guess I was hoping I could have the speakers respond to that and help me understand why I should support this decision. Because it seems like those are strong conditions. I'm sorry?
Mr. Prada is against the.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and that's why I wanted to.
Go ahead,
to
Ms.
hear.
Prada.
Well, under the RA9 zoning, they are not committed to stick with a 6-story building. As Marcelo indicated, they could go up to 11 stories or up to 18 with a variance and an approval from council in the future. They don't have a proposal in front of council today. Basically, you're giving them an open door to build whatever they want.
Right, so I would hear the speaker then concurring with the concerns expressed by Oliver then.
Yes.
Okay, in their letter.
They need to come back with a proposal of
Okay.
what they actually want to develop.
Okay.
And a zoning that fits into that proposal, which would be a DC2 ideally.
All right, no further question, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Thank you, Mr. Parada, for your presentation and waiting
Thank you.
all afternoon to participate. Appreciate that. Appreciate your time. To administration, Councillor Stevenson. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just some really quick questions, under 5 minutes. Is administration just able to confirm when the Oliver plan was first written?
1982.
Great. So I think generally there's maybe been identification that some of the direction in the plan isn't really aligning with our current policy framework. Is that correct?
There are parts of it that don't, and parts of it to do. Generally, as a high density neighborhood, there's still intensification goals within it. Specifically around this one calls for a high-rise area within this portion of Oliver.
Great. You know, and I guess I'll save this for comments. You know, I did receive a few other emails from other residents in the area, and there was some concern just about, you know, increased population and pressure on amenities. I'm just wondering, can you confirm right now that we don't necessarily have a mechanism for capturing amenity contributions when it comes to standard zones?
Correct. It's only through our direct control amenity policy, policy C599, community amenity contributions.
Great. Well, you know, I for me, the benefits of a standard zone kind of outweigh some of that risk, but I'll be making a subsequent motion on that matter. So thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. If you have a subsequent motion, then I would suggest that we extend the order of the day by another 15 minutes.
I'll move that we extend orders to 10 p.m.
Thank you so much. Who seconded it? Councillor Tank?
Me, yeah.
Please vote to extend the order of the day till 10 p.m. Where did it go? Can you count
I'm
me
a
in?
yes, mine timed out.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Councillor
mine timed
Salvador.
out to for extending the day, order of the day.
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
know what happened here.
We have 12 votes.
Got it. Please display the votes. That's carried. 11 to 1. Got it.
Great.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Stevenson. Are you done with
So,
questions?
yeah, I'll move closing of closure of public hearing.
Second.
Apologies.
Sorry.
Just want to confirm that we have called for new information
Oh, yes, sorry,
apologies, my apologies.
Councillor Stevenson, sorry about that. Yes, no more questions to administration. Any new information from public, only new information that you have not shared before?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Marcelo here. I'd just like to address Councillor Jen's concern and question about the community league.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we met several, can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Yes, thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Jens, we met with the community league several times already on this project. This project initiated in 2018 was supposed to be a tower, then it was changed to the mid-rise, and the last round of meetings that we had with the community league, they understood that without lot consolidation would be very hard to do what was expecting to the DC2. So this design went to the Edmonton Design Committee 3 times already, and if it passes tonight and goes ahead on the development permit, you will go to the Edmonton Design Committee again for another review of the design aspects implemented through the I&I zone. So this all has been discussed through, like I said, several meetings and interactions with the Oliver Community League, and at this point, they said, well, they would allow to go to the I&I, but they expected to see this in the development permit with the fulfilling of the commitments that we discussed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no further comments on new information. Oh, sorry, Mr. Parada, do you raise your hand?
Yes, I just wanted to address again the land use bylaw as far as Ann Stevenson asking about the age of the Oliver Redevelopment Plan in 1982. But if you look at the 8.51 land use, the bylaw 16505, that was updated and addressed in 2013, which addresses the older houses along 100th Avenue. So that is only 8 years ago that it was addressed. We don't have to go back to 1982 to say that there was no concern about the land use in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Parada, for that, sharing that information. So seeing no more questions, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I'll move closure of public hearing on items 3.20 and 321.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor
Great,
Stevenson.
I'd like to move first reading of items 320 and 321 and would welcome the opportunity to speak to those.
Second.
So which one needs to be moved first, the recommendation or the?
Mr. Mayor, these are both bylaws.
Bylaws.
So they can just go in order and be done together. Yes,
Got
sir.
it. Okay, got it. Okay, seconded by Councillor Salvador. You can speak at this time. Councillor Stevenson.
Great, just a very quick overview. Again, thank you to Mr. Parada for coming and for other residents who also wrote in to me to share their perspectives on this development. For me, the imperative is really ensuring that we're making best use of our existing infrastructure and the amenities that are in our neighborhood. Given that many of the surrounding properties are currently zoned RA9, I think this rezoning is a great fit for that existing context. I also have a lot of confidence in the quality of the RA9 zone. I don't believe that we need to rely on direct control zones to achieve great built form outcomes, and feel that the RA9 zone on this property will ensure a really positive interface with the surrounding streets and properties. So for those reasons, I will be supporting this bylaw, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote on the first reading of this bylaw, 2 bylaws together.
We have 12 votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson for second reading.
Yes, I'll move second reading of items 320 and 321.
Second.
And second by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on the second reading. Display the votes. That is carried.
And I'll move consideration of third reading for items 320 and 321.
Second.
Please vote for consideration. Display the votes. That is carried.
And I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 19897 and Charter Bylaw 19898.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Please vote for the final reading. Display the votes, please. That has passed 12-0. So Councillor Stevenson, you have a subsequent?
Yes, a very quick one, and thank you to my council colleagues for their patience. I'd like to move, and thank you, clerks, for bringing that up. The administration provide a report on what tools exist to capture value from new development for investment in community amenities and redeveloping areas, and options and resource requirements for advancing this work as part of the growth management framework.
Second.
Am I able to speak to it?
Yes,
now?
you can, yes.
Great. So just a bit of context that, I think that there are general benefits to our communities when we're welcoming in new homes and businesses. But, in areas like Oliver, in areas like Boyle Street, we're seeing a lot of redevelopment, and not necessarily existing residents aren't necessarily seeing a very high level of reinvestment in amenities that new residents will also be using as well. Right now, we typically have to rely on direct control zones and through the community amenity contribution to recoup value through that. I'm really interested in, again, moving away from direct controls as much as possible and looking for other tools that we can use as part of our standard zoning process to ensure that local communities are seeing investment that's commensurate to the amount of development that's happening in their area. So looking for administration to come back with different tools that can be amenity contributions, that can be, in my wildest dreams, a community revitalization levy, but just curious and interested in exploring what options there are out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to the mover. I'm curious about two things. I guess the scope. Would the mover consider potentially all spectrum of development to be a potential consideration here? Like if somebody wants to do, as we heard tonight, row housing, or maybe even a garage suite, that there should be some sort of amenity contribution to the community. Like, how far do we want to go here? And is there sort of a, similar to the 1% for arts or something else, is there something that the mover would consider in scope? Maybe if I could can I ask the mover to respond to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the language in terms of value from development in redeveloping areas is fairly broad. My interest is for higher impact redevelopment projects that bring a significant increase in population. So I personally wouldn't be looking for amenity contributions for smaller scale infill that are actually serving to just replace previously held population in that neighborhood. But I think the wording of the motion is broad enough that that could certainly be considered in administration's scope.
Is that good, Councillor Jans?
Yeah, I think I as we heard tonight, with a multiplex or a triplex or the different row housing, I think there's could be some level of even symbolic contribution that could be may help the medicine go down in some other cases, as we hear about additional pressures on the community, on the playground, on the green space, etc. So I would lean towards supporting this motion, but would be curious about what other, just some of maybe the additional details around that. with multiple spectrum, but I think the mover for bringing it forward, I think I can support this.
Got it. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Okay, so this has been moved. I can't remember who seconded this. Councillor Paquette, right? Got it. Okay. So please vote. Display the vote, please.
We're just waiting for one more vote, and we have 12.
Got it. That is carried. So any notice of motion or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we